Accused of assault, while 85 miles away. My brother posted, "Believe them," and tried to put me in jail. My parents disowned me, until the court hit him with $175,000. I'm a 41-year-old male who owns an electrical contracting business and teaches basic electrical safety courses twice a week at Riverside Community College. Not exactly glamorous, but I make mid-six figures when commercial jobs come in, and teaching keeps my skills sharp. Additionally, the college pays $85 per hour for two 3.5-hour sessions. Easy money. The nightmare began on a Tuesday, when Dean Whitaker, the department head, summoned me to his office following my morning session. I assumed it was about the new curriculum they wanted to implement for the fall semester. Perhaps a pay increase. Something normal. Dean Whitaker was sitting there with Dr. Marissa Vaughn, the student services director, and a college attorney whose name I couldn't remember because I was too busy reading the room. The atmosphere was funeral home wrong. Too many serious expressions for a scheduling conversation. Ethan Walker. Thank you for coming in. Dean Whitaker held his hands together as if he were about to deliver bad news about a terminal diagnosis. We need to talk about some allegations made about your behavior at last month's Skills USA competition. My brain immediately went on red alert. What are the allegations? 3 students have filed separate reports alleging inappropriate physical contact occurred during the competition weekend in Sacramento. Given the gravity of these allegations, we are placing you on immediate administrative leave pending a thorough investigation. I stared at him as if he had grown a second head. What competition? The Skills USA Regionals will take place in Sacramento from April 18th to 20th. I wasn't at the competition. Dr. Marissa Vaughn leaned forward, using a practiced counselor voice that made my teeth hurt. Ethan, I understand how shocking this must be for you. These situations are always difficult, but the most important thing is that we prioritize student safety and adhere to proper protocols. I wasn't at the competition, so I repeated slowly this time. I was working on a 3-phase installation at the new medical complex in downtown. I can get the permits, inspection reports, and everything. Dean Whitaker's expression did not change. We will go over all documentation as part of the investigation. However, given the consistency of the reports and the gravity of the allegations, we believe immediate suspension is the appropriate response. Which reports are consistent? I was not there. I did not go to Sacramento. I was 85 miles away, running conduit through a hospital with security cameras on each floor. Dean Whitaker finally said, "Your name is on the trip roster." As if that was checkmate. I informed him that the roster was incorrect and offered to provide proof that I had been on a job site all weekend. Nobody pretended to care. The attorney eventually spoke up. Some people repeated corporate nonsense about liability and proper procedure. We need you to gather your materials and leave campus today. Someone from Human Resources will contact you to discuss next steps. That's when I understood. They'd already decided that evidence was merely an inconvenience that could complicate their neat little narrative. Can I at least know what I've been accused of? Student privacy laws prohibit us from disclosing information without signed releases, Dr. Marissa Vaughn explained. However, the nature of the allegations requires immediate action. I wanted to pull out my phone and show them the work orders, signed inspection documents, and time-stamped photos I'd taken of the installation for the project file, but the fact that they were all sitting there together in this unified wall of bureaucratic certainty told me it didn't matter. They had chosen their story. I was just the impediment. I cleared my desk in 20 minutes, grabbing my tools, a couple of reference books, and some flash drives containing lecture materials. The entire time I kept thinking about April 18th. I remember that weekend vividly because my hospital job had been a nightmare. Inspections are scheduled for Monday morning, putting work on the critical path. I'd been on site since 5:30 a.m. Saturday, Sunday, and Monday, I was supervising a crew of 5 guys while also running the rough-in on the surgical wing. My back was killing me by Sunday night. I went home and spent an hour soaking in a hot bath. I had permits requiring my signature, inspection reports, progress photos, and daily logs. 5 electricians who had worked alongside me all weekend. Over the course of 3 days, my phone most likely pinged off the hospital's cell tower 240 times. A 12-minute record check would have resolved this issue immediately. They did not want to check. I called my parents from the truck. My father answered on the second ring. "They're accusing me of something that is physically impossible," I explained. No preamble, no drama. 3 students claim I did something at a competition I didn't attend. They suspended me. My mother went on speaker. Her voice had that edge that comes with seeing an opportunity. What exactly do they claim happened? They won't give me specifics, but they said it happened at the Skills USA competition in Sacramento. I worked the hospital job all weekend. There was a pause. Then, my father. Do you have proof? Permits, inspection documents, work crew witnesses, and site photos have all been signed. Then we'll handle it, he said. But his tone was not reassuring, it was calculating. Stop by the house tonight. We need to talk about strategy. That night, I retrieved every piece of documentation I had. Permits signed by me as the license holder on site, as well as inspection reports from 4 separate walkthroughs that weekend. Hospital security badge logs that show entry and exit times. Crew statements, progress photos with timestamps, everything organized, chronological, and airtight proof that not only suggested innocence, but also demonstrated physical impossibility. I was not in Sacramento. I was 85 miles away on a job site with a paper trail that any second-year law student could check in 12 minutes. I sent it all to Dean Whitaker at midnight, with the subject line, Documentation, April 18th to 20th Hospital Job. He never replied. My brother Logan Pierce called me at 9:15 a.m. on Wednesday. I was still half asleep, but we grew up in the same house and had the same surname, so I assumed blood would count for something. Then I remembered Logan Pierce's need to be the better son. When I started my business at 27 and bought my first home at 29, he spent Thanksgiving dinner explaining to everyone that real jobs required advanced degrees. When I paid off my truck in cash, he made a remark about how blue-collar money did not create generational wealth. Our parents had always preferred his corporate career over mine, despite the fact that I had a state MBA, a non-profit job title, and community leadership experience. He had been posting ally content on social media for 3 years, mostly in the form of performative threads about accountability and believing in survivors. His career had stalled after being passed over for director twice. He needed a reason. I just didn't realize I'd become it. Logan Pierce, thank God. Did you hear what happened? The college is trying to. I can't talk to you right now. His voice was cold. Professional. I'm meeting with the college administration this afternoon. I wanted to let you know that Natalie Pierce and I are taking this very seriously. What are they taking? Seriously. I was not even at the competition. I have documentation that shows I spent the entire weekend on a job site. Permits, inspections, and crew statements. I have to go. He hung up. I tried to call back. Blocked. Tried texting. Blocked. I sat in my truck staring at my phone, wondering if I had misheard. Perhaps he needed some time to process. Perhaps the college fed him some nonsense that made him cautious. Then I received a text from Uncle Raymond, Ray Walker. Have you seen what Logan Pierce posted? Call me. Logan Pierce had sent something to his extended family first. A private message to my parents, aunt, and a few cousins. Uncle Ray Walker forwarded it to me. Professional language about serious allegations and supporting the investigative process, as well as how he couldn't in good conscience continue to communicate until the facts were established. Cold, measured, but clearly a line drawn in the sand. That was a warning shot. 7 hours later, the family group text exploded. Logan Pierce had posted a message that felt like a stab to the chest. I have been informed of credible allegations against Ethan Walker made by Riverside Community College students. After meeting with college officials and thoroughly reviewing the information they provided, Natalie Pierce and I believe the students who have come forward. We will not be in contact with Ethan Walker, and we strongly urge the family to prioritize the safety and well-being of the young people involved in this situation. I read it 4 times, trying to make the words mean something different. My mother responded first. We are behind you both. This is heartbreaking, yet necessary. My father agreed. Some things are more valuable than family loyalty. You're a hero for advocating for the victims. My cousin, Chloe Walker. Wait, what? Has anyone spoken to Ethan Walker? My uncle Ray Walker. This is ridiculous. You're condemning him without first hearing his side. I began typing a response. I deleted it. I started again. I deleted it. What in the heck was I supposed to say? That I wasn't present? I'd already told Logan Pierce that he didn't bother to look at the evidence before declaring me guilty in front of everyone we knew. I tried calling my father. Voicemail. I tried my mom. She responded, but it sounded like she was reading from a script. Ethan, honey, we've talked about this a lot with Logan Pierce. He has shown us the college's concerns, and we believe the best course of action is to take a step back and allow the investigation to proceed without family interference. Family interference. I'm trying to show you proof that I wasn't even present. Sweetheart, we're not investigators. We are not qualified to evaluate evidence. What we can do is support the process and make victims feel comfortable coming forward. Victims of what? I was on a job site 85 miles away, with 5 witnesses and a stack of inspection documents. Your anger is understandable right now, but it is unproductive. We love you, but we need to think about the bigger picture. What are the broader implications of? Destroying an innocent person is easier than verifying basic facts. She sighed as if I was being difficult. We will talk once you have calmed down. She hung up. Logan Pierce had already posted something on social media on Thursday night. My uncle Ray Walker took a screenshot and sent it to me before my mother forced him to delete his phone number from the family contact list. Some lengthy manifesto about believing survivors, even if it costs you relationships. About how true accountability necessitates sacrifice. About prioritizing what is right over what is convenient. 420 likes in just 3 hours. Comments calling him brave and a true ally. No one asked if he had verified any facts. The college sent out the termination letter on Friday morning. Corporate language about maintaining safe learning environments and making difficult decisions in the best interests of students goes into effect immediately. I'd been teaching there for 5 years. I helped design their entire electrical safety curriculum. Had a 96% student approval rating. I never received a single complaint until 3 students who had never been in my class suddenly remembered that I had molested them at an event I had not attended. They dismissed me in 4 paragraphs. My landlord issued an eviction notice the following Tuesday. You have 75 days to vacate. Apparently, there is a morality clause buried in the lease regarding conduct that harms the property's reputation. Being falsely accused of predatory behavior appears to qualify. My commercial account began to pull contracts. The word spreads quickly in the construction industry, and no one wants to be associated with that kind of liability. 3 jobs totaling $195,000 in billings vanished in 10 days. The general contractors who had been contacting me for bids suddenly encountered scheduling conflicts. The supply house that had given me net 45 terms for 7 years switched me to cash only. My accountant sent me a polite email suggesting that we reconsider our professional relationship. Friends stopped responding. People I had known since high school abandoned me on red. My gym membership was mysteriously canceled. When I walked into the coffee shop near my apartment, the guy who ran it couldn't make eye contact with me. I'd been getting the same breakfast sandwich for 4 years. I decided to stop going. I kept sending messages to Logan Pierce. I tried email after he blocked everything else. I sent him the entire evidence folder complete with timestamps, photos, and documentation proving I was on site that weekend. Subject line. Just take a look at this. Delivery is confirmed. Never opened. He decided I was guilty and that the evidence was insignificant. I stopped explaining on day 14. Not because I had given up, but because I realized something sitting in my empty apartment surrounded by boxes that I couldn't afford to move. Nobody who had already chosen a side was going to look at the evidence. They did not want the truth. They wanted a villain. And I had been perfectly cast. I did not return to my parents' place. The door was welded shut. I put my belongings in storage and slept in my friend Derek Collins' basement on a folding bed. I paid him in cash and rewired his panel, which appeared to have been installed during the Nixon administration. I spent my weekend organizing everything. Permits, inspections, time-stamped badge logs, progress photos, and crew witness statements. Everything led to the same conclusion. I was not in Sacramento. I was on a job site 85 meters away, doing work that left a detailed paper trail. Monday morning, I contacted a lawyer. This is not a large firm. Couldn't afford it. But my uncle, Ray Walker, knew someone who owed him a favor. Civil rights attorney in his early 40s who worked on Title IX cases and had a reputation for eating college administrators alive. When I arrived at the diner, she was already on her second coffee. "Walk me through it," she said, taking out a legal pad. I did. The entire situation, the accusation, the suspension, the family breakdown, Logan Pierce's social media campaign, everything. She spent 20 minutes reviewing my evidence. When she did look up, her expression was predatory. "This is bulletproof. You were not there. I understand. So why are they still pushing this?" Because admitting they were wrong entails admitting they railroaded an innocent person. The college, the administrators, and my brother went public quickly and loudly. Walking back now makes them appear incompetent or malicious. It's easier to keep insisting that I'm guilty and hoping to slink away quietly. She nodded slowly. Here's what you need to know. You have strong claims of defamation, tortious interference, and possibly Title IX violations. Your brother made specific, false, and damaging statements that cost you money and housing. The college disregarded basic due process. This will turn ugly. It will take time and cost more than they are willing to pay. I am not going anywhere. Good. Then comes the play. We don't participate publicly. We preserve evidence, file the appropriate complaints, and allow them to continue digging their hole deeper. Every time your brother posts, we screenshot it. Every time the college refuses to review your evidence, we document it. When this comes to trial, we will bury them in their own negligence. How about Logan Pierce? What about him? He's out there, calling me a predator. He's coaching the families, so let him. Every post he makes, every statement he helps shape, every time he doubles down without verifying fundamental facts, it becomes evidence. The more confident he appears, the worse he appears when we show that he never verified anything. He's preparing your case for you. I liked her immediately. We spent the next hour discussing next steps. Before I left, she gave me one more instruction. Send preservation letters to both the college and Dr. Marissa Vaughn. Put them on notice that they must keep all documents, emails, and records related to this case. If they destroy evidence after receiving that letter, it becomes a completely different issue for them. That afternoon, I sent preservation letters and filed complaints with both the State Accreditation Board and the Department of Education. Started drafting a defamation lawsuit against Logan Pierce. Nothing dramatic, nothing public. Just bureaucratic machinery in motion. Logan Pierce continued to post lengthy threads about believing victims, the dangers of families protecting predators, and the importance of choosing moral courage over familial obligation. He wasn't being subtle about it. The whole thing came down to convicting him first and asking questions later. Each post was screenshotted, logged, and added to the file. He was building my case one self-righteous paragraph at a time without even realizing it. The police investigation began 4 months ago. They checked the competition records. My name was not on them. I checked the chaperone list, lodging, and transportation logs, and there was nothing. Then they investigated the hospital job, discovered my permits, inspection reports, badge logs, and 5 electricians who swore under oath that I'd been on site all weekend. The detective called me in November. He sounded tired in the way cops do when they realize they've wasted months on nonsense. We have completed our investigation. I want you to know that we found no evidence that you were in Sacramento that weekend. Your alibi is absolutely solid. We are closing this case with no criminal charges filed. How about the accusations? A long pause. We are looking into how those allegations were documented and who was involved in the process. This is all I can say. He hung up. I called my lawyer. She was not surprised. Perfect. Now we're after them. She'd been busy while I remained quiet. I submitted a discovery request, served subpoenas on the college, Dr. Marissa Vaughn, and Logan Pierce. The college fought it. Student privacy, institutional privilege, and confidentiality are all claimed to be protected. She ripped through each objection like tissue paper. But first came the stonewalling. HR began ghosting. The college's legal department issued form letters. We cannot comment on ongoing personnel issues. When my lawyer requested the hospital's security badge logs, they claimed the data was unavailable due to technical issues. The college attempted to make it go away quietly. Their attorney contacted them in December with a settlement offer. $65,000 mutual non-disclosure agreement. No admission of wrongdoing. The email had a desperate corporate smell. Make this disappear before it worsens. My lawyer forwarded it to me with a single word. Laughable. She responded with our own offer. Full reinstatement, a public apology, $325,000, and Dr. Marissa Vaughn's dismissal. Or we go to trial and expose every procedural flaw in discovery. They remained silent for 4 weeks. Then a reporter from the local newspaper began asking questions. Someone leaked the police findings. The college's public relations office started putting out fires. Board members became nervous. Donors began calling. Suddenly those unavailable hospital badge logs reappeared with exact timestamps. External pressure had forced them to confront reality, something my evidence had failed to do. The discovery materials began arriving in January. Discovery answered the only question that mattered: how my name became attached in the first place. Dr. Marissa Vaughn had forwarded the Sacramento trip roster, which was a recycled template from the previous year. My name was still on there. She treated the spreadsheet as gospel and coached the girls until their statements matched the roster. Dr. Marissa Vaughn and Dean Whitaker exchanged emails about narrative management and story control. Dr. Marissa Vaughn and the students' parents exchanged text messages about how to help them organize their memories. Multiple drafts of student statements with significant edits and additions that clearly did not originate from teenagers. The accusers were not malicious masterminds, they were children. Haley Carter, 18, is in the welding program, and Brooke Daniels, 17, is studying HVAC fundamentals. Both had actually attended the Sacramento competition. Dr. Marissa Vaughn approached both after the event as part of what was supposed to be a routine feedback session. Their initial statements were ambiguous, confused, and uncertain. Then Dr. Marissa Vaughn became involved. A single email from Dr. Marissa Vaughn to Haley Carter's mother stood out. I understand she's having trouble remembering specifics, but trauma can make memories fuzzy. Let's try the timeline exercise that we discussed. Walking through the weekend hour by hour can help bring things to the surface. Another for Brooke Daniels' father. I believe we now have enough consistency to move forward confidently. The statements are well aligned. We just need to ensure that the family remains committed to the process and does not waver under pressure. There were more pages to it. Dr. Marissa Vaughn guided, suggested, and shaped every detail until the stories fell into place. But the most damning evidence came from Logan Pierce's digital trail. He was so certain he was the hero that he documented everything. A message to Haley Carter's mother read, "I understand your daughter is having second thoughts. However, backing out now sends the message that if you put enough pressure on victims, they will give in. We need to show strength here." Another, "Don't let them fixate on timelines and alibis. That's just a distraction tactic used by predators. What really matters is the trauma, not the logistics." He had saved everything. Every conversation where he assisted them in refining their statements. Every moment he'd prioritized his crusade over basic fact-checking. Every time he'd pushed back when doubt started creeping in. My lawyer scheduled depositions for February. Logan Pierce went first. The deposition happened in a conference room that smelled like old coffee and desperation. Logan Pierce sat across from me for the first time in 9 months. He looked terrible. Dark circles under his eyes. His lawyer was some underpaid associate who kept checking his watch like he had somewhere better to be. My lawyer looked like a shark that had just spotted blood in the water. She started soft. Background questions. His relationship to me, his work, and community advocacy. Then she shifted gears. "When did you first learn about the allegations against your brother?" "The college contacted me in late April. Asked if I'd meet with them to discuss a serious situation." "And what did they tell you in that meeting?" "That 3 students had reported inappropriate contact during a competition weekend." "Did they provide specific details about what allegedly occurred?" "No. They said privacy laws prevented them from sharing details without parental consent." "Did they tell you which competition?" "Skills USA Regionals in Sacramento, April 18th through 20th. "And did you at any point during or after that meeting verify that Ethan Walker had actually attended that competition?" Pause. Logan Pierce glanced at his lawyer. The lawyer nodded slightly. "No, you didn't check the attendance records. Didn't verify the chaperone list. Didn't ask the college to confirm Ethan Walker had even been present?" "No." My lawyer let that sit for a moment. "Ethan Walker reached out to you after the accusation was made?" "Correct." "Yes. And what did he tell you?" "He said he wasn't at the competition. That he had proof he was working a job that weekend." "And what did you do with that information?" "I told him I couldn't discuss it with him and ended the call." "Did you ask to see this proof?" "No." "He sent you documentation, didn't he? Permits, inspection reports, witness statements. He sent emails." "I didn't open them." "Why not?" Logan Pierce's jaw tightened. "Because I'd already made my decision based on the information the college provided. Looking at his defense felt like it would compromise my ability to support the victims." "Support the victims?" My lawyer repeated flatly. "Even if the alleged victim wasn't actually victimized by your brother. I thought the allegations were credible, but you didn't verify them." Silence. My lawyer let it hang there. The court reporter's fingers stopped. Logan Pierce's lawyer shifted in his seat. The whole room could feel the weight of that admission settling like cement. You posted on social media about this case multiple times, correct? Yes. Public post declaring your belief in the accusations and your decision to cut contact with Ethan Walker. Yes. And you helped the families involved organize their statements, didn't you? Hesitation. I provided support and guidance. My lawyer slid a printed screenshot across the table. This is a message from you to Haley Carter's mother. You wrote, and I quote, "Don't let them focus on timelines and alibis. That's just a distraction tactic predators use." Do you remember writing that? Logan Pierce stared at the paper. Yes. Were you aware that timelines might actually matter if, for example, the accused person wasn't present at the event in question? At the time, I believed verification wasn't important. I believed protecting the students was more important than getting caught up in technicalities. Technicalities like whether your brother was actually there. His lawyer objected. My lawyer withdrew the question and kept going. You also messaged Haley Carter's mother encouraging her not to let Haley Carter walk anything back even after the student expressed uncertainty about her recollection. Is that accurate? I was trying to prevent her from being pressured into silence. Or were you trying to prevent her from telling the truth when that truth became inconvenient for your narrative? Objection withdrawn. Let's talk about your testimony to the college board. You gave public comments, correct? Yes. And in those comments you stated that Ethan Walker was guilty and that the family should support the accusers over him. I stated that I believed the students and that accountability was necessary. Accountability for something he didn't do. I didn't know that at the time. You could have known. You chose not to. Correct. Logan Pierce didn't answer. My lawyer leaned forward. Logan Pierce, did it ever occur to you that by publicly declaring your brother guilty, by helping families craft consistent statements, by encouraging them to ignore doubts and stay committed, did it ever occur to you that you might be participating in destroying an innocent person's life? No. Why not? Because I've worked with victims for years. I've seen how often they get silenced and dismissed. I didn't want to be part of that system, so instead, you became part of a system that destroys innocent people without checking basic facts. Objection. The deposition went on for 7 more hours. My lawyer walked him through every message, every post, every statement he helped shape, made him explain each decision, each assumption, each moment he'd chosen certainty over verification. By the end, he looked destroyed. My lawyer had one final question. Logan Pierce, if you could go back to April, would you have done anything differently? A long pause. Logan Pierce's hands were shaking slightly. I would have verified he was there first. The deposition ended at 8:45 p.m. Logan Pierce left without looking at me once. His lawyer pulled my lawyer aside in the hallway. I watched through the glass as they talked. The lawyer kept shaking his head. My lawyer's expression stayed neutral. When she came back, she had that look lawyers get when they know they've already won. He's going to settle, she said. He has to. His own words buried him. The college board meeting where everything fell apart happened on a Tuesday in March. They'd scheduled it as routine business, but word had leaked about the investigation findings. The room was packed. Parents, faculty, a handful of reporters, local activists who'd been supporting Logan Pierce, and some family members I hadn't seen in months. Uncle Ray Walker was there, my cousin Chloe Walker, a few friends who'd stuck around. I'd asked them not to come, but Uncle Ray Walker had said, "We're watching you get vindicated. We're not missing it." My parents sat in the back corner. My mom had that tight smile she wears when things aren't going her way. My dad looked like he'd rather be anywhere else. Logan Pierce was absent. His lawyer had probably told him to stay away. The interim college president, brought in from the district office after the scandal broke, and Dean Whitaker resigned, opened with a prepared statement about transparency and institutional responsibility. The room became silent. Then they read the findings. After an extensive review of the allegations made against Ethan Walker, including examination of work permits, inspection reports, security logs, and witness testimony, this board finds no factual basis connecting Ethan Walker to the alleged incident. Ethan Walker was not present in Sacramento on the weekend in question. He was in fact on a commercial job site in this city, performing licensed electrical work with multiple witnesses confirming his presence. Murmurs rippled through the room. Furthermore, our investigation revealed significant procedural failures in how the initial accusations were handled. Students were interviewed without proper protocols. Statements were edited and refined by college personnel in ways that compromised their credibility. Multiple administrative decisions were made without verification of basic facts. The interim president looked uncomfortable. Ethan Walker has filed civil claims against this institution, against Dr. Marissa Vaughn, and against his brother Logan Pierce for defamation and related allegations. While we cannot comment on ongoing litigation, the college wishes to acknowledge that Ethan Walker was wrongfully terminated and that his professional reputation was damaged by institutional failures on our part. Someone in the audience shouted something. A reporter stood up. The president gave for order. We are prepared to offer Ethan Walker a settlement in the amount of. My lawyer leaned over and whispered. Don't take it. We're going to trial on the defamation claims. Make an example. I nodded. Logan Pierce's case went to trial in May. Civil court, not criminal. Money and reputations, not handcuffs. His lawyer tried everything, argued good faith reliance on the college's investigation, claimed his posts were protected opinion, said he was trying to support victims, and didn't have a legal duty to verify facts. My lawyer destroyed him. She walked the jury through every piece of evidence Logan Pierce had ignored, every message coaching families to ignore doubts, every public declaration of guilt without checking if I'd even been in the same city. This isn't about believing victims, she said in closing. It's about what happens when belief becomes a weapon. Logan Pierce didn't just fail to verify facts, he actively avoided them because they were inconvenient. He helped manufacture consistency in statements that were falling apart. He pressured families to ignore their children's doubts. He did all of this publicly, loudly, with absolute certainty. And he did it to a man who was 85 meters away on a commercial job site when this alleged crime supposedly occurred. The jury took 3 hours, liable on all claims, $175,000 in damages for lost income, reputational harm, and emotional distress. Logan Pierce's face was blank when they read the verdict. His lawyer tried to say something. He just stood up and walked out. The college settled the next week. $310,000, public apology, agreement to reform investigation procedures. The settlement required them to send formal correction letters to every single person in business they'd notified about the accusations. My landlord, every vendor who'd pulled contracts, the college department mailing list, the local contracting association, all on official letterhead stating that the allegations were unfounded, that I'd been wrongfully terminated, and that their investigation confirmed I wasn't present at the event. My lawyer called it reputational remediation. I called it watching them eat crow in writing. My old landlord called me 2 days later, apologized, offered to be a reference. 3 vendors who dropped me reached out about new contracts. The department chair who'd supervised my termination had to sign every letter personally. They also paid settlements to the families whose kids had been used as props in Dr. Marissa Vaughn's crusade. I don't hate Haley Carter or Brooke Daniels. They were 18 and 17 when this started. Just kids who got pulled into something they didn't understand by adults who should have known better. Dr. Marissa Vaughn manipulated them. Logan Pierce reinforced it. Their parents got coached into believing consistency mattered more than truth. The girls were confused, pressured, and surrounded by authority figures telling them what to remember. I blame the adults who used them. Dr. Marissa Vaughn lost her license 5 months later. The state board found she'd coached students, manufactured evidence, and violated about 18 professional standards. She tried to appeal. It went nowhere. I didn't move to some new city to start fresh. Forget that. I rebuilt right here where everyone could watch. Used the settlement money to buy my own building. 4,500 square foot shop with office space and room for equipment. Hired back my old crew. Started bidding on the commercial jobs that had dropped me. Turns out a multi-$100,000 settlement and a court judgment in your favor is pretty good advertising. Within 7 months, I was busier than before the nightmare started. My parents tried to reconcile in July. Showed up at the shop unannounced while I was running conduit for a restaurant renovation. I saw my dad's car pull into the lot and knew exactly what was coming. My dad started with, "We thought it was important to clear the air and discuss." "Get out of my shop." My mom tried her soft voice, the one she uses when she wants something but needs to pretend she's being reasonable. "Ethan, sweetheart, we were just trying to do what we thought was right at the time. We didn't have all the information." "You had the information. I sent it to you. You chose not to look at it because Logan Pierce told you not to. That's not fair." My dad said, "We were in an impossible situation. Family was divided. Emotions were high. Emotions were high because you let Logan Pierce declare me guilty without checking a single fact. You backed his play because he's always been your golden child. And I've always been the disappointment who works with his hands instead of pushing paper in some corporate office. My mom's eyes got teary. We never stated that. You did not have to. You demonstrated it when it mattered. I returned to work. They stood for another minute before leaving. I haven't heard from them since. The family fracture never healed. Uncle Ray Walker and cousin Chloe Walker remained in touch. Everyone else either supported Logan Pierce or remained silent. Fine with me. Blood is meaningless when those who share it throw you under the bus at the first opportunity. Logan Pierce attempted to rebuild his advocacy career, but the court judgment followed him everywhere. He was fired from his nonprofit job 4 months after the verdict. Last I heard, he was working for an insurance company doing grunt work for $48,000 per year. Natalie Pierce, his wife, left him in September. He took the house, the car, and his remaining dignity. I did not celebrate. It didn't feel good to watch him crater. But I didn't feel bad either. The true satisfaction came from watching everyone who was so certain, so righteous, and so sure they were on the right side of history. Watching them all have to eat their words and knowing they'd never admit their mistakes. Logan Pierce arrived on a cold Saturday in October, nearly 20 months after the accusation. I was closing the shop around 6:30 p.m. when his truck pulled into the parking lot. I immediately recognized it. He drove the same beat-up Ford since college. He sat in the cab for about 7 minutes before getting out. I continued loading tools into my service van as if I had not noticed him. He walked over slowly and stopped about 12 feet away. Ethan. I had finished loading the drill kit before looking up. What do you want? He looked worse in person than I had expected. Thinner, older, and worn down in a way unrelated to age. I wanted to talk about what? About everything. About what occurred. He came to a stop. I messed up. I know that now. I closed the van door and leaned against it. You drove an hour just to tell me you messed up. That is your big revelation. I am trying to apologize. You are trying to make yourself feel better. There is a distinction. His jaw tightened. I was wrong about everything. I should have listened to you. Should have examined your evidence. Should have checked to see if I was actually present before declaring me a predator in front of the entire family. Yes. Before telling families to ignore their children's doubts, they should have verified at least one fact. Yes. Should have considered for a second whether your crusade was more important to you than the truth. He did not respond to that one. I pushed off the van. Logan, you did not make a simple mistake. You made a decision. You chose to believe I was guilty because it made you feel better. Because it allows you to be the hero. Because verifying facts required effort, while believing in your own righteousness was simple. I was trying to help. You were trying to feel important. And when the evidence did not support your narrative, you simply ignored it. I thought I was doing the correct thing. No, you assumed you were the correct person. There is a distinction. You've spent your entire life striving to outperform me in terms of intelligence, success, and status. When those students made their accusation, you saw an opportunity. I finally had proof that you were the good brother and I was the screw-up you always thought I was. His hands shook. That is not the case. You did not verify my presence because you did not want to. You wanted me to feel guilty. It matched the story you had been telling yourself since we were children. Silence stretched between us like razor wire. I lost everything, he admitted finally. My job, marriage, and reputation. I understand that this does not make up for what I did to you, but nothing. You did not lose those items because of what I did. You lost them due to what you did. Because you prioritized your crusade over basic facts. When the truth was revealed, everyone knew exactly who you were. I'm trying to make things right. You cannot. Some issues cannot be resolved with a 20-month late apology. You ruined my life because it was convenient for you. You made mom and dad think I was a predator because it made you look better in comparison. You coached families to ignore evidence because you couldn't stand being wrong. I walked past him, toward my truck. Ethan, please wait. I paused but did not turn around. Do you want forgiveness? Do you want closure? Do you want me to tell you that everything is fine and that we can rebuild our relationship? I'd like to try. Then, try this. Accept the consequences of your actions. Live with the fact that you destroyed your brother based on unverified accusations. Live with the knowledge that when it really mattered, you chose your ego over the truth. Live with the knowledge that everyone who praised you for your bravery was actually praising you for being certain of something you never checked. Do not call me again. Do not show up at my shop. Do not send letters, emails, or messages via family members. We're finished. I got into my truck and started the engine. Through the windshield I could see him standing in the parking lot, shoulders slumped and smaller than I'd ever seen him. His hands were inside his pockets. His head was down. He appeared to be a man who had finally realized what he had done, and that there was no way to fix it. I drove away without looking back. My dad praised my daughter. At Christmas, then my sister snapped, shattered her $18,000 violin, and screamed, "Why not my child?" Hello everyone. I am Ethan Caldwell, a 42-year-old software engineer based in Seattle. My wife, Claire Caldwell, and I have a daughter, Madison Maddie Caldwell. We live in the Ballard neighborhood, and the sound of Maddie's violin every afternoon has become a regular part of our day. Every time I see my daughter holding her violin with a beaming smile, I am overcome with pride. But at the same time, I'm sad because I still remember what happened at my parents' Christmas party 3 years ago. In December 2022, I accepted an invitation to my parents' holiday party in Seattle. Maddie was only 9 years old back then. Maddie carefully carried her violin case in her arms the entire way there, occasionally stroking it affectionately before exiting the car and walking into my parents' house. I turned to face my daughter and gently said, "If you're uncomfortable, please let me know. We can leave anytime." Maddie nodded and took my hand, saying, "I'll be fine, Dad." "I want to play the violin for Grandpa," my daughter whispered. I reached up and patted her on the head to encourage her. We had just exited the car when Dad opened the door and dashed out, his face beaming. He spread his arms wide, hugged Maddie tightly and told her, "There's my granddaughter. I missed you so much. You grew up so quickly. I almost didn't recognize you." Maddie laughed as my father lifted her. Then he turned to me, slapped my shoulder hard and said excitedly, "Ethan, you've finally arrived home. I thought you had forgotten your way home." After Dad's joke I smiled and replied, "I'm relieved that you're still as strong as ever." After a few greetings, Dad placed his arm around my shoulder and led Maddie into the house. He kept asking about my work and Maddie's schooling. His enthusiasm made me feel good after a year apart. When we entered the house, the atmosphere changed completely. My mother was sitting on the sofa at the time, and she only glanced at us once before turning back to talk to my sister. She did not stand up or greet us. Instead, she nodded slightly, as if we were strangers. My sister Vanessa Harper was sitting next to my mother, along with her husband Derek Harper and their 10-year-old daughter Haley Harper. Haley sat huddled in the corner of the sofa, her gaze sadly directed downward at her hands. I noticed Haley had lost a lot of weight since we last saw her. Her eyes appeared tired, lacking the brightness of a child. When Maddie approached to say hello, Haley forced a weak smile and turned away. Just as I was still surprised by their attitude, my cousin Tyler Brooks emerged from the kitchen, holding a beer. Tyler was 30, the son of Uncle Daniel Brooks, my father's younger brother. Tyler noticed me and came over to pat my shoulder in a friendly manner, saying, "Ethan, long time no see. You look good." Uncle Daniel followed Tyler. He came over, wrapped his arm around me, and said warmly, "Ethan, I have missed you so much. Maddie is this big now. The last time I saw her she was tiny." Following what he had said, I inquired about his health and the other relatives who were still present in my parents' living room. My relatives' enthusiasm and care for my family warmed my heart. At the time I had no idea that jealous eyes were following our every move. Around 6:30 p.m., the Christmas party was held in a forced atmosphere. Vanessa constantly brags about her management position, major projects and year-end bonuses. Mom sat listening with satisfaction, occasionally nodding in agreement. Derek occasionally spoke up to support his wife, but it was clear that he was also nervous due to the party's intense atmosphere. Uncle Daniel attempted to lighten the mood by sharing old family stories. He talked about when our entire family went camping at Mount Rainier when we were kids, as well as the football games we watched as a family. Tyler also tried to create a cheerful atmosphere by sharing enjoyable military experiences, but I could tell he was aware of the tension. In the middle of dinner, Mom turned to Haley and asked, in a somewhat harsh tone, "Haley, how's piano going lately? Your mother stated that you have been skipping lessons for weeks." Haley hung her head and did not respond to my mother's question. Vanessa jumped in with a tense voice. "She's sluggish about practicing. I signed her up for lessons at the best center in Seattle, but she won't even try." Uncle Daniel saw this and immediately attempted to defend Haley. He said loudly, "Haley is still young. Give it time and she'll become interested." Vanessa did not respond to Uncle Daniel. She remained silent, staring at her daughter with annoyance. While the situation was tense, my father made a grave mistake. He turned to Maddie and proudly announced to everyone, "Maddie is different. She's extremely hardworking. She practices the violin every day. Okay, Maddie?" After my father's unexpected question, Maddie nodded shyly, as if she was uncomfortable with the comparison. I noticed Haley lower her head, her shoulders trembling slightly. Vanessa tightened her grip on her wine glass at the party table, her face darkening as she realized my father's toxic comparison. I wanted to say something to calm things down, but Dad went on enthusiastically. "Maddie even made it into the gifted class. My Maddie is the best." Mom looked at Dad, annoyed, but said nothing. Vanessa gritted her teeth, attempting to suppress something boiling inside. At this point, Uncle Daniel attempted to salvage the situation. He exclaimed loudly, "Both Haley and Maddie are wonderful. Each has their own talents." Following Uncle Daniel's words, the other relatives quickly changed the subject to avoid a potential family conflict. At the time, I had no idea that a storm was slowly forming and would tear my family apart in a matter of minutes. After dinner, as everyone was preparing to exchange gifts, my father clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Maddie, I heard you play really well." When Maddie heard Grandpa's request, she looked up at me with worried eyes. I nodded slightly to encourage her, and she timidly stepped forward, taking the violin from the case she had brought into the house. Maddie stood in the center of the living room, her little fingers trembling slightly as she rested the violin on her shoulder. A few seconds later, my daughter took a deep breath and began playing Silent Night, which she had practiced for weeks and arranged in her own style. My father sat up straight as the first sound rang out, his face beaming with pride. Haley had an undeniable admiration for Maddie at the time. Tyler nodded rhythmically and whispered, "Awesome." Uncle Daniel and Aunt Megan listened intently, their faces lit up as they heard the melodic tune. Derek nodded along with the rhythm, demonstrating genuine interest for the first time that evening. Only Vanessa and my mother sat with their faces as cold as ice. Vanessa's eyes narrowed every time Maddie finished a difficult passage, and Mom turned away as if she didn't want to see it. Then something happened that I could not have imagined, even in my wildest dreams. Vanessa stood up just as Maddie reached the climax. She took quick, decisive steps toward Maddie. Before anyone could react, Vanessa yanked my daughter's violin from her grasp. The music abruptly stopped. Maddie stumbled back, her eyes wide with horror. My daughter screamed in terror, "Aunt Vanessa, don't!" But it was too late. Vanessa raised the violin high and slammed it hard to the ground. The sound of breaking ripped through the air. The violin costs $18,000. My daughter's gift, for which I had worked overtime and saved for 3 years, was now shattered. The strings snap and twist. The body broke open. The neck is almost completely separated. Haley jumped out of her chair, her face pale with horror. She screamed in a choked voice, "Don't do that, Mom. Don't." Tyler and Uncle Daniel both jumped up at the same time, their faces filled with horror. Tyler yelled at Vanessa, "Are you crazy?" Aunt Megan covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes widening in shock. Vanessa continued to scream even after everyone else had done so. She stepped on the broken pieces, grinding them under her heels, as if she wanted to completely erase the violin from existence. When I saw that scene, my heart seemed to stop for a few seconds. Then, an excruciating pain struck me. Not physical pain, but the pain of seeing my child's violin smashed. And Maddie, my daughter, stood there, her entire body shaking and tears streaming down her young face. She looked at the broken pieces of her violin, and then up at me, her eyes full of despair. My father jumped out of his chair in response to my sister's unexpected action. He yelled, "Are you crazy, Vanessa? What the hell are you doing?" Vanessa did not respond. She simply stood there, staring intently at my daughter as if she were looking at an enemy. She then let out a loud, cold laugh that chilled me to the bone. At this point, I lost control of myself. Rage flared up, extinguishing all reason. I lunged at Vanessa, fists clenched, only wanting to teach her a lesson. But before I could reach her, Derek, Tyler, and my father rushed in to help. Derek grabbed my arm. Tyler held my shoulder, while my father stood between Vanessa and me, blocking our path. I screamed angrily, "Let me go. She destroyed my daughter's violin. Let go. Tyler gripped me tightly and said sternly, Ethan, calm down. Violence will not solve anything. I struggled violently, attempting to break free from their grip. After everything had happened, my mother sat calmly on the sofa, her face cold and emotionless. She simply said quietly and evenly, Calm down. It's only a violin. That statement from my mother fueled my rage. I struggled to break free, but couldn't. They were holding me too tightly. Claire went unnoticed amidst all the chaos. My wife had stood up at some point, moving silently as a shadow. Claire suddenly grabbed Vanessa's arm and pulled hard. To everyone's surprise, my wife dragged my sister into the bedroom, just a few steps from the living room. The door slammed shut with a solid thud. Everyone stood stunned for a few seconds by my wife's unexpected action. Tyler and my father let me go before rushing to the door and pounding hard. My father yelled, Claire, open the door. What are you doing in there? Derek also ran over, repeatedly turning the doorknob, but it was ineffective. Vanessa's screams came from the inside. Desperate cries for help are mixed with the sounds of impact. Help me! Vanessa pleaded. Help me! Derek used his shoulder to ram the door, but it did not budge. He screamed, Claire, open the door right away. I'll call the cops. Uncle Daniel stood beside him, helpless, and Aunt Megan hugged Haley, who was sobbing uncontrollably. My mother stood up and walked near the door, but she did not appear panicked at all. She stood there with a cold face, observing everything. I stood in the middle of the living room, unsure what to do. Part of me wanted to break down the door and stop Claire, but another part, the dark part that no one dared to admit, felt strangely satisfied. 7 minutes felt like a century. Then the door opened. Vanessa walked out with a bruised face, swollen lips and disheveled hair. She was staggering and had to lean against the wall to stay upright. A streak of dried blood clung to the corner of her mouth. Uncle Daniel and Aunt Megan gasped in horror when they saw Vanessa's condition. Dad noticed Vanessa's face. He stepped back, horrified, and said, My God, Claire, did you beat Vanessa like this? When my mother saw her beloved daughter being beaten, she approached Vanessa and helped her sit down on a chair. She turned to Claire with cold eyes and screamed, How dare you hit my daughter? How dare you hit your husband's sister? Claire now stood in the doorway, her expression strangely calm. My wife shrugged and said coldly, She fell on her own. If you don't believe it, just ask her. Vanessa screamed with trembling voice. She's insane. I'll call the cops. I will put her in jail. Dad then stepped into the center of the room. He took a deep breath and tried to regain his composure. Then he looked at Vanessa with stern eyes. My father pointed to the broken violin and said, Vanessa, why did you smash Maddie's violin? Vanessa stammered back. Look at my face, Dad. I was beaten like this, and you're still asking about the violin? Dad replied firmly, I'm asking you first. Please respond to me. Why did you do that? Vanessa remained silent. She couldn't respond. Dad turned to Claire, his eyes stern. He told my wife, Claire, I understand your anger because your daughter was mistreated. But hitting people is wrong. You have no right to use violence, regardless of what Vanessa did. Claire replied calmly, I know. After my wife's response, Dad sighed, turned to Vanessa and said, Vanessa, you must apologize to Maddie and compensate her for the violin. That violin was Maddie's property. You had absolutely no right to destroy it. Mom immediately jumped up, her voice cold, and asked, Dad, what are you saying? Your daughter was beaten like this, and you are making her apologize? After Mom's question, Dad turned to her and said firmly, Be quiet. Vanessa was wrong first. She smashed a 9-year-old's violin. Don't you notice Maddie crying over there? Mom looked at Dad angrily and said, You always side with Ethan. Your daughter's face was beaten up and you're still making her apologize. Are you actually her father? What Mom said made my father even angrier. Dad slammed his hand onto the table, his voice booming. Who am I siding with? I am trying to be fair. Vanessa's decision to smash the violin was wrong. Claire's act of hitting someone was also wrong. Both must take responsibility. Everyone in the room agreed with Dad's words. Tyler now said loudly, That's correct. That's fair. A few seconds later, my father turned to Vanessa and told her, You apologize to Maddie and pay her $18,000 for the violin right now. Vanessa screamed, No, I won't apologize. I will not compensate. Why is it always about Maddie? Why does she always receive praise? Haley is also your granddaughter, but do you care about her? Vanessa's question ended in silence. Dad looked at Vanessa disappointed and asked directly. So it's because of jealousy? You are jealous of a 9-year-old child? After Dad's question, Mom jumped in with a cold voice. Enough. Vanessa is not wrong. Haley is constantly compared to Maddie. Every time the family gathers, you only talk about Maddie. Maddie is a good violin player. Maddie does well in her studies. Maddie, this, Maddie, that. What about Haley? Do you ever ask about Haley? Dad and Mom exchanged glances, the atmosphere becoming increasingly tense. A car suddenly came to a stop in front of the door. Then the doorbell rang. Dad went to open the door, and I noticed 2 police officers standing there. I turned to look around the room, trying to figure out who had called the police. Then I caught Tyler's eye. He stood in the corner of the room, phone still in his hand, and nodded to me. Tyler walked over to me and whispered. I called immediately after Vanessa smashed the violin. This was too serious to handle within the family. At that point, I knew Tyler had made the correct decision, no matter how painful it was. Our family required outside assistance. After my father opened the door, 2 police officers walked in and quickly assessed the situation. The male officer noticed Vanessa's bruised face, the broken violin pieces on the floor, and Maddie crying in my arms. The male officer spoke in a professional manner. We got a report of an incident here. Could anyone tell me what happened? My father stepped forward, trying to remain calm, and said, I am the homeowner. It's a little complicated, officer. Vanessa rushed in front of the cops, pointed at Claire and yelled, She hit me. Look at my face. I want to report an assault. The female officer approached Vanessa and examined her facial injuries. Then she turned to face Claire with serious eyes. Claire stepped forward, her voice calm as she replied. Yes, I hit her. But first, she grabbed my daughter's violin and smashed it. My daughter is only 9 years old. The male officer immediately looked down at the pile of broken violin pieces on the floor before turning to Maddie, who was crying. He took out his notepad and said, Okay, we need statements from everyone. Please remain calm and cooperative. The statement-taking process took nearly an hour. The female officer spoke privately with Maddie, gently inquiring about what had occurred. The male officer obtained statements from me, Claire, Vanessa, and the others. Tyler was also interviewed as a witness. He described everything in detail and honestly. I sat in the corner of the living room holding Maddie, while the police took statements from the others. My mind was racing with the images of what had just occurred. But then old memories came flooding back like a torrent. Vanessa and I's relationship was never peaceful. Since we were children, we lived in 2 different worlds under one roof. Vanessa was Mom's favorite daughter, and I was closer to Dad. I remember when I was 13, I won first place in my school's art contest. Dad was ecstatic, as if he had won the lottery. He brags to all the relatives and hangs my painting in the center of the living room. Mom was different. She looked at the painting indifferently before making a cold comment. What use is drawing? Why don't you focus on proper studying? Vanessa was standing next to Mom, then laughing mockingly and saying sarcastically, That's right. How can drawing help anyone? Just keep dreaming. I stood there, feeling as if someone had dumped a bucket of cold water on my face. Dad wanted to defend me, but Mom had already turned and walked away, dragging Vanessa behind her. That divide widened over time. Mom always gave Vanessa her undivided attention, from studies to work, marriage, and relationships. And I, in her eyes, was always the impractical child with pointless interests. Dad was the opposite. He supported all of my decisions, from studying engineering instead of business, as Mom had preferred, to marrying Claire. He frequently said, You live your own life, Ethan. Don't let anyone make a decision for you. But that favoritism caused an irreversible crack. Vanessa always thought Dad loved me more, whereas I believed Mom never acknowledged me. And now, history was repeating itself with the next generation. Dad adored Maddie, but Haley was abandoned in the shadows. I realized it, but it was too late. In that moment, I wondered if I had any responsibility for this tragedy. Had I unknowingly contributed to the comparison by constantly bragging about Maddie without considering Haley's feelings? The response was painful because I realized that, even though it wasn't intentional, I had contributed to my little niece's wounds. An hour later, after gathering all of the information, the male officer stood in the center of the room and announced, Based on the statements and evidence, we will file reports on 2 incidents. Mrs. Vanessa Harper is charged with intentionally destroying property, specifically a violin worth $18,000 that belonged to Madison Caldwell. Second, Mrs. Claire Caldwell is charged with assault resulting in bodily harm to Mrs. Vanessa Harper. Vanessa screamed, "What are you charging me with? I'm the victim here." The male officer looked at her with serious eyes and replied, "Ma'am, destroying another person's property, especially a child's property, is a crime. Both parties will have to accept legal responsibility." Mom took a step beside Vanessa, her voice cold as she spoke to the police. "We will hire an attorney. You'll have to pay." Dad shook his head, tired and disappointed. He didn't say anything, just turned and entered the kitchen. That Christmas night, the police filed reports and scheduled both parties to come to the station to complete the necessary procedures. We left my parents' house quietly, Maddie sleeping exhausted in my arms. Claire drove home, and I sat in the back with my daughter. My wife did not say anything, but I could see her hands gripping the steering wheel tightly. I knew nothing would be the same after that night. The days following Christmas night were the darkest for my family. Maddie sank into depression. She refused to speak, eat, or leave her bed for the entire day. When I asked Maddie if she wanted anything, she simply shook her head and turned to face the wall. After extensive discussions with my wife, I took my daughter to see a child psychologist. Maddie remained silent during her first therapy session. She sat there motionless, staring into space. By the 3rd session, she had burst into tears. The doctor informed me that Maddie had said, through tears, "I don't want to play violin anymore. I'm afraid people will hate me. I'm afraid Mom and Dad got in trouble because of me." Hearing those words made my heart feel like it was being squeezed. My daughter, an innocent 9-year-old, was blaming herself for the adults' actions. Claire has also changed. She grew quieter, frequently sitting alone in the dark. I knew my wife was carrying a burden of guilt, even though she never admitted it. One night, while Maddie was sleeping, I sat down next to Claire and asked, "Are you okay?" Claire remained silent for a long time. Then she turned to face me, her eyes red, and said, "I do not regret hitting her, Ethan. If anyone dares to touch our daughter, I will do it again. But I am scared. I'm afraid Maddie will think her mother is violent." Hearing my wife's words, I took her hand, unsure what to say, as I had similar concerns. 4 months later, the trial was held at Seattle Criminal Court. That day, I sat in the back row with Claire next to me. Maddie wasn't there because I didn't want her to confront those who had hurt her. Vanessa sat on the opposite side with her lawyer. Mom sat right behind her face as cold as usual. Dad didn't come because he didn't want to see his family go to court. The trial followed proper procedure. All evidence was thoroughly presented, including images of the shattered violin, the receipt for the $18,000 violin, witness testimony, and medical reports on Vanessa's injuries. When asked to explain her actions, Vanessa stood up with a tense expression. Her lawyer attempted to argue that it was a temporary reaction to long-term psychological pressure. But then the prosecutor asked directly, "Ms. Vanessa, could you please explain why you behaved in that manner toward a 9-year-old child's violin?" Vanessa remained silent for a moment following that question. Then she burst into tears, crying while speaking. "I couldn't take it anymore. Every time the family got together, they only talked about Maddie. Maddie is so good at this. Maddie is extremely talented at it. How about my daughter, Haley tries. Haley also studies hard. But no one looks at my daughter. My father only cares about Maddie." I've had to hear those comparisons for years. Her words elicited a heavy silence throughout the courtroom. A few seconds later, she turned to face me with hateful eyes and asked, "Ethan, do you understand how my daughter feels? Every time she visits her grandparents, she cries because she feels inferior. She asks me why Grandpa does not love her as much as he does Maddie. Do you recognize that feeling?" After that question, I sat in silence, unsure how to feel. Part of me understood Vanessa's pain, but another part of me could not forgive her for what she had done to my daughter. The judge issued the verdict after hearing all of the parties' cases. Vanessa was convicted of intentionally destroying property. Sentence: 18 months probation, mandatory anger management classes, and $18,000 for the violin. Claire was convicted of assault resulting in minor injuries. Sentence: a $2,500 fine and mandatory anger management classes. When the judge sounded the gavel to conclude the session, I looked at Claire. My wife sat there with a calm expression, but I could see her shoulders sagging slightly. A moment later, Mom stood up and assisted Vanessa out of the courtroom. When she walked past where I sat, she came to a halt and looked at me with cold eyes. She said nothing, simply turned and walked away. It was the last time I saw Mom. A week after the trial, I was sitting in the living room when the doorbell rang. When I opened it, I saw Dad standing there, his face more gaunt and tired than the last time I saw him. Dad looked at me with red eyes and asked softly, "Can I come in?" I nodded and opened the door wide for him to enter. Claire was in the kitchen. She looked out, then quietly retreated to the back room, giving my father and me our own space. Dad sat down on the sofa, hands clasped together and head hung low. He remained silent for a long time, as if trying to organize his thoughts. Then he looked up at me, his voice trembling, and said, "Ethan, I came here to apologize." I sat across from him, said nothing and waited. Dad took a deep breath and continued. "I was wrong. I should have intervened earlier. I noticed Vanessa becoming increasingly stressed, and Haley withdrawing more and more, but I did nothing. I kept thinking everything would work out, but it didn't." He paused after that statement, swallowing as if trying to control his emotions, before continuing. "I have to admit that I lacked sensitivity. I adore Maddie. That is true. However, I didn't realize that every time I complimented Maddie, Haley felt excluded. I unknowingly compared my two granddaughters without considering the consequences." Dad looked down at his hands, choking up as he spoke. "Haley is my granddaughter. She deserves to be loved, just like Maddie. But I failed. I wasn't fair to her." I sat there, emotions rising within me. This was the first time I had seen Dad admit his mistake so openly. A moment later, Dad looked up at me and said, "I am not asking you to forgive Vanessa. What she did was unacceptable, but I want you to understand that I am also responsible for this. If I had been more sensitive, if I had intervened sooner, perhaps things would have been different." Hearing Dad's confession, I stood up and walked over to sit beside him. I placed my hand on his shoulder and replied, "I understand, Dad. I do not blame you." Dad turned to look at me. We sat for a long time, saying nothing. Sometimes silence is the most powerful language. It has been nearly 3 years since that fateful Christmas night. Maddie is currently 11 years old. She has overcome the initial traumas. I bought her a new violin, and Maddie resumed playing. She was chosen to join her school's youth orchestra just last week. Claire and I are still together. We went through the most difficult period together, and instead of falling apart, our relationship grew stronger. She finished her anger management classes and experienced significant changes. We learned to communicate more effectively with one another and share our emotions rather than bottle them up inside. Dad still calls me every week. He continues to visit Maddie, and each time he sees her, he tries not to compare or brag too much. I know he's trying to change, and that's enough for me to admire. Mom is still silent. I haven't received a phone call or a text message in nearly 3 years. Dad says she's still angry at me and believes I destroyed the family. I'm not sure if she will ever change, but I've come to accept that fact. Vanessa finished her anger management classes and paid the entire $18,000 in compensation. Dad told me she's changed a lot, is less angry, and is attempting to rebuild her relationship with Haley. I don't know if I'll ever forgive her, but I hope Haley is okay. Something unexpected occurred a few months ago. I got a letter from Haley. She wrote that she does not blame Maddie. She understands that what her mother did was wrong. Haley apologized on her mother's behalf, saying she misses Maddie and the times the two cousins used to play together before everything happened. I read the letter and gave it to Maddie to read. Maddie cried. Since then, Maddie and Haley have begun texting. At first, they only exchanged short messages to check in on each other. The two then gradually increased their conversation and sharing. I didn't stop it because I recognize that both Maddie and Haley are victims of this tragedy. They should not be forced to bear the consequences of the adult's mistakes. After everything we've gone through, I'd like to share with you 6 pieces of advice I gained from my family's tragedy. First, never compare children to one another. Each child has unique value and deserves to be treated fairly. Don't allow one child to live in another's shadow. Second, keep your emotions under control, especially in tense situations. Regardless of how angry you become, violence is never the best solution. Allow the law to intervene. Third, express your emotions rather than allowing them to fester. Vanessa had been harboring resentment for years, and no one knew about it. If she had told Dad about her discrimination early on, if she had shared Haley's pain, perhaps things would have been different. Fourth, don't let children bear adults' guilt. Both Maddie and Haley are victims in this story. Haley blamed herself for believing she wasn't good enough, while Maddie felt guilty for excelling and making others jealous. This is something I would never want to see. Finally, intervene as soon as you notice signs of tension. Dad and I noticed Vanessa becoming more stressed and Haley withdrawing more, but we assumed everything would work out. This was an error. When you notice unusual signs in your family, take the initiative to identify and address the underlying issues. Do not wait until everything explodes. My story ends here. Before I finish the story, I'd like to ask you a question. What would you do if you saw your sister smashing your child's violin? Please share your thoughts in the comments section below the story. And if you were moved by the story, please subscribe to the channel to show your support. Goodbye, and we'll see you again. My mom slapped me for asking about my own donation. 3 days later, her pastor called me demanding $10,000. So I took her down with one legal letter. Hello, I'm Lena, and last Easter Sunday, my mother smacked me across the face in front of our entire extended family for refusing to write another check to her church. However, that wasn't the worst part. 3 days later, Pastor Reed called me personally, not to inquire about my well-being, but to inquire about when I would be reinstating my $15,000 annual contribution to the building fund. That's when I realized my mother had been using my money to establish herself as the most generous family at Grace Community Church for the previous 6 years. I never expected that sticking up for myself would lead to the discovery of a web of falsehoods that stretched over my entire life. However, the folks who raised you to be good are often the ones who take advantage of your goodness. As I drove into my parents' home on Easter Sunday morning in Riverside, Ohio, the March air still had the bite of winter. Mom has been messaging since 7 a.m. about arriving early to assist with the ham, but I suspected it was more about making sure I looked nice before the rest of the family came. My Honda Civic appeared humble next to Dad's newly washed Silverado and Clara's dazzling Audi SUV, which were already parked in the circular drive. I pulled the store-bought dinner rolls from my passenger seat, fully expecting Mom to say something about how she had been up since dawn, cooking everything from scratch. The front door was unlocked, as is customary on family gathering days, and the aroma of brown sugar and cloves hit me the instant I went inside. Classical music wafted from the kitchen, accompanied by the sound of pots clattering and Mom's voice directing traffic. The Mitchell family home on Maple Street had not changed much since I was a child. The same beige walls are lined with family photos in similar gold frames. The same burgundy carpet that revealed every trace of lint. The same formal living room that no one was allowed to live in. Clara's laughter could be heard from the kitchen. She was undoubtedly already Mom's favorite helper, while I was invariably tasked with setting the table or folding napkins. Mom emerged in the hallway wearing her best Easter dress, a navy blue outfit with pearl buttons that she had purchased specifically for church this morning. Her hair was groomed in exquisite waves, and her makeup looked professional. She drew me into a hug that felt more like a performance than love, the kind where she could whisper instructions without anybody else listening. Lena, honey, you look tired. Did you remember to bring the offering envelope I gave you last week? She whispered into my ear. Pastor Reed mentioned the building fund is still short for this quarter. I drew back, little perplexed. Mom, I already set up the automatic transfer for this year. The first payment went through last month. I had certainly planned for my yearly $15,000 donation to be divided into quarterly payments, something I had begun doing 3 years ago to better manage my nonprofit salary. Her smile tightened almost subtly. Well, yes, but there are always additional opportunities to give. The church is doing such important work, and our family has always been known for its generosity. She took my elbow and led me to the kitchen. Come say hello to everyone. Clara brought the most beautiful flowers. The kitchen was filled with typical pandemonium. Dad stood near the coffee pot in his Sunday khakis and button-down shirt, his hair still showing comb marks from this morning's church service. Clara arranged white lilies in a crystal vase, her movements precise and beautiful. She looked up as we arrived, her grin warm but calculated. Lena, perfect timing. I was just telling Mom about Eric's promotion. He's going to be managing the entire Northeast region now. Clara's husband Eric emerged from the pantry holding a bottle of wine. His fine watch caught the light as he extended his hand for the customary polite handshake. Congratulations, I responded, actually meaning it, despite the simmering competition between Clara and me. That's really exciting. Thanks. We're actually looking at houses in the Riverside Heights area now. You know, Something with more space for when we start a family. Clara's hand rested on her flat stomach in a seemingly rehearsed position. Of course, we want to stay close to the church. Community is so important. This announcement made Mom happy. Isn't that wonderful? Clara and Eric understand the value of putting down roots, being part of something bigger than themselves. The suggestion lingered in the air like the aroma of ham. I lived downtown in a leased loft, went to church occasionally, and at 28, showed no signs of settling down with the type of man Mom might brag about at church social gatherings. I kept myself busy organizing the dinner rolls in a basket, attempting to avoid the usual sting of being found lacking. I didn't disagree with the value of community, but Grace Community Church had always seemed more like a social climbing opportunity than a spiritual home. The church was wealthy, primarily white, and appeared to prioritize charity giving as a status symbol over practical work. Lena's been so generous to the church too, Mom began abruptly, her voice carrying that special tone she used when she wanted everyone to pay attention. Haven't you, honey? Pastor Reed was just telling me how much he appreciates your family's commitment to the building fund. Something in her phrase made me pause. Your family's obligation, not yours. I looked at her, but she had already moved on, inspecting the ham in the oven with theatrical care. Uncle Henry came 20 minutes later, accompanied by his wife and my cousin Nora, plus 2 additional carloads of family I had only seen on vacations and funerals. The house was filled with the happy noise that comes from people who love each other, but don't always like each other very much. Everyone assembled in the dining room, where Mom had set the table with her wedding china and excellent silver that needed to be hand-washed. His words were, "Grace, thanking God for family, for blessings, and for the opportunity to give back to the community that had given us so much." The amens resonated around the table, and the subject turned to pot roast and glazed carrots. Uncle Henry discussed how his landscaping business was picking up for the spring. Nora presented updates about her nursing program. Eric dominated much of the talk, telling stories about his new job and their house-searching travels. I found myself largely listening, contributing when specifically requested, but feeling strangely removed from the entire event. There was a performative quality to it all, as if we were all playing roles we had been assigned long before. Clara was the successful daughter who had the ideal marriage. I was the artistic one who had yet to figure out her life. Mom and Dad were the community's pillars of generosity and respect. Lena, Nora was asking about your job at the nonprofit, Mom added, bringing me back into the discussion. Tell her about the work you're doing with homeless families. I smiled at Nora, delighted to be discussing something I was genuinely interested in. We're working on a new program to help families transition from temporary housing into permanent situations. It's challenging, but really rewarding when you see someone get back on their feet. That's so admirable, Nora replied. It must be hard though, seeing all that need up close. It is, but it's also inspiring. People are so resilient when they're given real support, instead of just charity that makes the giver feel good. The remarks came out more pointed than I had intended, and I noticed Mom's stern glare across the table. Well, charity is important too, Eric remarked. I mean, without people willing to give generously, organizations like yours couldn't function. Absolutely, I agreed. I just think it's important that the giving actually helps people, instead of just making the donors feel better about themselves. An awkward quiet fell over the table. Uncle Henry cleared his throat and asked Dad about the upcoming busy season at the hardware store. The subject changed smoothly to business and weather forecasts, but I could see Mom's disdain emanating from her end of the table. Mom stopped me in the kitchen after dinner, as the men gathered in the living room to chat baseball and the women began clearing dishes. Clara was at the sink, methodically rinsing plates, but I could see she was paying attention. Lena, I need to talk to you about something, Mom whispered quietly. Pastor Reed mentioned that there might be some confusion about your donation this year. I placed down the serving platter that I had been drying. What kind of confusion? Well, apparently the amount that came through was less than what the church was expecting based on previous years. Mom's voice had taken on that cautious, measured tone she used when she was going to ask for something she knew I didn't want to give. Mom, I gave the same amount I give every year, $15,000, just split into quarterly payments instead of one lump sum. Clara looked away from the sink, her demeanor perfectly neutral. Maybe there was a banking error or something. I don't think so, I replied softly. I can check my bank statements, but I'm pretty sure everything went through correctly. Mom sighed, full of maternal disappointment. The thing is, honey, the church really needs that money for the new fellowship hall. Construction costs have gone up, and Pastor Reed is counting on our family's continued support. Our family's support? Well, yes. The Mitchell family has always been known for our generosity. Your father and I have been giving to the church for 30 years, and when you started contributing, it really meant something to Pastor Reed. It showed that our values were being passed down. I felt something chilly settle into my gut. Mom, are you saying that the church thinks Dad is the one making my donations? The hush lasted too long. Clara had become very still at the sink, and Mom's face had assumed the smooth, blank expression she used when she was prepared to lie. It's not about who gets the credit, Lena. It's about the family being seen as united in our commitment to the church. But I write the checks. My name is on the donation forms. Yes, but you use our address, since you move around so much. And Pastor Reed knows you're our daughter, so naturally he associates it with our family's overall giving. The parts were beginning to fit together in a way that made me feel sick. Mom, does Pastor Reed think that you and Dad are giving $25,000 a year instead of 10? Her cheeks reddened slightly. I don't see why the specific breakdown matters. What matters is that Grace Community is receiving support from faithful families. It matters because it's my money. And if people think it's coming from you, then you're getting credit for my generosity. My voice grew louder, and I could see Clara casting worrisome glances toward the dining room, where the rest of the family was still gathering. Don't be so dramatic, Lena. No one's stealing anything from you. We're all part of the same family, working toward the same goals. Are we? Because it seems like you've been letting people think you're more generous than you actually are, using my donations to boost your reputation at church. Mom's expression tightened. That is completely unfair. Your father and I have been faithful members of Grace Community since before you were born. We raised you to understand the importance of giving back. If you're suddenly concerned about getting personal recognition for your donations, maybe you need to examine your motives. The accusation landed like a smack. Here I was, trying to figure out why my donations were being credited to my parents, while I was being accused of having selfish reasons. This isn't about recognition, I responded, my tone taut with repressed rage. This is about honesty. If Pastor Reed thinks our family is giving $25,000 a year and you're not correcting that impression, then you're lying. How dare you accuse me of lying? Mom's voice had become dangerously quiet. After everything we've done for you, all the values we've tried to instill, this is how you talk to your mother. Clara turned away from the sink, her hands still soaking. Maybe we should all just calm down. It's Easter, and family is more important than money. It's not about the money, I emphasized. It's about the principle. The principle? Mom's voice rose now. The principle is that you support your family and your church without keeping score. The principle is that you're grateful for the blessings you've received instead of acting like some kind of victim. I'm not acting like a victim. I'm asking for honesty about where my money is going and who's getting credit for it. Your money? Mom repeated the words as if they were unpleasant. Everything you have because your father and I raised you right, sent you to college, supported you when you decided to work for pennies at some nonprofit instead of getting a real job. And now you're worried about getting credit for your donations. The unfairness stole my breath away. I had paid my own way through college using scholarships and loans. I'd never asked them for money as an adult. I had been donating to their church for 6 years, expecting nothing in return, except that the money go where I wanted it to go. I'm not asking for credit, I explained, my voice cracking. I'm asking you to stop taking credit for something you didn't do. And that's when she struck me. The slap came so fast that I didn't see it coming. I was standing by the kitchen counter trying to convey my viewpoint when suddenly my cheek burned and my head rang. The sound resonated around the kitchen, like a gunshot. Clara gave a gasp. The talk in the dining room came to a halt. I could hear chairs scrapping across the floor as people attempted to find out what had happened. I stood there, one hand raising involuntarily to touch my cheek, staring at my mother in utter shock. She hadn't touched me once in the previous 28 years. She was breathing quickly, her cheeks flushed with fury and possibly embarrassment. Don't you ever talk to me like that again, she demanded, her voice low and spiteful. Not in my house, not in front of my family, you ungrateful, selfish little girl. The words hung in the air between us, like poison. I could hear footsteps approaching from the dining room and voices inquiring if everything was all right. But all I could think of was the look in my mother's eyes. It wasn't all anger. It was colder, more calculated, as if she saw me as an impediment to be overcome rather than a daughter to be loved. I picked up my purse from the counter where I had left it earlier. My hands were remarkably steady, but I could feel a tremble beginning deep in my chest. I'm leaving, I explained quietly. Lena. Wait. Clara reached for my arm, but I drew back. I'm done. I proceeded through the dining room, where my entire extended family sat still in their chairs, forks halfway to their mouths, eyes wide with surprise and embarrassment. Uncle Henry attempted to stand, but I shook my head. "Happy Easter, everyone," I remarked, my tone remarkably regular. "Thank you for dinner." I let myself out of the front door and took careful steps to my car. I could hear voices behind me, yelling out my name, but I didn't turn around. I got into my Honda, started the motor, and drove away from Maple Street for what I thought would be the final time. It wasn't until I got 3 blocks away that I began crying. Not the dramatic wailing type of crying you see in movies, but the calm, constant tears that occur when you know something fundamental has changed in your life and there is no turning back. I drove to Layla's apartment complex and waited in the parking lot for 10 minutes, attempting to gather my thoughts enough to explain what had occurred. Layla Rodriguez had been my closest friend since college. She was the type of person who would drop everything to help you relocate or bring you soup when you were sick. She worked as a county social worker, so she recognized the value of family as well as the harm that families can cause. When she opened her door and saw my face, she asked no questions. She simply pulled me inside, prepared tea and waited for me to find the words. "She hit me," I finally murmured, sitting on Layla's couch with a mug of chamomile to warm my hands. "My mother actually slapped me because I questioned whether she was taking credit for my church donations." Layla's dark eyes burned with rage. "She what?" I recounted her the entire event, beginning with the unpleasant chat in the morning and ending with Mom's hand touching my cheek. Layla listened without interrupting, her expression darkening with every detail. "Lena, that's not just about money or credit, that's about control. She's been using your generosity to boost her own status. And when you called her on it, she got violent. I keep thinking I must have said something wrong, or pushed too hard." "No," Layla replied firmly. "You asked reasonable questions about your own money. Her reaction tells you everything you need to know about her motives." That night, I stayed at Layla's, sleeping on her couch and attempting to figure out what had happened. My phone buzzed with texts from Clara, each of which said something like, "Mom is really upset and you should apologize." Nothing from Mom herself. And nothing from Dad. Monday morning arrived dark and drizzling, which matched my attitude well. I went to work at the Riverside Family Services Center, and my position directing marketing for the homeless aid program felt like the most honest thing I'd ever done. I spent the day preparing grant proposals and updating the website, thankful for work that didn't require me to act like everything was all right. Pastor Reed called on Tuesday afternoon. I was going over spreadsheets for our upcoming fundraising drive when my desk phone called. The caller ID indicated Grace Community Church, and for a brief time, I pondered leaving the call on voicemail, but curiosity won out, and I answered on the 4th ring. Lena Mitchell speaking. "Lena, this is Pastor William Reed from Grace Community. I hope I'm not catching you at a bad time." His speech had the practiced warmth that church leaders develop through years of pastoral care. But something below it caused me to sit up taller in my chair. "Hello, Pastor Reed. What can I do for you?" "Well, I wanted to reach out personally about a rather delicate matter. It seems there may have been some confusion regarding your family's donation commitment for this year's building fund." I felt my stomach drop. After everything that had transpired on Easter, I didn't want to have this conversation with my family's pastor. "What kind of confusion?" "Our records show that the Mitchell family pledged $25,000 for this year's building campaign, but we've only received $15,000 so far. I wanted to check if perhaps there was a delay with the remaining payment, or if there were any issues I should be aware of." The words struck me like freezing water. "Pastor Reed, I think there's been a misunderstanding. I donated $15,000, which is my annual contribution. I've never pledged $25,000. There was a lengthy delay on the other end of the telephone. "I see. Well, perhaps I should clarify. When your mother and I discussed the building fund back in January, she indicated that the Mitchell family would be increasing their total contribution this year. She mentioned that you had done very well financially and were eager to give more generously." My hand squeezed around the phone. "My mother told you I wanted to give more money. She spoke very highly of your commitment to the church and your desire to follow in your parents' footsteps of generous giving. I believe her exact words were that you understood the importance of sacrificing for God's work." I closed my eyes and tried to digest what I was hearing. Not only had my mother taken credit for my donations, but she had also reportedly promised the church more money, without consulting me. "Pastor Reed, I need to be very clear about something. I give $15,000 to Grace Community every year, and that's my personal decision, and my personal money. My parents contribute separately from their own funds. If my mother suggested that I would be giving more, she was mistaken." Another uneasy quiet. "I appreciate your clarification, Lena. However, I do hope you'll understand that the church has made commitments based on the pledges we received. The construction company is depending on these funds, and we've already had to take out a loan to cover the shortfall. The guilt trip was so apparent it was almost offensive. I understand that funding is important, but I can only be responsible for what I actually pledged, which was $15,000. Of course. I wouldn't want to pressure you, but I do wonder if perhaps you might consider whether God is calling you to stretch your faith through increased giving. Your parents have always been such wonderful examples of sacrificial generosity. Again, my parents were held up as the benchmark, with the suggestion that I was falling short if I didn't meet their claimed degree of generosity. Except, I was beginning to suspect that their reputation for generosity was mostly due to my contributions. Pastor Reed, can I ask you something? When you think of the Mitchell family's total annual giving, what amount comes to mind? Well, I don't like to discuss specific numbers, but your family has consistently been among our most generous supporters. I believe the total has been around $25,000 to $30,000 annually. My parents gave $10,000. I gave $15,000. The math was straightforward, but Pastor Reed had been persuaded to assume it was all down to Mom and Dad's selfless gift, rather than understanding that more than half of it was my own contribution. I think there may have been some miscommunication about how our family's giving is structured, I added quietly. My donations are separate from my parents' donations. We're not giving as a single unit. I see. Pastor Reed seemed perplexed now. Your mother always presents the family contributions as a unified commitment. She's spoken so beautifully about how your father has worked hard to provide for the family, and how that enables everyone to give generously to God's work. The picture became clearer and more frustrating by the minute. Mom not only took credit for my money, but she also created a story in which Dad was the provider, allowing everyone else to be kind. Meanwhile, I was working full-time and donating from my own pay to a church where I was barely acknowledged as an individual. Pastor Reed, I need to clarify my position. Going forward, I'll be making my own donation decisions independently. If there were any commitments made on my behalf without my knowledge, I can't be held responsible for those. I understand your position, Lena, though I admit I'm somewhat surprised. Your mother spoke so passionately about the family's shared vision for supporting the church's growth. My mother doesn't speak for me when it comes to my financial decisions. The comments came out stronger than I had intended, and I could detect a shift in Pastor Reed's tone when he reacted. Of course not. I certainly didn't mean to overstep. However, I do hope you'll pray about whether you might find it in your heart to help us through this difficult situation. The building fund is so close to its goal, and every dollar makes a difference. I'll think about it, I responded, knowing full well what I was going to say. Thank you for calling, Pastor Reed. Thank you, Lena, and please give my regards to your parents. Your mother mentioned that Easter dinner was lovely. After hanging up, I sat staring at my computer screen without seeing anything. Easter dinner was amazing. Right up until Mom struck me for questioning her sincerity regarding these donations. The fact that she had spoken to Pastor Reed about Easter as if it had been a joyful family gathering felt like an extra layer of dishonesty. I opened my laptop and accessed my online banking. There it was, my automated quarterly donation of $3,750 to Grace Community Church, made through the March Fund. I took a screenshot of the transaction and then navigated back through past months. Every payment is always on time and in the exact amount. Then I had another thought. I opened a new browser tab and browsed to the Grace Community website. Most churches list their big benefactors in yearly reports or newsletter acknowledgments. I found what I was looking for in the previous year's stewardship report. A list of families who had contributed more than $10,000, organized by giving level. The Mitchell family were in the $25,000 category, not Thomas or Janet Mitchell, not Thomas Janet or Lena Mitchell, it's just the Mitchell family, as if we were some type of financial entity where individual contributions were irrelevant. I felt nauseous. For 6 years, I had consistently given money to a religion that did not even recognize me as a person. Every dollar I provided was absorbed into my parents' reputation, allowing them to be hailed as great philanthropists while I went unnoticed. I contacted Layla during my lunch break because I needed to discuss what I had discovered with someone who could help me think straight. That's financial fraud, she replied right after I detailed the phone call. Maybe not legally, since you did authorize the donations, but ethically, it's completely wrong. What's really bothering me is that Pastor Reed seemed genuinely surprised to learn that I make my own giving decisions. Like it had never occurred to him that I might be a separate person with my own relationship to the church. Because your mother has spent years presenting you as an extension of their family unit, rather than an adult with your own autonomy. It's a classic control tactic. I keep wondering if I should have seen this coming. There were signs like how Mom always wanted to know when I'd made my donations, or how she'd mentioned my generosity to other church members. Lena, you trusted your mother to be honest about something as basic as where your money was going. That's not naive, that's normal. The fact that she violated that trust says everything about her character and nothing about your judgment. That afternoon I wrote an email to Pastor Reed. I kept it simple and professional, noting that I would continue to donate $15,000 annually as agreed, but that any additional commitments made on my behalf were not permitted and would not be honored. I also requested that future messages regarding my donations be sent to me directly rather than through my parents. I did not submit it immediately. Instead, I saved it as a draft and chose to sleep on it. But that evening my phone started ringing. First, there was Clara. Lena, Mom is really upset. She says you were rude to Pastor Reed and made the family look bad. I was honest with Pastor Reed about my own donations. If that made anyone look bad, maybe they should examine why. Can't you just apologize for the sake of family harmony? Apologize for what? For not giving money I didn't promise to give? You know what I mean. Mom's been crying all day. The manipulation was so obvious it was almost comical. Mom beats me, lies about my donations, is caught in her lying, and I'm supposed to apologize to make her feel better? Clara, did you know that the church thinks Mom and Dad give $25,000 a year instead of 10? I don't really pay attention to those details. Well, you should. Because if they're taking credit for money they didn't give, that affects the whole family's reputation. Why does it matter who gets credit? We're all family. That word came up again. We're all family, as if being connected somehow eliminated the requirement for fundamental honesty and respect. It matters because it's lying, Clara. It matters because I work hard for my money, and I should get to decide how it's acknowledged when I give it away. You're being really selfish about this. I hung up. 20 minutes later, Dad called. His approach was different, more conciliatory, but still aimed at convincing me to back down. Lena, honey, I think there's been a big misunderstanding here. Your mother never meant to take credit for anything you've done. Dad, Pastor Reed told me that Mom promised I would increase my donation this year without asking me first. How is that not taking credit for my money? She was just trying to show the pastor that our family is committed to the church. Sometimes she gets a little enthusiastic about these things. A little enthusiastic? She let the church believe you two were giving $25,000 a year when you're actually giving $10. There was a prolonged pause. How did you know how much we give? The question took me off guard. I didn't until I started putting the pieces together. Pastor Reed said the Mitchell family gives $25,000 to $30,000 annually. I give 15, so I figured. You figured we only give 10? Dad's voice had become cooler. I didn't figure anything judgmental about it, Dad. $10,000 is generous, but it's not $25,000. And letting people think it is becomes a problem when they start expecting more. Your mother has devoted her life to that church, Lena. She volunteers for every committee, organizes half the social events, and brings meals to every family in crisis. If the pastor wants to recognize our family's overall contribution to the community, that includes more than just money. He was correct about Mom's voluntary activities, but that was not the issue. I'm not questioning Mom's service to the church. I'm questioning why my financial contributions are being absorbed into your reputation instead of being acknowledged as my own choice. Because you are our daughter, and we have trained you to be generous and faithful. Because when you give to the church, it reflects the values we instilled in you. But I am not a child anymore, Dad. I'm 28 years old, and I have my own work and relationship with my faith. When I want to offer money, that is my decision. And we're proud of that decision. We have never said differently. So why does Pastor Reed believe you are the one making sacrifices to enable everyone else's generosity? Another lapse in stillness. I think you're reading too much into casual conversation, Lena. Am I? Because Pastor Reed highlighted how hard you work to care for your family, which allows everyone to give freely. That is not a casual conversation, Dad. That's a specific narrative about who is accountable for the money. Look, your mother is upset and puzzled by all of this. She hit you and feels bad about it. Can't we simply put this behind us and go on as a family? There was the closest thing to an acknowledgement of what had happened on Easter, wrapped in a request to forget about it and pretend everything was well. Daddy, she didn't simply smack me. She accused me of being ungrateful and selfish for asking honest questions regarding my own money. And now she's claiming that I was rude to Pastor Reed when all I did was explain that she cannot make financial obligations on my behalf. She is your mother, Lena. She loves you. Love doesn't give someone the right to lie about my money or hit me when I object. You are not flawless, you know. Maybe you should approach these conversations with a bit more humility. I hung up on him too. By Thursday, the pressure campaign was in full swing. I received texts from 3 different aunts. All variations on the theme of family is more important than money, and your mother is heartbroken. Uncle Henry called to say he didn't know all the details but hoped I would consider the bigger picture. And my cousin Nora weighed in with a carefully worded message about forgiveness and moving forward. The fact that I had been physically assaulted for inquiring about my own donations did not seem to register as relevant information. What struck me the most was that no one asked for my side of the story, as if they all assumed I had done something wrong and needed to apologize. Friday afternoon I emailed Pastor Reed. That evening my phone called again. This time, it was Mom. Lena Elizabeth Mitchell, I cannot believe you would embarrass this family the way you have. There was no hello, no apologies for assaulting me, no indication that we would need to talk about what had happened, only immediate attack mode. Hi Mom. Don't you say hi to me, Mom. Pastor Reed called me today, deeply concerned about your email. He claimed you were expecting special appreciation for your donations while refusing to honor the family's promises. That was not what I said at all. He claims you assured him you wouldn't be liable for any agreements made on your behalf. That's exactly what you said, because you promised him money without consulting me first. You told him I wanted to raise my donations, but I never said anything like that. Lena, I was attempting to aid the church. The building fund was running low, and I knew you cared about the community. Then you should have asked me instead of making promises with my money. It isn't simply your money. Everything you have is the result of your family's upbringing and the ideals we taught you. When you donate to the church, you represent all of us. I am expressing myself, Mom. I am an adult who makes my own decisions concerning my income. Your own income from a job working with homeless people instead of using the education we paid for to build a real career. There it was. The underlying reason of her rage wasn't church donations at all, but my failure to meet her expectations of what my life should be like. Mom, my job is real. It's a meaningful job that benefits others. It's a hobby job with no remuneration. If you'd married someone stable, like Clara did, or gone into business, as we suggested, you'd have the wherewithal to make a real impact instead of dabbling in charitable work. I am making a difference. And I have resources. I have enough money to donate $15,000 to your church each year, which appears to make me generous enough to improve your reputation, but not responsible enough to manage my own finances. How could you say we are using you for money? Everything we've done has been for your benefit. Are you claiming credit for my donations, including promising the church that I will give more without being asked? I have never taken credit for anything. I just informed Pastor Reed that the Mitchell family supported the church's mission. If you want to start keeping track of who gives what, you might think about how much your father and I have put into raising you. It's not about keeping score, Mom. This is about basic honesty. Honesty? Do you want to talk about honesty? How about being honest and honoring your parents rather than humiliating us in front of our pastor? I did not disgrace anyone. I clarified my own financial commitments. You made us look like liars. The revelation remained in the air between us. She'd basically admitted that they'd been misrepresenting their donating, but it was my fault for bringing it up. Mom, if clarifying the truth makes you look like liars, maybe the problem isn't what I said. Don't you dare lecture me about truth, you ungrateful little brat. After everything we've done for you, this is how you repay us? By making us appear horrible in church. I don't mean to make you appear awful. I'm attempting to ensure that my personal contributions are acknowledged. Honestly, your contributions wouldn't exist without everything we gave you. First, your education, your values, your opportunities. If you think you can just take credit for everything you've accomplished without acknowledging where it came from, you're more selfish than I thought. I've never denied that you raised me or that my values came from my upbringing. But giving money to charity is my choice, made with my income, from my bank account. That's not selfish, Mom. That's just factual. Facts. She spat the word as if it were profane. You want facts? Here's a fact. You're 28 years old, unmarried, working a job that barely pays your rent, and living alone in some apartment downtown like you're too good for family. You donate money to get attention and recognition because you don't have anything else in your life worth bragging about. The savagery stole my breath away. Not only the words, but their deliberate nature. She had recognized and weaponized every insecurity I'd ever confessed with her in a single paragraph. I donate money because I believe in the church's mission, not for attention. Then why do you care so much about getting credit? Why can't you just be happy that the money is helping people? Because when you take credit for my generosity, it becomes your generosity instead of mine. And when you promise additional money without asking me, you're spending my resources without my consent. Resources. She chuckled, but it wasn't funny. What resources? You make $35,000 a year working for a nonprofit. The only reason you can afford to give away $15,000 is because you don't have a family to support or a real life to maintain. My life is real, Mom. Is it? When's the last time you brought someone home for dinner? When's the last time you made any effort to find a husband or start a family? You give money to the church because it's easier than building actual relationships. I had to end this conversation before things got any worse. I'm not going to continue discussing my personal life or my donation decisions. I've been clear with Pastor Reed about my position, and that's final. Your position, like you're some kind of business executive instead of our daughter, who's forgotten where she came from. I haven't forgotten anything, Mom. I just refuse to be treated like a child when it comes to my own money. Then stop acting like a child. Stop being so selfish and stubborn. Apologize to Pastor Reed. Commit to the building fund contribution you should have made in the first place. And remember that family loyalty means something. And if I don't? The silence was lengthy enough that I assumed she had hung up. Then you'll have to live with the consequences of your choices. The warning was vague but obvious. I was given an ultimatum. Comply with their requests or risk punishment. I can live with the consequences of being honest about my own donations, Mom. We'll see about that. She hung up. I sat on my couch, staring at the phone in my fingers, trying to figure out what had just happened. In 1 week, I went from being a devoted daughter who willingly donated to her family's church, to an ungrateful, selfish and difficult child who deserved to be punished for expressing fundamental financial autonomy. But something changed in me during that talk. Mom's brutal precision in her personal attacks indicated something significant. This was not truly about church donations at all. This was about maintaining control by putting me in a dependent, childish role in which my decisions and achievements could be incorporated into the family narrative without regard for my unique identity. I opened my laptop and started writing an email to Grace Community Church's administrative office. If they wished to regard the Mitchell family as a single financial unit, they were about to find out what happened when a member of that unit decided to resign from participation. The next morning, I would contact the church's finance secretary and ask that my name be removed from any family-based contributor recognition. My future donations, if any, will be made independently and acknowledged individually, or not at all. But first, I needed to figure out how much effect my money had on my parents at Grace Community Church. I spent Saturday morning at the Riverside Public Library, using their computers to look into Grace Community Church's financial records and public filings. What I discovered made my stomach turn unexpectedly. The prior year's annual report from the church included more than just a list of donations. It included thorough breakdowns of committee leadership, volunteer appreciation, and special awards for noteworthy efforts. The Mitchell family received recognition for more than simply their $25,000 contribution. Mom was named chair of the Ladies' Auxiliary, co-chair of the annual charity auction, and received the Faithful Servant Award for outstanding community service. Dad's name appeared on the Finance Committee and the Building Fund Oversight Board, both of which had a substantial impact on how the church's money was spent and which projects received priority funding. I compared their volunteer involvement to the timing of my donations. Mom had been elected chair of the Ladies' Auxiliary exactly 6 months after I made my first substantial contribution to the church. Dad joined the Finance Committee the next year. Every elevation in their church leadership appeared to coincide with my continuous giving pattern. The most damaging evidence, however, came from the Building Fund Committee's meeting minutes, which were public record, because the church was pursuing city construction licenses. The December meeting notes included a direct quotation from Dad. The Mitchell family stands ready to lead by example in this campaign. We believe in putting our money where our faith is. Our money, we have faith. He was practically speaking for me in formal church business, pledging resources that I had never consented to provide. I printed everything out and drove to Layla's flat. When I arrived, she was still in her jammies and appeared much more calm than I was. You look like you haven't slept, she added, pouring coffee for me without asking. I've been doing research. I put the printouts across the kitchen table. Look at this. Layla reviewed the documents while I recounted what I had discovered. Her expression darkened as she read the meeting minutes and donor acknowledgments. Lena, this is worse than I thought. They're not just taking credit for your money, they're using your donations to buy influence, and then wielding that influence to make commitments on your behalf. That's what I was thinking. Dad's on the committee that approved the building fund budget, which means he had input into how much money they planned to raise. And then he stood up in meetings promising that our family would contribute more. It's a conflict of interest at minimum. He's using inside information about church finances to make promises with money that isn't his, and he's doing it from a position of authority that he obtained partly through your donations. I slumped onto Layla's kitchen chair, overwhelmed by what I had discovered. I thought this was just about them taking credit for my generosity, but they've been using my money to build a power base at church. And now that you're pushing back, they're afraid of losing that power. That's why your mom is so angry. It's not really about the church or your faith, it's about their status in the community. Layla poured my coffee and sat across from me. What do you want to do about this? I don't know. Part of me wants to expose everything, show the church exactly how the Mitchell family's generous reputation was built. But part of me just wants to walk away and never think about any of these people again. Those aren't mutually exclusive options. You can expose the truth and then walk away. But if I do that, I'm not just hurting my parents. There are other people at church who genuinely care about the community and the building project. If my revelations cause a scandal, it could hurt programs that actually help people. Lena, you're not responsible for cleaning up other people's messes. Your parents created this situation by lying and manipulating. If there are consequences for the church, that's on them, not you. She was correct, but it still seemed overwhelming. I never wanted to be the one who pulled down institutions or caused community strife. I only wanted my contributions to be appreciated, honestly. Clara texted me. Mom wants to know if you're planning to come to church tomorrow. People are asking questions. I showed Layla the message, and she rolled her eyes. People are asking questions because your mother probably told them some version of events that makes you look like the problem. I can't face going to church right now. The thought of sitting there while Pastor Reed gives a sermon about forgiveness and family values, knowing what I know about how the finances really work, it makes me sick. Then don't go. You don't owe anyone your presence at church, especially not when they're treating you this badly. I spent the rest of the weekend at Layla's house, helping her arrange her wardrobe and trying not to worry about what was going on at Grace Community Church that Sunday morning. But Monday brought a new level of strain that I was unprepared for. Carol Jensen, the church secretary, phoned me at work. Her tone was carefully neutral, as is customary for church workers when giving uncomfortable leadership messages. Lena, Pastor Reed asked me to reach out about your donation status for this quarter. Our records show some confusion about whether you'll be fulfilling the commitment that was made on behalf of your family. Carol, I sent Pastor Reed an email explaining that I didn't make any additional commitments beyond my regular annual donation. Yes, he mentioned that, but he's concerned about the discrepancy between what was pledged and what we've received. The building fund is depending on those commitments. I understand that funding is important, but I can only be responsible for commitments I actually made. Of course. But Lena, I hope you'll consider that your family has always been such strong supporters of the church. Your parents' leadership has been invaluable to our community. There it was again, mild pressure veiled in recognition of my parents' donations, as if their volunteer work required me to provide money I hadn't pledged to give. I appreciate everything my parents do for the church, Carol, but my financial decisions are separate from theirs. I understand. Pastor Reed just asked me to make sure you knew how much the church values the Mitchell family's partnership. He's hoping we can find a way to work through this misunderstanding. There's no misunderstanding on my end. I've been very clear about my donation intentions. Of course. Well, if you change your mind or want to discuss options for supporting the building fund, please let me know. After I hung up, I knew the church's pressure campaign had only just begun. They were not going to take my situation gently. They planned to keep pushing, using my parents' reputation and their own authority to attempt to wear me down. That afternoon I called Nathan Cole, a lawyer Layla had recommended who specializes in nonprofit and family law. His office was downtown, in one of those renovated historic buildings that attempted to strike a compromise between professional legitimacy and approachable appeal. Nathan was probably in his early 40s, with graying hair and a placid manner that suggested he'd witnessed every conceivable type of family financial stress. I described the incident as he took notes on a legal pad. So your parents have been misrepresenting your donations as part of their own giving. They used that false reputation to gain leadership positions at the church, and now they're using those positions to make financial commitments on your behalf. He summarized. That's the core of it, yes. And when you attempted to clarify the situation, your mother physically assaulted you. Hearing it so clearly made it sound even worse than it felt at the time. She slapped me. Yes. Lena, what you're describing could potentially be fraud depending on how the church's donation records are maintained and whether your parents received any direct benefits from their false reputation. What kind of benefits? Leadership positions that come with decision-making authority, social status that could benefit them professionally or personally, access to church resources or facilities. If they gain tangible advantages by lying about their giving levels, that could cross legal lines. I had not considered the professional viewpoint. Dad's hardware store conducted a lot of business with church members, and Mom's volunteer leadership most likely created doors in the community that helped them financially. What would you recommend? First, document everything, every conversation, every email, every piece of evidence about how your donations were misrepresented. Second, formally withdraw any authorization for your parents to speak on your behalf regarding financial matters. Third, consider whether you want to notify the church leadership about the misrepresentation. Would that create legal problems for my parents? Possibly. If the church has been making financial decisions based on false information, they could have grounds for action against whoever provided that false information. But Lena, that's not your responsibility to prevent. Your parents created this situation. Nathan led me through the process of documenting financial abuse, which is apparently more widespread in familial situations than I had previously understood. He provided me with paperwork for tracking communications, and a template for formally notifying institutions that my parents were not permitted to make commitments on my behalf. One more thing, he added as I prepared to depart. If this escalates, if they start threatening your employment, or trying to damage your reputation in the community, document that too. Retaliation often reveals the true motives behind the original deception. I drove home feeling better prepared to face the problem, but also more aware of how serious it had gotten. This was no longer just a financial disagreement among family members. It was possibly a legal issue with serious ramifications for everyone concerned. That evening, I sent formal letters to Grace Community Church and my parents. The letter to the church requested that my gift records be kept separate from any family accounts, and that I be informed directly regarding all aspects of my donations. The letter to my parents stated that they were no longer authorized to make financial commitments on my behalf, and that I would hold them accountable for any debts imposed in my name. I did not send either letter promptly. Instead, I addressed my Uncle Henry, my father's brother, who had always appeared to be the most rational member of the extended family. Lena, I'm glad you called. I've been worried about you since Easter. Uncle Henry, I need to ask you something, and I need you to be honest with me. Of course. How much do you think Mom and Dad give to Grace Community Church every year? There was a pause. I don't really know the specifics, honey. Why? Because I've been giving $15,000 annually, and I just found out that the church thinks it's all coming from Mom and Dad. They've been taking credit for my donations and using that false reputation to gain leadership positions. Are you sure about that? Your parents have always been generous people. I'm sure about my own donations, Uncle Henry. I have bank records, and I'm sure about what Pastor Reed told me regarding the family's total giving. Another pause. That does sound problematic if they've been misrepresenting things. It gets worse. Mom promised the church I would increase my donation this year without asking me. When I questioned her about it, she slapped me. She what? She hit me, Uncle Henry, in front of the whole family. Jesus, Lena. I didn't know it had gotten physical. So everyone knows there was some kind of conflict, but nobody knows the details. Your mother told us there had been a misunderstanding about church donations, and that you'd gotten upset and left. She made it sound like you'd overreacted to something minor. She's been spinning the story to make me look like the problem. It sounds like there's a lot more going on than I understood. Lena, what do you need from me? The question took me off guard. After a week of family members urging me to apologize and give in, having someone ask what I needed seemed revolutionary. I need people to know the truth. I need them to understand that I didn't overreact or create drama over nothing. I was defending myself against lies and manipulation. I believe you, and I'll make sure other people know there's more to the story than what your mother has been saying. Thank you. That means more than you know. Lena, can I ask you something? What do you want to happen now? Do you want to repair things with your parents, or are you done with them? I had been avoiding the question, but Uncle Henry's forthright approach compelled me to face it. I don't know if repair is possible, Uncle Henry. This isn't just about money or church donations, it's about them treating me like a child whose decisions don't matter, taking credit for my choices and then getting violent when I object. I can't pretend that's okay. I understand. And for what it's worth, I think you're handling this with more grace than I would under the circumstances. After we hung up, I felt lighter than I had in days. Having one family member admit that my stance was logical helped me feel less solitary and weird, but my relief was fleeting. The next morning I received a call that altered everything. Lena, this is Dr. Patricia Kaplan from Riverside Family Services. I'm calling because we've received some concerning information about your employment here. My blood ran cold. Dr. Kaplan was the executive director of the organization where I worked, a lady I admired greatly and whose opinion was important to my career. What kind of concerning information? I received a call yesterday from someone claiming to be a board member at Grace Community Church. They expressed concerns about your professionalism and suggested that you might not be a good fit for an organization that works closely with faith-based community partners. The room began spinning. Dr. Kaplan, I think there may be some misunderstanding. I've been having a personal dispute with my family about church donations, but it has nothing to do with my work performance. That's what I suspected. The caller couldn't provide specific examples of unprofessional behavior, and your work here has been exemplary. But Lena, I need you to know that someone is actively trying to damage your professional reputation. Did they give a name? They said they were calling on behalf of the church leadership, but they wouldn't identify themselves specifically. However, they seem to have detailed knowledge of your family situation. My parents had upped their attacks on my career. They were so desperate to get me back in compliance that they were willing to destroy my livelihood. Dr. Kaplan, I want to be completely transparent with you about what's been happening. I told her the entire tale, beginning with the Easter dinner confrontation and ending with my discovery of the financial fraud and the church pressure campaign. She listened without interrupting and occasionally asked clarifying questions. Lena, I appreciate your honesty. Based on what you've told me, it sounds like you're being subjected to financial abuse and retaliation for standing up for yourself. That's completely unacceptable. I'm so sorry this has spilled over into my work life. I never wanted my personal problems to affect the organization. You're not the one who made it affect your work. Someone else chose to attack your professional reputation as a way of pressuring you personally. That tells me everything I need to know about their motives and character. What should I do? First, document this call and any other attempts to interfere with your employment. Second, consider whether you want to pursue legal action against whoever made that call. False statements intended to damage someone's professional reputation can constitute defamation. And my job? Your job is secure, Lena. Your work speaks for itself, and I'm not going to let someone's personal vendetta affect our staffing decisions. But I do want you to let me know immediately if you receive any more calls or contacts related to this situation. After hanging up, I sat at my computer, attempting to figure out what had just transpired. My parents did not just lie about my donations or slap me when I disagreed. They also attempted to harm my job because I refused to comply with their demands. The treachery was so complete and deliberate that it finally clarified something I'd been confused about all week. This was not a family dispute that could be settled by communication or compromise. This was war, and my parents had made it clear the moment they chose to attack my livelihood. I opened my laptop and emailed both letters I'd written the night before to Grace Community Church, officially removing my donations from my parents' accounts. The one to my parents, alerting them that they no longer had permission to speak on my behalf in any way. Then I contacted Nathan Cole to schedule an emergency appointment. If my parents wanted to escalate this argument to the point of destroying my career, they were about to discover that I too could escalate. But first, I had another call to make. Layla responded on the first ring. They tried to get me fired, I stated without hesitation. What? Someone from Grace Community Church called my boss and tried to convince her I was unprofessional and shouldn't work for an organization that partners with faith-based groups. Lena, that's illegal. That's defamation and interference with employment. I know. I'm meeting with the lawyer this afternoon. Good. Are you okay? Actually, I think I am. For the first time since this whole thing started, I'm not confused about what I should do. They just made it very clear that they see me as an enemy to be destroyed, rather than a daughter to be loved. What does that mean for you? It means I'm done trying to preserve relationships with people who are willing to attack my career to get their way. It means I'm going to fight back with everything I have. I'm proud of you. Don't be proud yet. Wait until you see what I do next. Nathan Cole relaxed back in his leather chair as I completed outlining the attempt to undermine my employment. His attitude had changed from professional concern to something resembling fury. Lena, what you're describing crosses several legal lines: defamation, intentional interference with employment, possibly conspiracy if multiple people were involved in coordinating these attacks. He took out a fresh legal paper and started writing. We need to move quickly to protect you and document everything. What kind of protection? First, we're going to send cease and desist letters to your parents and to Grace Community Church, demanding that they stop making any statements about you to third parties. Second, we're going to formally request that the church provide records of who authorized that call to your employer. Can they refuse? They can try, but if we have to file suit to get the information, a judge will order them to produce it. Churches aren't exempt from accountability when they engage in defamatory conduct. Nathan led me through the steps of preparing a legal case. It would necessitate meticulous documentation of every conversation, financial record, and occasion in which my parents or the church falsified information about me. The idea of turning my family turmoil into a legal concern seemed absurd, but the alternative was to let them continue to damage my reputation and livelihood. There's something else we should think about, Nathan added. If your parents have been using your donation history to gain influence at the church, and if they've been making financial commitments based on that false influence, the church itself might have claims against them. What do you mean? Think about it. If the church budgeted for a $25,000 donation from your family based on your parents' representations, and they can only actually collect $15,000, the church has been financially harmed by your parents' deception. I hadn't considered the possibility that my parents may face sanctions from the church itself. Grace Community Church was a major institution in Riverside, with wealthy members and considerable political clout. If they learned they had been duped, they would have resources to seek accountability that I could never equal as an individual. Would that help my case? It could. If the church pursues action against your parents for misrepresentation, it corroborates your claims about their deceptive behavior. Plus, it shifts some of the pressure off you. Instead of being the daughter who's causing problems for the family, you become the whistleblower who exposed fraud that harmed the church. I left Nathan's office with a large packet of documents to fill out, and a time frame for legal action that felt both terrifying and inspiring. For the first time since Easter Sunday, I felt in control of the situation. However, that evening came an unexpected event. Clara called when I was reheating leftover Chinese cuisine, her voice filled with barely controlled worry. "Lena, we need to talk. Can you meet me somewhere tonight?" "What's wrong?" "I can't discuss it over the phone. Can you come to Corner Cafe on 5th Street? I'll be there in 20 minutes. Her voice was urgent, unlike anything I'd heard from my generally composed older sister. Despite my better judgment, I consented to meet her. Corner Cafe was practically deserted at 8 p.m. on a Tuesday. Only a few college students with laptops and an older couple eating dessert. Clara was already present when I arrived, seated in a corner booth with 2 cups of coffee going cold in front of her. She appeared weary, with her typically flawless makeup somewhat smudged and her hair pulled back in an untidy ponytail. "Thank you for coming," she murmured as I sat in the booth across from her. "You sounded upset on the phone. What's going on?" Clara looked around the cafe, as if to ensure no one was listening, before leaning forward and lowering her voice. "Eric and I had a long conversation with Mom and Dad tonight about everything that's been happening with you and the church." "Okay. Lena, there are things you don't know, things that make this situation much worse than you realize." My stomach constricted. "What things?" "Dad's been having financial problems with the hardware store for almost 2 years. The big box stores are killing his business, and he took out a loan against the store to keep it operating." "I didn't know that." "Nobody was supposed to know. But the loan payment is $1,500 a month and some months he can barely make it." I waited for her to continue, sensing that there was more. "The reason Mom has been so involved with church leadership is because Dad was hoping to get some of the church's business. They need suppliers for the building project, and if Dad could land that contract, it would save the store." The pieces were fitting together in such a way that I felt nauseous. "So when Mom told the church that our family was giving $25,000 instead of $15,000, she was trying to boost Dad's chances of getting the supply contract." "It's worse than that, Lena. Dad already got the contract 3 months ago. It's worth $80,000 over the next year." I stared at her. "He got a business contract based on a lie about our family's donations. The contract was awarded after a committee vote. Dad was on the committee that approved the building budget, and Mom was chair of the fundraising subcommittee. They used the influence they gained from your donations to position themselves for the business opportunity." "That's fraud, Clara. That's actual criminal fraud." "I know." Her voice was hardly audible. "And there's more." Clara persisted despite my reservations. "The $15,000 difference between what the church expected from our family and what they actually received, Dad covered it." "What do you mean he covered it?" "He wrote a personal check for $10,000 to make up the shortfall so the church wouldn't know that Mom had been lying about the family's giving level." My mind was reeling. So Dad paid $10,000 to cover up Mom's lie about my donations because they needed to maintain their false reputation to keep the business contract they obtained fraudulently? Yes. And the $10,000 came from where? The failing hardware store. Clara's face wrinkled. "He borrowed it from Eric and me. He told us it was for store inventory. But after tonight's conversation, we realized what it was really for." I felt like I was slipping down a rabbit hole of deception that was just getting deeper with each discovery. My parents had not only claimed credit for my gifts, they had also used that false credit to acquire a company contract, then borrowed money from Clara to cover up their lies when I refused to donate any more. "Clara, why are you telling me this?" "Because Eric and I are financially tied to this now. If Dad's fraud gets exposed, if he loses the church contract, he can't pay us back. And if the store fails, We're out $15,000 that we were planning to use for a house down payment. So you want me to stay quiet to protect your investment? No. She shook her head firmly. That's what I thought I wanted when Eric and I drove over there tonight. But after seeing how Mom and Dad talked about you after hearing what they've been saying to other family members, I realized I can't be part of this anymore. What have they been saying? Clara took out her phone and read through text messages. Mom has been telling everyone that you're having some kind of mental health crisis, that you've become paranoid and delusional about money, and that the family needs to present a united front to help you through your breakdown. She showed me screenshots of group text chats between various relatives. The narrative was continuous and terrible. According to Mom, I had become obsessed with receiving credit for my charity donations. I was making baseless charges against the family and was in serious need of professional assistance and family support. She's been positioning herself as the concerned mother trying to help her troubled daughter while simultaneously undermining everything you've said about the donation situation. And people believe her? Some do. Others are asking questions. But Lena, she's been very strategic about this. She's not denying that there was confusion about donations, she's framing it as evidence of your mental instability. The level of skill in the manipulation was amazing. Mom had discovered a method to acknowledge the facts while entirely altering their interpretation. Yes, there was some uncertainty about donations, but only because I was experiencing psychological issues that made me worried about family finances. What about the call to my boss? That was Pastor Reed, but Mom encouraged him to do it. She told him that you were showing signs of instability and that your employer should be aware that you might not be reliable. And you believe this? You thought I was having a breakdown? Clara appeared ashamed. For a while, yes. The way Mom presented it, it seemed like you were overreacting to normal family dynamics. But tonight, when I pressed them for specifics about your supposed mental health issues, everything fell apart. What do you mean? I asked Mom to explain exactly what you had said or done that indicated psychological problems. All she could point to was your insistence on getting credit for your donations and your refusal to give more money to the church. And that convinced you? That plus some things Eric noticed. He pointed out that your behavior had been completely normal at Easter dinner, until the moment Mom put you on the spot about the condo donation. He said you handled that situation with more composure than most people would have managed. I felt a wave of thankfulness for my brother-in-law, whom I'd never been especially close to but who appeared to be paying attention when it mattered. So what do you want from me now, Clara? I want to help you expose the truth. Eric and I have decided that we'd rather lose our money than be part of covering up fraud. Even if it means Dad loses the church contract, and the hardware store fails? Even then. Because if we help cover this up now, where does it end? What happens the next time Mom and Dad need money or influence? Do they use our reputations the way they used yours? Clara had reached the same conclusion I had been debating all week. It wasn't simply about money or church contributions. It was about a pattern of manipulation and control that would only worsen until stopped. What kind of help are you offering? I have records. Dad asked me to help him with some paperwork related to the church contract, so I have copies of the bid documents and the committee meeting minutes. I also have bank records showing when he borrowed money from us and when he made the donation to cover the shortfall. You'd be willing to provide those to my lawyer? Yes. And I'd be willing to testify about what Mom and Dad told us regarding their strategy for getting the contract. Clara, if this goes to court, it could destroy them. Dad could face criminal charges for fraud. And they could lose everything. I know. But Lena, they tried to destroy your career to cover up their lies. They've been systematically undermining your reputation with the entire extended family. At what point do we stop enabling their behavior? She was correct. But the thought of potentially wrecking my parents' lives felt overwhelming. Even after everything they'd done, the prospect of being accountable for their financial ruin made me sick. I need to think about this. I understand. But Lena, there's something else you should know. Mom and Dad are planning to escalate their campaign against you. What do you mean? They're going to file a police report claiming that you've been harassing them and making threats. They want to get a restraining order that would prevent you from contacting them or coming to family events. On what grounds? I haven't harassed or threatened anyone. They're going to claim that your emails to the church and your demands about donation records constitute harassment, and they're going to say that your refusal to respect their authority as parents creates a threatening environment. That's ridiculous. No court would issue a restraining order based on emails about donation records. Maybe not. But they can make you spend time and money fighting it. And in the meantime, they get to tell everyone that their daughter has become so unstable that they needed legal protection from her. The strategic reasoning that drove their approach was terrifying, They were willing to use the judicial system to manipulate the story and drive me into a defensive position. When are they planning to file this report? Tomorrow morning. I had fewer than 12 hours to decide whether I should fight back with everything I had, or try to de-escalate a situation that had already gotten out of control. Clara, if I go forward with legal action against them and if you provide evidence, what happens to your relationship with Mom and Dad? It's probably over. They'll never forgive me for taking your side, especially if my testimony helps expose their fraud. And you're okay with that? She remained quiet for a long time, staring down at her coffee cup. I love Mom and Dad, Lena. But I can't love them more than I love the truth. And I can't build my future on money that was obtained through fraud and covered up through lies. What does Eric think about all this? Eric thinks our parents raised us to have integrity. And that integrity means standing up for what's right, even when it's painful. He says, if we help cover up fraud now, we become accomplices to it. I stretched across the table to squeeze Clara's hand. For the first time since Easter, I felt like I had an ally in my family who recognized the true nature of the battle. Okay, I'll call my lawyer tonight and tell him to expect new evidence, and Clara, thank you for choosing to tell me the truth. Thank you for giving me the chance to choose. We sat in silence for a few minutes, both of us contemplating the gravity of our recent decision. Clara then took out a manila envelope from her purse. These are copies of everything I have: bank records, contract documents, meeting minutes, text message screenshots. I made them before I called you tonight, in case I lost my nerve about helping you. I took the envelope and felt its weight, both physically and metaphorically. There's one more thing, Clara explained. Uncle Henry called me before I came here. He said he's been asking questions around the extended family, and he's discovered that several people are uncomfortable with Mom's version of events. What kind of questions? He's been asking people to think about whether your behavior at Easter really seemed like that of someone having a mental breakdown, or whether it seemed like someone standing up for themselves. And he's been pointing out that none of Mom's explanations account for why she hit you. And what are people saying? Cousin Nora said she always thought there was something off about Mom's story. Aunt Diana said she was surprised by how calmly you handled the situation at Easter, given that you'd supposedly been acting irrationally. Uncle Frank said he'd never seen you be anything other than reasonable and mature. So Mom's claims about instability didn't ring true. So the narrative is starting to crack. It's starting to crack. But Lena, that's also why Mom and Dad are escalating to legal threats. They know their story isn't holding up under scrutiny, so they're trying to shut down the conversation entirely. I left Corner Cafe with Clara's evidence and a clear idea of what I needed to accomplish. My parents had made their decision to assault my career and reputation. Now they intended to utilize the judicial system to completely silence me, but they had overlooked two critical aspects. First, I had allies they were unaware of. Second, they had committed actual crimes that could be proved by paperwork. I contacted Nathan Cole from my car and left a voicemail informing him that I had new evidence and wanted an emergency meeting first thing in the morning. Then I called Layla and begged to spend the night at her apartment. Of course. Are you okay? I'm about to destroy my parents' lives, Layla. And for the first time since this whole thing started, I'm completely certain it's the right thing to do. What changed? I found out they've been committing fraud. They tried to frame me as mentally unstable. And they're planning to file false police reports to get a restraining order against me. Jesus, Lena, how did this escalate so quickly? It didn't escalate quickly. It was always this bad. I just didn't understand the full scope of what they were doing. What happens now? Now I fight back with everything I've got. And I stopped caring about protecting people who never cared about protecting me. That night, laying on Layla's couch and staring at the ceiling, I remembered the person I'd been 2 weeks before. Someone who generously donated to her family's church, attended holiday dinners, and attempted to maintain peace despite feeling unappreciated and disregarded. That girl was gone. In her place was someone who recognized that sometimes the folks who raised you to be good are the ones who seek to exploit that kindness. Someone who understood that sometimes protecting yourself means demolishing the illusions that others rely on. Tomorrow I would give Nathan Cole enough evidence to file criminal charges against my parents. I would offer documentation that could lose Dad his business and land both of them in jail. And for the first time since Easter Sunday, I could sleep soundly knowing I was finally fighting for myself with the same zeal they were battling against me. Nathan Cole came at his office at 7 a.m., an hour ahead of his usual schedule, after getting my voicemail. I was waiting in the parking lot, clutching Clara's envelope and a thermos of coffee that I'd hardly tasted. Lena, you look like you haven't slept. I haven't. But I have everything we need to stop this before it gets worse. In his office, I spread Clara's paperwork across his conference table and explained what my sister had revealed regarding the business contract, the borrowed money, and my parents' plan to file fraudulent police reports. Nathan carefully read each paper, occasionally asking clarifying questions and taking notes. When I was done telling everything, he sat back in his chair and whistled quietly. "This is significantly more serious than I initially understood. What you're describing isn't just family dysfunction or even simple fraud. This is organized conspiracy involving multiple parties and institutions." "What does that mean legally?" "It means your parents could face federal charges, not just state-level fraud prosecution, conspiracy to defraud a religious institution, obtaining money under false pretenses. And if we can prove the call to your employer was coordinated, potentially RICO charges." The acronym sounded sinister. RICO? Racketeering laws. They apply when multiple people work together to commit crimes through an ongoing enterprise. If your parents coordinated with church officials to misrepresent donations, obtain contracts, and then retaliate against you for exposing them, that could qualify. I looked at the documents sprawled across the table. In less than 2 weeks, my family's Easter meal disagreement had escalated into probable federal criminal charges. "Nathan, I need to understand something. If we pursue this fully, what happens to them?" "Best case scenario for your parents, they lose the church contract, face civil lawsuits for financial damages, and deal with professional reputation destruction. Worst case, prison time, asset forfeiture, and permanent criminal records." "And the church?" "Grace Community Church will likely face its own investigation. If they awarded contracts based on false information, if they participated in retaliating against you professionally, they could lose their tax-exempt status and face civil liability." The extent of the potential repercussions was startling. I had began this effort to gain honest recognition for my donations. Now I was sitting on evidence that might devastate many institutions and land people in prison. "There's something else we need to address right away," Nathan added. "You mentioned they're planning to file false police reports this morning." "According to Clara, yes. We need to get ahead of that. I'm going to call the Riverside Police Department and request a meeting with a detective. We'll present our evidence first, establish that your parents have motive to file false reports, and protect you from their preemptive strike." Nathan made the call while I sat, trying to process how fast everything was happening. Within an hour, we were seated across from Detective Maria Ramirez in an interview room at the police station, going over the entire timeline from Easter supper to the present. Detective Ramirez was a lady in her 40s with a calm, professional manner that suggested she'd witnessed every type of family financial wrongdoing. She made copious notes and posed probing questions regarding specific dates, amounts, and communications. "Miss Mitchell, do you have any evidence that your parents explicitly intended to defraud the church when they began misrepresenting your donations?" I took out my phone and showed her the text message screenshots Clara had provided. In a 6-month-old discussion between my parents, Dad wrote, "The church contract decision is next week. Make sure they know how much the Mitchell family contributes." Her answer was, "I'll talk to Pastor Reed about our family's commitment to the building fund. Between Lena's money and our reputation, we should have no problem." Detective Ramirez examined the messages. "This suggests premeditation. They knew they were using your donations to enhance their reputation for business purposes." "There's more," Nathan said, giving him printouts of the committee meeting minutes where Dad promised additional family donations. After evaluating everything, Detective Ramirez looked up with an expression that I couldn't read. "Miss Mitchell, I need to tell you that about an hour ago, your parents did file a report claiming you've been harassing them with demands for money and making threats about exposing private family business." My stomach sank. "Are you going to arrest me?" "Number, based on what you've shown me here, the report appears to be an attempt to discredit you before you could present evidence of their crimes. That's called anticipatory retaliation, and it actually strengthens your case." "What happens now?" "Now we open a formal investigation into fraud, conspiracy, and filing false police reports. I'll need to interview your sister, examine the church's financial records, and speak with anyone who can corroborate your account of events." Nathan and I left the police station with the weird sensation of handing over control of my family's fate to the authorities. There was no turning back now. That afternoon, when Detective Ramirez began her investigation, I received an unexpected call. "Lena, this is Pastor William Reed. I think we need to talk." "Pastor Reed, my lawyer has advised me not to discuss the situation directly with anyone from the church. I understand your position. But there are developments you should be aware of. Can you meet with me and our board president this evening? I promise this isn't an ambush or an attempt to pressure you." Something about his tone indicated real concern rather than manipulation. Against Nathan's advice, I agreed to meet at Key's Church at 6 p.m., with the understanding that I would leave immediately if the talk turned heated. Grace Community Church appeared less imposing in the early evening light, more like the community institution it was intended to be rather than the power center it had become under my parents' control. Pastor Reed was waiting in his office with Margaret Dawson, the board president, and a retired bank executive whom I had met at numerous church occasions over the years. Both appeared uneasy, as if they had been having painful chats. "Lena, thank you for coming. Please, sit down." I remained standing. "Pastor Reed, I want to be clear that I'm here to listen, not to negotiate about donations or family reconciliation." "I understand, Lena. This afternoon we received a visit from a police detective asking questions about your family's donation history and your father's contract with the church." "Okay." Margaret Dawson spoke up. "We've spent the last several hours reviewing financial records, committee meeting minutes, and correspondence related to your family's involvement with the church." And Pastor Reed appeared to be in genuine pain. "We've discovered significant discrepancies between what we believed about your family's giving and what the records actually show." "What kind of discrepancies?" "For the past 3 years we've been operating under the understanding that your parents were contributing approximately $20,000 annually with additional family contributions bringing the total to $25,000, or $30,000, but the actual records show your parents have given exactly $10,000 each year. Your contributions have been $15,000 annually. We somehow lost track of the fact that you were making separate donations." Margaret Dawson took out a folder. "More concerning is what we've discovered about the contract award process. Your father was involved in budget discussions where he had access to information about expected donation levels, and he used that information to make promises about family giving." "Are you saying he had inside information when he bid for the supply contract?" "We're saying there was a clear conflict of interest that wasn't properly disclosed. Committee members aren't supposed to bid for contracts related to projects they help oversee." Pastor Reed leaned forwards. "Lena, we owe you an enormous apology. We allowed your individual contributions to be absorbed into your family's reputation, and we failed to recognize the ethical problems with your father's dual role as committee member and contractor." "What does that mean practically?" Margaret Dawson replied. "It means we're canceling your father's contract and launching a full review of our governance policies. It also means we're implementing new procedures to ensure individual donors are acknowledged separately from family accounts." "And the building fund shortfall that I was supposed to cover?" "There is no shortfall," Pastor Reed stated. "We've discovered that your father made a $10,000 donation in March specifically to cover the gap between what we expected from your family and what we actually received. When we account for that correctly, the building fund is exactly where it should be." I felt both vindicated and saddened. The church was finally accepting the truth, but only after a police inquiry. "Pastor Reed, there's something I need you to understand. The call you made to my employer wasn't just inappropriate, it was defamatory and potentially criminal." He grimaced. "I realize that now. Your mother convinced me that you were struggling with personal issues that might affect your professional judgment. I see now that she was manipulating me to pressure you into compliance. What are you going to do about that?" "I've already called Dr. Kaplan at Riverside Family Services to apologize and clarify that the church has no concerns about your professional capabilities. I've also submitted a formal statement to the police explaining my role in that incident." Margaret Dawson added, "The board is also prepared to provide a written statement supporting your professional reputation, should you need it for any future employment situations." I appreciated their efforts to make amends, but the harm to my relationship with the church seemed irreversible. "I think I'll be finding a new place to worship." "I understand," Pastor Reed replied calmly. "But Lena, I hope you'll consider that Grace Community Church made mistakes in governance and oversight, not in fundamental values. We want to do better, and we've learned important lessons from this situation. The lessons you've learned came at the cost of my family relationships and my sense of safety in this community. I'm glad you're implementing better policies, but I can't pretend this didn't happen." "Of course. But please know that you'll always be welcome here if you choose to return." I left the church feeling emotionally exhausted, but legally vindicated. Pastor Reed's admissions would bolster the case against my parents and show that even the church acknowledged they had been duped. The next morning, news arrived that changed everything again. Detective Ramirez called to tell me my parents had been arrested. Both Thomas and Janet Mitchell were taken into custody this morning on charges of conspiracy to commit fraud, filing false police reports, and interference with employment. Your father faces additional charges related to the conflict of interest in the contract process. What happens now? They'll be arraigned later today. Based on the evidence, I expect significant bail amounts and conditions that prevent them from contacting you or your employer. Will there be a trial? That depends on whether they accept plea agreements. The prosecutor is prepared to offer reduced sentences in exchange for full restitution to the church and formal apologies to you and your employer. And if they don't accept plea deals? Then we go to trial and they face maximum penalties for all charges. I spent the remainder of the day receiving calls from extended family members, most of whom were surprised by the arrests and perplexed about what had transpired. Uncle Henry had been working to refute Mom's story about my mental health, but the criminal charges forced everyone to consider the possibility that I had been speaking the truth all along. Clara called that evening, in tears. "Lena, I'm so sorry. I knew they were lying and manipulating, but I never imagined it would lead to arrests. You did the right thing by giving me the evidence, Clara. None of this would have been exposed without your help. But they're our parents. Seeing them in handcuffs on the local news, it's devastating." "It is devastating. But they chose to commit crimes rather than admit they were wrong. That's not our fault." "What happens to the hardware store now?" "I don't know. That's up to the courts and their creditors." 3 weeks later, my parents agreed to plea deals. Dad pleaded guilty to fraud and conflict of interest charges, and was sentenced to 2 years probation and $50,000 in reparation to Grace Community Church. Mom pleaded guilty to filing false reports and slander, and she was sentenced to 1 year probation and required to formally apologize to me and Dr. Kaplan. The hardware business is closed forever. The building was sold to cover court costs and reparations. My parents relocated to a modest apartment across town, and, according to Clara, Dad found work as a part-time employee at a competitive hardware business. I never interacted with them again, though Clara sent occasional updates. Mom had told relatives that I had destroyed the family for money, neatly ignoring her involvement in the deceit and manipulation. Dad was devastated by the loss of his business and reputation, spending the most of his time watching television and avoiding interaction with former clients and church members. The extended family separated into camps. Uncle Henry, Clara, Eric and a few cousins kept contact with me and admitted that I had been harmed. Others supported my parents or just withdrew from the matter, refusing to take sides in a disagreement that had harmed the family's public image. Layla assisted me in finding a new church where I could worship away from the daily reminders of family conflict. I continued to work at Riverside Family Services, where Dr. Kaplan's encouragement had shielded my career from my parents' sabotage efforts. My annual philanthropic giving rose in part because I was no longer concerned about how my offerings would be perceived. 6 months after being arrested, I received an unexpected letter. Grace Community Church informed me that they had developed new governance policies in response to the problems in my situation. They had established a clear distinction between financial contributors and contract vendors, implemented individual donor recognition systems, and trained staff to recognize indicators of financial abuse in families. The letter included an offer to return to the congregation, as well as a formal acknowledgement that my contributions had been unfairly ascribed to others. Pastor Reed included a personal remark at the bottom. "Your courage in standing up for truth has made our church stronger and more ethical. We hope you'll consider that a positive legacy from a painful experience." I retained the letter but did not return it to Grace Community Church. Some wounds provide insight but never completely heal. Clara and Eric finally gave birth to a daughter named Emma. I took on the role of Aunt Lena, which brought me unexpected joy and reminded me that family can be chosen and made, rather than suffered out of duty. On Emma's first Christmas, Clara asked, "Do you miss Mom and Dad?" "I miss the parents I thought I had," I said to her. "But I don't miss the people they actually were." "Do you think they'll ever understand what they did wrong?" "I think they understand they got caught. Whether they understand the deeper problems with their behavior, I doubt it." "Any regrets about how you handled things?" I thought about the question thoroughly. I regret that it had to escalate so far. I regret that they chose lies and manipulation over honesty. But I don't regret standing up for myself or exposing the truth. Even though it destroyed the family? Clara, they destroyed the family when they decided to treat me like a resource to be exploited rather than a person to be respected. I just made their choices visible. That evening, I sat in my downtown flat, which I had redecorated after getting a minor settlement in the defamation case against the church. The place felt peaceful in a way it hadn't before, when I was preoccupied with family turmoil and church politics. I reflected on the girl who had walked into that Easter meal 2 weeks before her life imploded. She'd been foolish in some ways, believing that family meant protection and love meant honesty. However, she had also been courageous enough to raise questions when something felt wrong and powerful enough to defend herself when attacked. The trip from Easter supper to this peaceful Christmas evening had cost me a family, a church, and several months of emotional pain. But it had taught me something more valuable. That I could withstand treachery, fight for the truth, and establish a life based on my own principles rather than other people's expectations. Sometimes those who raise you to be good want you to be simple to govern. Standing up for yourself can sometimes entail breaking the illusions on which others rely. And sometimes the most loving thing you can do for someone is to refuse to give in to their worst inclinations, even if they label it betrayal. I never received the apologies I had hoped for from my parents. But I got something better. The knowledge that I had operated with integrity during a difficult scenario. That insight was more valuable than any connection based on falsehoods and deception. My phone buzzed with a text from Layla. "Dinner tomorrow? I'm creating the spaghetti dish you enjoy." I smiled as I typed back, "Yes. Thank you for being my actual family." Some stories may not conclude with reconciliation or forgiveness. Some stories conclude with clarity, boundaries, and the calm satisfaction of knowing you chose the truth over comfort. It was one of those stories. I was finally at peace with it. Up next, thank you for watching. Take care. Good luck. After hearing today's story, perhaps it has prompted you to consider new questions or recalled old memories. Every day on Reddit, new experiences and moments spark new tales, which connect us all. Everyone's life journey is unique, and we all try to interpret the world in our own manner. These moments serve as a reminder that we are all human, sometimes happy, sometimes sad, and always learning new things. If you love this article, please share it with your friends. Your views and feedback are always valuable to us because they inspire us to create even better material. Every tale has a distinct perspective, and our goal is to comprehend everyone's point of view in order to create diverse and relatable material. Stories like these remind us that everyone's journey through life is unique, and hearing other people's stories teaches us new things. You can also share your own experiences with us. We value your experiences as well. If you enjoyed this video, please provide feedback. We strive to generate content that always brightens your mind and inspires you with fresh thoughts. If you've seen this video before, your feedback is still valuable. Every piece of input helps us enhance our material and provide our readers with a different viewpoint. Today, what we witnessed was only a fraction of the numerous stories shared on Reddit and around the world. It's a reminder that we all try to comprehend life by sharing our experiences with one another. This movie was just one example of how we try to connect with others via storytelling and learning about different aspects of life. We aim to continue sharing stories that will help us all learn and grow together. My mother stole my boyfriend and convinced him to marry my sister while I was at MIT, never realizing I'd rise higher than them both. I'm Clara West, 32 years old, and I never imagined my life would turn out this way. As a successful software developer, I always dreamed of finding the perfect love story. Instead, I watched my mother convince my boyfriend to marry my sister in the ultimate betrayal. Years later, when they showed up at my reconciliation party, the looks on their faces when they met my husband were absolutely priceless. Sometimes, life's biggest heartbreaks lead to the greatest blessings. Before I dive into this wild journey, let me know where you're watching from in the comments. Don't forget to like and subscribe if you want more stories about turning family betrayal into triumph. Growing up in suburban Boston, our family looked picture perfect from the outside. Our colonial-style home, with its white picket fence and manicured lawn, hid the dysfunction that brewed within. My mother, Margaret, ruled our household with an iron fist wrapped in a velvet glove. She was the type of woman who smiled sweetly at neighbors, while critiquing everything about them once they left. My father, Richard, was her opposite. Quiet, passive, and perpetually nodding along to keep the peace. Then there was my sister, Vanessa, 3 years older than me. She was everything my mother wanted in a daughter. Blonde, beautiful, and socially gifted, Vanessa could charm anyone within minutes of meeting them. She was a cheerleader, homecoming queen, and the girl every boy wanted to date. I, on the other hand, was the family's black sheep. While Vanessa spent hours perfecting her makeup and social status, I buried myself in books and computer code. My bedroom walls were covered with academic awards rather than boy band posters. By age 14, I taught myself 3 programming languages and built my first rudimentary website. None of this impressed my mother. "Computers are for boys, Clara," she'd say with a dismissive wave. "You'll never find a husband if you keep hiding behind those screens." Every achievement of mine was met with the same response. "That's nice, dear. But did you hear about Vanessa's new modeling opportunity?" My sister's temporary jobs and failed ventures were celebrated, while my consistent academic excellence was treated as an afterthought. My father would occasionally sneak into my room after these exchanges, awkwardly patting my shoulder. "Your mother means well," he'd say. "She just worries about you." But his eyes told a different story. He knew the favoritism was wrong, but lacked the courage to confront it. The summer before my senior year of high school, I won a national coding competition that came with a college scholarship. When I excitedly shared the news at dinner, my mother's response was, "Well, I suppose that's one way to get to college, since you won't be getting any athletic scholarships like Vanessa did." My father stared at his plate, while Vanessa smirked. That night, I made a promise to myself. I would use that scholarship as my ticket out. I applied only to colleges at least 3 states away, and celebrated privately when my acceptance letter from MIT arrived. My mother's only comment was concern about me moving so far from family. College became my salvation. For the first time, I was surrounded by people who valued my intelligence and passion for technology. I met my best friend Lauren during orientation week, when we both reached for the same computer science textbook in the campus bookstore. "You can have it," she said. "I'll just copy your notes when you inevitably understand everything better than me anyway." Her honesty and humor were refreshing. Through Lauren, I began building the confidence my family had systematically dismantled. She couldn't understand why I dreaded going home during breaks. "Your family sounds like a bad reality TV show," she said, after hearing stories about my mother and Vanessa. "You know that's not normal, right?" I did know, intellectually, but emotionally I still craved their approval. Each break, I returned home hoping things would be different. They never were. If anything, the contrast between my college life and home life made the dysfunction more apparent. By junior year, I'd limited my visits to major holidays. Each time I returned, I felt increasingly alien in my childhood home. My growing independence seemed to irritate my mother, who doubled down on criticism. "MIT is making you cold," she accused, when I declined to play along with one of Vanessa's dramatic stories about a boyfriend who dumped her. "You used to be such a sweet girl." The truth was, I was finding my voice. For the first time, I started pushing back against my mother's comments, politely, but firmly. My father watched these exchanges with a mixture of concern and what I thought might be pride. During winter break of my senior year, when my mother suggested I dress more like Vanessa for a neighborhood party, I calmly replied, "I'm comfortable with how I look, Mom." The shocked expression on her face was worth the silent treatment that followed. Little did I know, this newfound strength would be tested in ways I couldn't imagine when I brought home the first man I truly loved. I met Ethan Carter during a tech conference in my senior year at MIT. He was presenting a startup's new app that helped connect small local businesses with consumers. His presentation was confident, but not arrogant, technical, but accessible. When he fielded questions from the audience, he seemed genuinely interested in feedback, rather than defending his ideas. I was impressed. After the presentation, I worked up the courage to approach him with some suggestions about his user interface. Instead of dismissing me, he pulled out his notebook and asked me to explain further. We ended up talking for over an hour, eventually moving to a nearby coffee shop when conference staff needed to close the room. He had warm brown eyes that crinkled at the corners when he smiled, and a habit of running his hand through his dark hair when he was thinking deeply about something. "Your perspective is exactly what this project needs," he said as we finished our third cup of coffee. "Would you be interested in meeting again to discuss this further?" That meeting turned into weekly coffee dates, which evolved into coding sessions at the campus library, which eventually became actual dates. Ethan was unlike anyone I'd ever met. He was brilliant, but humble. Ambitious, but ethical. He listened when I spoke, and valued my opinions. For the first time, I felt truly seen. Our relationship deepened over the next few months. We'd spend hours talking about everything from algorithmic efficiency to our favorite childhood cartoons. He shared his dreams of building technology that would genuinely improve people's lives, not just make money. I found myself opening up about my family dynamics, something I rarely discussed with anyone besides Lauren. "They sound challenging," he said carefully, after I described a particularly painful Christmas where my mother had compared my academic scholarship to Vanessa's beauty pageant win, declaring only one of those would last beyond youth. "Your intelligence and passion are incredible gifts, Clara," Ethan continued. "Anyone who can't see that isn't seeing you clearly." By spring break we were serious enough that I invited him to come home with me to meet my family. Part of me wanted to show off this amazing man who valued exactly what my family dismissed about me. Another part hoped that seeing me with someone like Ethan might finally make my mother recognize my worth. The visit started promisingly. My father seemed genuinely interested in Ethan's business, asking thoughtful questions about his startup's growth strategy. My mother was uncharacteristically warm, serving her special Sunday roast, usually reserved for Vanessa's boyfriends. "You've done well for yourself, Ethan," my mother said, refilling his wine glass for the third time. "Stanford, Google, and now your own company at such a young age. Very impressive." I should have recognized the gleam in her eye. It wasn't approval of my choice. It was assessment of an asset. Vanessa arrived halfway through dinner, making what I now realized was a calculated late entrance. She'd been in the area and decided to drop by, though she lived 40 minutes away. She was between boyfriends at the time and had recently been laid off from her receptionist job at a local real estate office. My sister swept into the dining room in a form-fitting dress, hair and makeup perfect despite her claims of just being in the neighborhood. She kissed everyone hello, lingering slightly when she reached Ethan. I noticed her hand resting on his shoulder as she leaned in. "So, you're the genius programmer Clara's been hiding from us," she said with a laugh that somehow made it sound like I'd been keeping secrets, rather than simply living my life 3 states away. Throughout the remainder of dinner, Vanessa inserted herself into every conversation, strategically highlighting connections between herself and Ethan. They discovered they both enjoyed hiking, though Vanessa had gone exactly once for a photo shoot. They both loved sushi, though Vanessa typically complained about raw fish. They both enjoyed indie films, though Vanessa usually fell asleep during anything without explosions or romance. I watched Ethan carefully during these exchanges, relieved to see him responding politely but returning his attention to me or my father after each of Vanessa's interruptions. When she asked about his business model, claiming a secret interest in tech entrepreneurship that was news to everyone at the table, he gave brief answers before turning to me. "Clara's actually been helping me refine the algorithm," he said, squeezing my hand under the table. "She spotted inefficiencies I'd missed entirely." My mother cleared her throat. "Well, isn't that nice? Vanessa has quite a head for business too. You know, she nearly majored in marketing before deciding on communications." "I changed because marketing seemed too limiting," Vanessa added quickly. "I wanted something broader." What she didn't mention was that she'd failed the introductory marketing course twice before switching majors. Despite these undercurrents, the weekend visit ended on a positive note. Ethan and I drove back to Cambridge, and he seemed genuinely impressed with my family. "Your mother really went all out with that dinner," he said. "And your sister is certainly energetic." I laughed nervously. "That's one way to put it. Your dad seems great too, though quieter than I expected based on your stories." "He's different when my mother's around," I explained, more subdued. Ethan nodded thoughtfully, but didn't comment further. Over the next few weeks, our relationship deepened further. Late one night, as we lay looking at the stars from the roof of his apartment building, Ethan broached our future for the first time. "Have you thought about what happens after graduation?" he asked, his fingers intertwined with mine. "Job hunting, I guess," I replied. "I've had a few interviews lined up." "What if—" he hesitated. "What if you came to work with me instead? We could expand the business together. Your skills complement mine perfectly." My heart raced. "Are you serious?" "Completely, and maybe—" he squeezed my hand. "Maybe we could look for an apartment together too. If you wanted." For the first time, I allowed myself to envision a future where I was truly happy, a life built with someone who valued me for exactly who I was. I turned to kiss him, overwhelmed with emotion. "I'll take that as a yes," he whispered against my lips. Little did I know that while I was dreaming of our future together, forces were already in motion to ensure it would never happen. My final semester at MIT should have been exciting. I had excellent job prospects, a capstone project that was garnering attention from industry professionals, and a relationship that gave me the emotional support I'd always craved. Instead, it became the period when everything fell apart. The changes were subtle at first. Ethan began taking longer to respond to texts. Our daily phone calls became every other day, then twice a week. He canceled our standing Friday night date 3 weeks in a row, citing meetings with potential investors that mysteriously always seemed to run late. "I'm sorry, babe," he'd say, sounding genuinely regretful. "This round of funding is crucial. Once it's secured, things will calm down." I believed him because I had no reason not to. His startup was at a critical growth stage, and I understood the demands of the tech world. I was busy too, spending long hours in the lab perfecting my capstone project. Still, something felt off. One evening, while scrolling through Instagram, I noticed a post from a restaurant in my hometown. The image showed their famous chocolate lava cake, and the caption mentioned a special visitor from the tech world. In the background of the photo, blurred but recognizable, was Ethan's profile. My stomach dropped. He told me he was in New York that weekend, meeting investors. What was he doing in my hometown, 3 hours in the opposite direction? When I confronted him during our next call, his explanation came too quickly. It was a last-minute change of plans. A potential investor lives near your parents and suggested meeting there. I was going to tell you, but I knew you were stressed about your project deadline. Did you see my family while you were there? I asked. A pause. Too long. I ran into your mom at the grocery store. Pure coincidence. She insisted I come over for coffee since I was in town. Something in his voice sounded off, but I couldn't identify what. I told myself I was being paranoid, that the distance and stress were making me insecure. I threw myself deeper into my project, ignoring the growing unease. 3 weeks later, during spring break, I decided to surprise Ethan by driving to his apartment instead of going home. I hadn't told my family I was coming either. The thought of another tense dinner with Vanessa's increasingly obvious flirtation toward Ethan was more than I could handle that week. When I arrived at Ethan's building, his car wasn't in its usual spot. On a hunch, I drove to his office. His car wasn't there either, but his business partner Ryan was just leaving. Ethan? Ryan looked confused when I asked. He took a few days off, said he was visiting family. Ethan's family lived in California. Mine lived in Massachusetts. We were in Cambridge. I drove home in a daze, not entirely sure what I was thinking or planning. 6 hours later, I pulled into my parents' driveway at 11 p.m. My father's car was there. So was my mother's. And parked behind them was Ethan's distinctive blue Subaru, with a small dent in the passenger door from when we'd gone hiking and a rock had hit it during a minor landslide. The house was dark, except for the living room. I used my key to enter quietly, hearing low voices from that direction. I moved toward the sound, my heart pounding so loudly I was sure they would hear it. I stopped at the living room entrance, partially hidden by the hallway wall. Ethan sat on our couch, my sister beside him, closer than friends would sit. My mother was in her favorite armchair across from them, leaning forward animatedly as she spoke. "You two make so much sense together," she was saying. "Clara is so absorbed in her computer world. She'll never fully appreciate what you're building, Ethan. You need someone who understands the social aspects of business, the connections, the networking. Vanessa has those skills in abundance." "Clara has been really distant lately," Ethan replied, though he shifted uncomfortably. "Always working on her project." "That's how she is," Vanessa chimed in, placing her hand on his knee. "Always choosing computers over people. Remember when she skipped my college graduation to attend that tech conference?" I hadn't. I'd skipped it because Vanessa specifically told me not to come after I'd refused to write her final term paper for her. "I just don't know anymore," Ethan continued. "Things were so clear a few months ago. But now you need to think about your future," my mother pressed. "Vanessa can be the perfect partner for a man with your ambitions. The supportive wife who makes the right connections, hosts the right dinner parties. Can you honestly see Clara doing that? She'd probably wear jeans to a business function and talk about coding all night." I must have made a sound, because suddenly all three heads turned in my direction. The look on Ethan's face, shock mingled with guilt, told me everything I needed to know. "Clara." My mother recovered first. "What a surprise. We thought you were staying at school this week." I ignored her, focusing on Ethan. "How long has this been going on?" He stood up, moving away from Vanessa. "It's not what it looks like." "Really?" "Because it looks like you've been coming to my family home behind my back. It looks like you're sitting here with my mother and sister, discussing our relationship and your doubts about me. What part am I misinterpreting?" "Sweetheart," my mother interjected, "we're just having a conversation. Ethan has been kind enough to visit your father and me occasionally. Is that so wrong?" "And me ending up here during those visits is pure coincidence," Vanessa added with a smirk, one that disappeared when my mother shot her a warning look. "When did these visits start?" I asked Ethan directly. He couldn't meet my eyes. "A couple months ago, your mom called me. Said your dad was having health issues and wanted some company while your mom ran errands. It seemed harmless. My father had no health issues, and he was currently upstairs, oblivious, or deliberately absent from the scene." "And then?" Ethan ran a hand through his hair, that familiar gesture now painful to watch. "Then it became regular. Your mom would call, say they missed having young people around. I'd stop by when I was in the area. When you told me you were somewhere else. He didn't deny it. Clara, my mother stood, approaching me like I was a wounded animal that might lash out. You're overreacting. Ethan has been confused about your relationship. That's natural when young people are planning their futures. I simply pointed out that perhaps you two want different things, and suggested my sister as a convenient replacement. I finished for her. Don't be crude, my mother snapped, her gentle facade cracking. I merely observed that Vanessa might be more aligned with the type of life Ethan is building. You've made it abundantly clear that your computers come first. What successful man wants to be second place in his wife's life? The word wife hung in the air. Ethan and I had discussed moving in together, but marriage had been only an implied someday. I turned to Ethan. Do you agree with her assessment, that I'm too focused on my career to be a good partner to you? He hesitated. And in that hesitation, I had my answer. Clara, he finally said, you have to admit, things have changed. You're always working on your project for graduation. I interrupted. It's temporary, and you've been equally busy with your startup. I never once doubted your commitment because of it. It's not just that, he continued weakly. Your family has helped me see that maybe we want different futures. My family, I repeated flatly. You mean my mother, and the sister who's apparently been pursuing you behind my back. No one's been pursuing anyone, Vanessa protested, though her hand still rested possessively on the couch where Ethan had been sitting. I laughed, a hollow sound that startled even me. Mom, why? Why would you do this? For a moment, my mother's mask slipped completely, revealing the calculating woman beneath. Let's be practical, Clara. Vanessa needs a successful husband more than you do. You'll always be able to support yourself with your computer job. Vanessa needs security, social standing. The brutal honesty stunned me into silence. Besides, she continued, apparently believing this logic would convince me. You were never going to be the right wife for someone like Ethan. He needs someone who understands the social requirements of being married to a successful man, someone who can entertain, who knows the right people, someone who puts family first. I think what your mother means, Ethan interjected, apparently finding his voice, is that we might want different things in life. No, I think my mother was perfectly clear, I replied, surprising myself with how steady my voice remained. She decided my sister deserves you more than I do. So she orchestrated this whole scenario, and you went along with it. I turned to leave, then paused. Where's Dad in all this? My mother's expression tightened. Your father doesn't involve himself in these matters, which meant he knew and did nothing. Again. I looked at Ethan one last time. We're done. Don't call me. Don't text me. Don't try to explain. Whatever we had is over. As I walked out, I heard my mother saying, she'll calm down eventually. Clara has always been dramatic about these things. I got in my car and drove until I couldn't see through my tears anymore. Pulling over at a highway rest stop, I called the only person I could trust. Lauren, I need help. Everything's falling apart. The next few weeks passed in a blur. I couldn't eat, couldn't sleep, and definitely couldn't focus on completing my final semester. After spending 4 years working toward my degree, I made the painful decision to withdraw with just 2 months remaining. My academic advisor was shocked. This isn't like you, Clara, she said during our meeting. Whatever is happening, we can work around it. Extensions, incomplete grades that you can finish during the summer. But the thought of remaining in Cambridge, where every coffee shop and library corner held memories of Ethan, was unbearable. More importantly, I couldn't bear the thought of graduation with no one in the audience truly cheering for me. The facade had been completely shattered. Lauren offered me her couch until I figured out my next steps. Her tiny apartment became my refuge as I cycled through grief, rage, and paralyzing self-doubt. Some days, I couldn't get out of bed, replaying my mother's words in my head. Vanessa needs a successful husband more than you do. Had my entire family relationship been a competition I wasn't even aware I was participating in? Your mother is genuinely the most toxic person I've ever heard of, Lauren declared one evening as we split a pint of ice cream. And I once had a roommate who stole my identity and opened 3 credit cards. Despite her attempts at humor, I could see Lauren's growing concern. After I spent a week barely leaving the couch, she gently suggested therapy. Just a few sessions, she urged. My cousin went after her divorce and said it changed her life. Mostly to appease her, I agreed. The therapist, Dr. Linden, was a woman in her 50s with kind eyes and a direct manner that cut through my foggy mental state. "What your family did was a profound betrayal," she told me in our first session. "Your feelings are completely valid, but you have choices now about what role they play in your future." Over the next few months, those weekly sessions became anchors. Dr. Linden helped me see patterns in my family dynamics that went far beyond this final betrayal. More importantly, she helped me understand that I didn't have to continue participating in them. "Your mother's behavior suggests deeply rooted insecurities that she's projecting onto both you and your sister," Dr. Linden explained. "But her issues don't have to become your issues." By August, I had made a decision. I applied to complete my degree at the University of Washington in Seattle, as far from both Boston and California as I could reasonably get. With my MIT transcript and glowing recommendations from professors, I was accepted with a scholarship that would cover my final semester. Saying goodbye to Lauren was difficult. She had been my rock during the darkest period of my life. "You better video call me every week," she said fiercely as we hugged at the airport. "And I'm coming to your graduation with an embarrassingly large sign and air horns." Seattle felt like breathing fresh air after being underwater. The city's blend of technology and natural beauty suited me perfectly. I found a tiny studio apartment near campus and decorated it with absolutely nothing that reminded me of my past life. No family photos, no mementos from MIT, no traces of Ethan. My phone remained largely silent. Ethan had tried calling and texting for the first few weeks after our confrontation, his messages evolving from defensive, "You didn't give me a chance to explain," to apologetic, "I made a terrible mistake," to pathetically nostalgic, "Remember when we watched the meteor shower on my roof?" I never responded, eventually blocking his number. My parents' communications followed a predictable pattern. My mother acted as if nothing had happened, sending chatty texts about neighborhood gossip and Vanessa's latest adventures. My father sent occasional brief messages, usually devoid of any real content. "Hope you're doing well." Neither acknowledged the betrayal directly. I responded minimally to my father, and not at all to my mother. Through social media, which I rarely checked anymore, I learned that Ethan and Vanessa were officially dating. 2 months later, they were engaged. The announcement featured a photo of them with my beaming mother between them. My father stood slightly apart, his smile not reaching his eyes. I deactivated all my accounts that day. With my social media gone and my old connections fading, I poured everything into rebuilding my life. I completed my degree with honors, attended by Lauren and her family, but no one from my own. After graduation, I accepted an entry-level position at a mid-sized tech company in downtown Seattle. The salary was modest, but the role offered valuable experience and, most importantly, a foot in the door of the Seattle tech scene. Slowly, I built a new friend circle. There was Kim from the rock climbing gym, who dragged me out for weekend hikes, insisting physical activity was essential for mental health. Aaron and David, a couple from my apartment building, adopted me into their friend group after discovering my pitiful, empty refrigerator when they brought over misdelivered mail. And there was Lena from work, whose quiet competence and dry humor made our long coding sessions enjoyable, rather than merely tolerable. These new friends knew nothing of my family drama. To them, I was simply Clara from the East Coast, who didn't talk much about home. They accepted this without question, filling our time together with present joys rather than past sorrows. 1 year after moving to Seattle, I received a text from my father that finally acknowledged reality. "Vanessa and Ethan's wedding this weekend. Your mother asks if you've changed your mind about attending." I hadn't been invited. I hadn't expected to be. I responded simply, "No." My father's reply came hours later. "I understand. I'm sorry, Clara." It was the closest thing to an apology I'd received from any of them. And while insufficient, it opened a thin channel of communication between us. We began exchanging occasional texts, nothing deep, usually just brief life updates. He never mentioned my mother or Vanessa, and I never asked. Through this minimal connection, I learned that Ethan's startup had failed 6 months after their wedding. He was now working for a competitor of the company he'd founded, a significant step down from CEO. Vanessa was between jobs again. They had moved into my parents' guest house temporarily while Ethan regrouped. This information should have brought satisfaction, perhaps even joy. Instead, I felt a strange emptiness. Their struggles didn't undo my pain or restore what I'd lost. Success, I realized, would be the best revenge, not because it would hurt them, but because it would fulfill me. Around this time, I was assigned to a new project at work, developing software for healthcare systems. The project lead was Omar Khan, a brilliant developer with 15 years of experience who had recently transferred from our San Francisco office. Under his mentorship, my skills expanded exponentially. "You have remarkable talent," he told me during a code review, "but you're playing it safe. Don't be afraid to propose solutions that break conventional approaches." His encouragement pushed me to develop innovative algorithms that significantly improved our system's efficiency. When the project was completed ahead of schedule and under budget, Omar made sure the entire department knew my contributions had been key to its success. That project led to my first promotion, then to larger responsibilities and leadership roles. By my third year in Seattle, I had established a reputation as someone who solved problems others couldn't. My career was flourishing in ways I couldn't have imagined during those dark days on Lauren's couch. Yet despite professional success and a supportive friend circle, I kept potential romantic partners at arm's length. The betrayal had left scars that made trusting difficult. Several promising relationships ended when I couldn't bring myself to be fully vulnerable. The wall I'd built for protection had become a prison of sorts. Dr. Linden, with whom I still had occasional video sessions, gently pointed this out. "Walls keep out pain," she said, "but they also keep out joy. At some point, you'll need to decide if the protection is worth the isolation." I wasn't sure it wasn't, but life has a way of making decisions for us when we hesitate too long to make them ourselves. The Nexus project was my company's most ambitious undertaking to date, a comprehensive system designed to integrate patient data across healthcare providers while maintaining strict privacy protocols. The complexity required assembling an elite team drawn from multiple departments. As one of the lead developers, I attended the kickoff meeting with both excitement and trepidation. Our department head opened the session. "Before we begin, I'd like to introduce Daniel Zhang, who's joining us from our Toronto office. Daniel will be the technical architect for Nexus, bringing his expertise in secure systems design and implementation." Daniel entered the conference room, and my first impression was of quiet competence. Around my age, maybe a year or two older, with thoughtful eyes behind simple glasses, and a presence that commanded attention without demanding it. When he spoke, explaining his vision for the project architecture, his passion for the work was evident in every carefully chosen word. During the breakout sessions that followed, Daniel and I were assigned to map the data flow framework. As we worked, I found myself repeatedly impressed by his approach to problem solving, methodical yet creative, with an eye for elegant solutions. "That's an interesting way to handle the authentication sequence," I commented as he sketched a diagram. "I wouldn't have considered decoupling those components." He smiled slightly. "Sometimes the best solutions come from questioning assumptions about what belongs together." Something in his tone suggested he might be talking about more than just code. Over the following weeks, Daniel and I developed a productive professional rhythm. We challenged each other's ideas respectfully, building on our different strengths to create something better than either of us could have designed alone. I found myself looking forward to our working sessions, extending them with questions that could have waited until the next day. One evening, as we were the last two people in the office, Daniel leaned back in his chair and asked, "Want to continue this discussion over dinner? There's a great Vietnamese place around the corner." The invitation was casual, clearly professional, yet I hesitated. This boundary between work colleague and potential friend was one I rarely crossed. Noticing my hesitation, he added, "No pressure. I just thought food might help us solve this permissions hierarchy issue." I surprised myself by agreeing. That dinner became the first of many. Our conversations expanded beyond work to books, hiking trails, the challenges of urban gardening, his passion, and rock climbing, mine. Daniel spoke of his family, Chinese immigrants who had settled in Vancouver, his father's small accounting practice, his mother's community college teaching career, his younger sister's medical studies. His stories were filled with warmth and respect. So different from the dynamics I'd grown up with. I shared carefully edited versions of my own background, mentioning MIT but not my incomplete final semester, describing Boston but not my family. Daniel never pushed for details I wasn't offering, yet his attentive listening created a space where I gradually wanted to share more. 3 months into the project, Daniel suggested a Saturday hike to celebrate completing a particularly challenging module. The trail he chose offered spectacular views of Mount Rainier, and as we reached the summit viewpoint, something shifted in our interaction. Away from keyboards and conference rooms, surrounded by towering trees and mountain vistas, we were simply two people enjoying each other's company. During our descent, Daniel mentioned a documentary film festival happening the following weekend. "Would you be interested in going?" "Not as colleagues," he clarified, "but as a date." The word date triggered an immediate internal panic. I'd successfully avoided anything beyond casual coffee meetups since moving to Seattle. The prospect of opening myself to potential hurt again was terrifying. I need to think about it, I replied honestly. Daniel nodded. Take all the time you need. The offer stands. That evening, I called Lauren for the first time in weeks. He asked you out, and you said you'd think about it, she exclaimed. Clara, this is progress. 6 months ago, you would have invented an imaginary pet emergency to avoid answering. But what if it goes wrong? I asked. What if he's not who he seems to be? What if he is exactly who he seems to be? She countered. Look, I get it. Ethan and your family did a number on you, but from everything you've told me, Daniel seems genuinely decent, and you clearly like him enough to be scared of liking him. She was right. After wrestling with my fears for another day, I texted Daniel to accept his invitation. Our first official date revealed another layer of Daniel that deepened my attraction. His intelligence I already knew, but outside of work, his playful sense of humor emerged. He asked thoughtful questions and remembered small details from our previous conversations. Most importantly, he seemed completely comfortable with himself, lacking the insecurity that often drives people to impress others. As weeks became months, our relationship deepened. Daniel's patience allowed me to set the pace, never rushing intimacy or declarations of feeling. When I finally told him I was falling in love with him 8 months after our first date, his response was both joyful and reassuring. I've been in love with you since our third project meeting, he admitted. When you demolished my security protocol design and then immediately built it back up better than before, I knew then you were someone special. Still, I kept my deepest wounds hidden. Daniel knew I was estranged from my family, but not why. That changed after a year together, when he invited me to Vancouver to meet his parents during Lunar New Year celebrations. The Hayes family welcomed me with genuine warmth. Watching their interactions, the teasing affection, the arguments that resolved with laughter, the unquestioned support, brought both joy and an ache of comparison I couldn't suppress. After we returned to Seattle, Daniel found me crying in our hotel room. What's wrong? He asked, immediately concerned. Did my family overwhelm you? My mother can be intense, I know. No. Your family is wonderful, I managed through tears. It's just, they made me see what I never had. That night, I finally shared the full story. MIT, Ethan, my mother's manipulation, my sister's betrayal, my father's complicity, the shattered life I'd fled, and the new one I'd built from the pieces. Daniel listened without interruption, his expression shifting from shock to anger to deep compassion. When I finished, he took my hands in his. Thank you for trusting me with this. I understand now why trust is so difficult for you. He paused, choosing his words carefully. What they did was unforgivable. But I need you to know something. Not everyone will betray you. I won't betray you. You can't promise that, I whispered. I can promise to try every day to be worthy of your trust, he replied. And I can promise that if we ever have conflicts or doubts, I'll bring them directly to you, not to anyone else. His response wasn't a blanket reassurance that my fears were unfounded. Instead, it acknowledged the reality of my experience while offering a different path forward. That honesty meant more than 1,000 promises never to hurt me could have. Our relationship deepened after that night. With my history no longer a shadow between us, I could fully embrace the possibility of a future together. Daniel became not just my partner, but my closest friend, challenging me when I needed challenging, and supporting me when I needed support. 2 years into our relationship, during a weekend trip to the San Juan Islands, Daniel proposed. The ring was an emerald rather than a diamond, set in a design he'd helped create. It reminded me of your eyes, he explained. And emerald symbolizes truth and love. Both seem appropriate. Though I'd known this moment might come, I found myself hesitating. Are you sure? My family baggage is considerable. Daniel smiled. I'm not marrying your family. I'm asking to marry you, Clara West, with all your brilliance and strength and carefully protected heart. Will you build a life with me? Yes, I said, the word carrying all the certainty I'd never thought I'd feel again. Yes, I will. We planned a small wedding with just our closest friends. I didn't invite my family, though I sent my father a brief text letting him know I was getting married. His response was typical. Congratulations. I hope you'll be very happy. No mention of attending. No questions about Daniel. I hadn't expected otherwise. Our wedding day was perfect in its simplicity. Lauren served as my maid of honor, flying in from Boston with her new fiancé. Daniel's sister Sophie was a bridesmaid, and his college roommate Caleb stood as best man. We exchanged vows in a garden overlooking Puget Sound, surrounded by 40 people who truly cared about us. "Today I choose you," Daniel said in his vows. "And I'll choose you again tomorrow and every day after that." My own vows acknowledge the journey. "You taught me that trust isn't naive. It's the bravest choice we can make. I trust you with my heart, my future, and all the dreams we'll build together." After the wedding, life expanded in unexpected ways. Daniel and I combined our technical expertise to launch a healthcare data security startup. The timing was perfect. Increased regulations around patient data privacy created an immediate market for our solutions. Within 18 months, we'd grown from just the two of us working evenings and weekends to a company of 20 employees with significant venture funding. Success brought visibility I hadn't anticipated. Our company was featured in tech publications and local business journals. I gave interviews about data security and presented at conferences. Though I used my married name professionally, Clara Hayes, it was only a matter of time before my past and present collided. That collision came in the form of a LinkedIn message from Ethan. "Congratulations on your success. You always were the brilliant one. We'd love to catch up sometime." I showed the message to Daniel, who raised an eyebrow. "What do you want to do?" "Nothing," I replied. "He's not part of my life anymore." I deleted the message without responding, but it triggered thoughts about my family that I'd managed to suppress for years. Through occasional texts with my father, I knew that Ethan and Vanessa's marriage was struggling. His career had never recovered from his startup's failure, and Vanessa had grown resentful of their financial dependence on my parents. My mother apparently still controlled the family narrative, positioning me as the ungrateful daughter who had abandoned them. Then came news that changed everything. My father had been diagnosed with pancreatic cancer. His text was characteristically understated. "Doctor says 6 to 12 months. Would like to see you before then." After years of maintaining emotional distance, I found myself at a crossroads. The hurt remained, but so did earlier memories of my father, teaching me to ride a bike, sneaking me extra dessert when my mother wasn't looking, quietly encouraging my academic interests even when he didn't understand them. "I think I need to go," I told Daniel that evening. "Then we'll go," he replied simply. "Together." The decision to reconnect with my family opened the door to a confrontation years in the making. A confrontation that would finally bring everything full circle in ways I never could have anticipated. After careful consideration, Daniel and I decided that, rather than visiting my family home where my mother would control the environment, we would invite them to Seattle. The distance would give me emotional space and the home field advantage I needed for such a loaded reunion. "We'll host them at our place," Daniel suggested. "That way, you can set the terms of engagement." Our place was a waterfront property on Mercer Island, purchased after our company's second round of funding. The modern glass and cedar home, with its expansive views of Lake Washington, reflected our success in a way that words couldn't convey. I wasn't above wanting my family to see what I'd built without them. I called my father directly to extend the invitation. His voice, thinner than I remembered, brightened when I suggested the visit. "We could come next month," he said. "Your mother and I. And would it be all right if Vanessa and Ethan came too? They're living with us now, and your mother doesn't want to leave Vanessa alone while we're gone." The request sent ice through my veins. Seeing my parents after 6 years would be challenging enough. Facing Ethan and Vanessa seemed impossible, but I recognized the manipulation. My mother was ensuring I couldn't have time alone with my father. "Everyone is welcome," I said, surprising myself with how steady my voice remained. "We have plenty of room." Daniel squeezed my hand in support as I ended the call. "Are you sure about this? Including Ethan and Vanessa?" "No," I admitted, "but I need to do this completely, no more shadows hanging over us." The month before their visit passed quickly. Between preparing our home and managing our growing company, I had little time to dwell on anxiety. Daniel arranged for a private chef to handle the first night's dinner, understanding that cooking for the people who had hurt me so deeply would be an unfair burden. The day of their arrival, I stood in our living room, looking out over the water, trying to center myself. Daniel came up behind me, wrapping his arms around my waist. "Remember," he said softly, "you're not that vulnerable girl anymore. You're Clara Hayes, co-founder and CTO of Hayes Secure, with 14 patents and a wait list of clients. More importantly, you're a woman who rebuilt her life from scratch. Nothing they say or do can take that away." The doorbell rang precisely at 4 o'clock. My mother had always valued punctuality. I took a deep breath and opened the door. My father stood closest, dramatically thinner than I remembered, his skin bearing the yellowish tint characteristic of his disease. Despite his obvious illness, his eyes lit up at the sight of me. "Clara," he said, his voice catching. Without thinking, I stepped forward to embrace him, his body feeling fragile beneath my arms. My mother stood just behind him, barely aged from my memory. Her critical eyes took me in, then shifted to assess our home visible through the open door. "You look well," she said, her tone suggesting surprise at this fact. "Thank you for having us." Vanessa and Ethan hung back awkwardly. My sister had gained weight, her once model-esque figure now softer, her carefully maintained blonde hair showing dark roots. Beside her, Ethan looked almost exactly as I remembered, though a new tension lined his face and his once confident posture had diminished. "Please come in," I said, stepping back to allow them entry. "Daniel is looking forward to meeting you all." As they entered our home, I watched their expressions. My mother's practiced neutrality couldn't fully mask her shock at the obvious luxury. Vanessa's eyes widened, darting from the vaulted ceilings to the designer furniture to the floor-to-ceiling windows showcasing the lake view. Ethan seemed to physically shrink as he took in the success I'd achieved without him. Daniel appeared from his office, the consummate host. Tall, distinguished in casual linen pants and a light blue button-down that complemented his warm complexion, he radiated confidence without arrogance. "Welcome to Seattle," he greeted them, shaking hands with my father, then my mother. When he reached Ethan, there was a brief, charged moment as the two men assessed each other. Daniel's smile never wavered, but I saw Ethan recognize something in my husband's eyes. Knowledge of exactly who Ethan was and what he had done. "We've prepared the guest rooms upstairs," Daniel continued smoothly. "Why don't you all get settled before dinner? Clara can show you the way." As I led my family upstairs, my mother fell into step beside me. "This is quite a home," she remarked. "Your husband must be very successful." "We both are, Mother," I replied evenly. "I co-founded our company with Daniel, we're equal partners in every sense." She absorbed this information with a tight smile. "How progressive." I showed them to their rooms, my parents in the main guest suite, Vanessa and Ethan in the smaller room across the hall. As they unpacked, I retreated downstairs to find Daniel opening wine in the kitchen. "They're exactly as you described," he said quietly. "Your mother started assessing the property value within 30 seconds of arrival." I laughed despite my tension. "Just wait until dinner. She'll be counting the silver." The private chef Daniel had arranged prepared an exquisite meal. As we gathered around our dining table, the conversation remained superficial. Seattle weather, their flight, my father's treatment options. Daniel expertly filled awkward silences with questions about Boston and observations about the differences between Canadian and American healthcare systems. It was during dessert that my mother finally broached the subject of our company. "So," she said, setting down her fork with precision, "Clara mentioned you run a business together. What exactly do you do?" Daniel glanced at me, silently offering the chance to answer. I took it. "We founded Hayes Secure 4 years ago," I explained. "We specialize in healthcare data security systems. Our software protects patient information while allowing authorized access across different healthcare providers." "Hayes Secure," my mother repeated. "You took Daniel's name for the company." "It tested better with focus groups," I replied smoothly, though the real reason was simpler. I'd wanted nothing of my past associated with my future. "They're being modest," my father interjected. "I looked up their company before we came. They were featured in Forbes last year. Healthcare Security Revolution, the article called it." My mother's eyebrows rose fractionally. "How impressive." Ethan cleared his throat. "What's your market valuation now?" "Last funding round," Daniel answered casually. "Our last valuation was just over $300 million. We're not looking for additional investment currently. We're cash flow positive and growing sustainably." The figure hung in the air, $300 million. Ethan's failed startup had peaked at a $4 million valuation before collapsing. $300 million, Vanessa repeated, looking at Ethan with an expression I couldn't quite read. "That's... wow." "Enough about business," my mother interjected briskly. "Clara, will you and Daniel be starting a family soon?" "You're not getting any younger, Mom," Vanessa protested weakly. "It's a reasonable question," my mother defended. "They have this enormous house. Seems a shame not to fill it with children." We're focused on our company right now, Daniel answered diplomatically. But we haven't ruled out children in the future. My mother turned to me. You always said you wanted children, Clara. Remember those dolls you used to line up in your room? You had names for all of them. I had no such memory. Vanessa had been the one obsessed with dolls. This subtle rewriting of history was so typical of my mother that I almost laughed. If Clara and I decide to have children, Daniel said, his voice gentle but firm, it will be on our timeline, not anyone else's. My mother's smile tightened, unused to being challenged so politely yet definitively. As the evening progressed, the dynamics became increasingly clear. My mother attempted to reassert control through passive-aggressive comments and selective memories. My father observed quietly, occasionally catching my eye with what seemed like apology. Vanessa fluctuated between feigned interest in our lives and thinly veiled envy. And Ethan grew progressively more uncomfortable, drinking too much wine and barely contributing to the conversation. By the time we moved to the living room for after-dinner drinks, the facade of a pleasant family reunion had worn dangerously thin. How are things in Boston? I asked, deliberately vague. A weighted silence followed. My father stared into his whiskey. My mother smoothed an invisible wrinkle from her skirt. We're between opportunities at the moment, Vanessa finally answered. Ethan's exploring several promising positions. I see, I replied. And you're living with mom and dad while you explore? Temporarily, Ethan said quickly. My non-compete clause from Growth Tech just expired, so I can finally look at other startups in the same space. It's been 3 years, Vanessa added, an edge to her voice. A very long temporary arrangement. We're happy to help family through difficult transitions, my mother said pointedly. That's what families do. They support each other through challenges. The implication hung heavily in the air, that I had abandoned my family responsibilities by cutting contact. Daniel, sensing the rising tension, stood. Would anyone like to see the garden? We've just installed a Japanese-inspired meditation area overlooking the water. My father rose eagerly. I'd enjoy that. As the others followed Daniel outside, I remained behind to refresh drinks. Ethan lingered awkwardly, handling his empty glass. Your husband seems like a good man, he said finally. He is, I replied simply. You've done incredibly well for yourself, Clara. I always knew you would. I looked at him directly for the first time that evening. Did you? Because I recall you agreeing that I was too focused on my career to be a good partner, that I'd never understand the social aspects of business. He flushed. I was confused. Your mother can be very persuasive. Yes, she can be. But we all make our own choices, Ethan. He set down his glass. I made the wrong one. Surely you know that by now. Before I could respond, my father appeared in the doorway. Clara, could I speak with you privately for a moment? Ethan nodded awkwardly and slipped past my father toward the garden. My father took a seat on the couch, his movements slow and deliberate. Your home is beautiful, he said. But more importantly, you seem happy. I am, I confirmed. I owe you an apology, he continued, his voice slow. Many apologies, actually. I failed you, Clara. I knew what your mother and Vanessa were doing with Ethan, and I did nothing to stop it. The directness of his admission startled me. Why not? He sighed heavily. Cowardice, mainly. I've spent 40 years taking the path of least resistance with your mother. It was easier to let her have her way than to fight battles I didn't think I could win. He looked up, his eyes damp. But that's no excuse for letting her hurt you, for hurting you myself through inaction. His sincere regret pierced the armor I'd built around my heart. I needed you to stand up for me, Dad. I know, and I'll regret until my dying day that I didn't. He reached for my hand. I don't expect forgiveness, Clara. I just wanted you to know that I see clearly now what happened, and I'm deeply sorry for my part in it. From the garden, raised voices drew our attention. Through the windows, I could see my mother and Vanessa in what appeared to be a heated discussion, with Daniel standing calmly between them. We should join them, my father suggested. Your mother becomes unpredictable when challenged. In the garden, the scene became clear as we approached. My mother was berating Daniel about something while Vanessa stood nearby, arms crossed defensively. Absolutely inappropriate to suggest such a thing, my mother was saying. Our financial arrangements are private family matters. Daniel noticed our approach and turned. Ah, Clara, Richard. We were just discussing family dynamics. He's suggesting we're taking advantage of Dad's finances, Vanessa blurted, as if we're some kind of parasites. Daniel shook his head. That's not what I said. I simply observed that multi-generational living can create complex financial interdependencies that sometimes prevent people from making fully independent choices. My mother's face flushed with anger. You know nothing about our family. On the contrary, Daniel replied calmly. I know a great deal about your family. From Clara's perspective. I know about the manipulation, the favoritism, the betrayal. Daniel, I warned softly, though part of me thrilled to hear someone finally confront my mother directly. Betrayal is a strong word, my mother sniffed. Family matters are complicated. Clara has always had a flair for drama and a selective memory. Mom, Vanessa interrupted, surprising everyone. Stop. Just stop. My mother turned to her in shock. Excuse me? He's right, Vanessa continued, her voice shaking. We both know what you did with Ethan. What we did. It was wrong. Ethan, who had been silent throughout the exchange, finally spoke. Your mother told me Clara was seeing someone else at MIT, that she was using me as a backup plan while pursuing a professor she was interested in. I gasped. That's completely untrue. I know that now, he said quietly. But at the time, it made sense of why you were so busy, why you seemed distant. Your mother showed me texts from your phone that seemed to confirm it. I never texted anything like that, I said, my mind racing. She must have used my phone, Vanessa finished. She had me text things from your old number that she'd kept in her contacts, made it look like they were coming from you. My mother's face hardened. This is absurd. I was simply helping two people who are clearly better suited find their way to each other. By lying? My father asked, his voice stronger than I'd heard it all weekend. By manipulating a young man's feelings and betraying our daughter. I did what was necessary, my mother insisted. Vanessa needed stability that Clara didn't. Clara was always going to be fine on her own. So, you decided to sacrifice my happiness for Vanessa's? I asked, the hurt still fresh despite the years. I made a practical decision, my mother replied unapologetically. Vanessa's looks were her only real asset. She needed to capitalize on them before they faded. You had your education, your career potential. Mom, Vanessa exclaimed, clearly wounded. Is that really how you see me, as nothing but a pretty face with an expiration date? My mother waved dismissively. Don't be so sensitive, I'm simply being practical. I did what any mother would do, ensured both my daughters' futures as best I could. No, my father countered, surprising us all with his firmness. You did what served your vision of how things should be. You didn't consider what either of your daughters actually wanted or needed. The garden fell silent. My mother's face registered shock at my father's rebellion. Vanessa looked torn between vindication and devastation at our mother's assessment of her worth. Ethan stared at the ground, the full extent of his manipulation finally clear. Daniel moved to stand beside me, his hand finding mine in silent support. I think, I said finally, that we've all had enough truth for one evening. Let's continue this conversation tomorrow after everyone's had some rest. As we headed inside, Ethan caught my arm gently. Clara, I need you to know how sorry I am. I should have trusted what we had. I should have talked to you directly. I looked at the man I had once loved so deeply, now a diminished figure, trapped in a marriage built on lies. Yes, you should have. Later that night, as Daniel and I prepared for bed, he asked, Are you okay? That was intense. I considered the question carefully. I think I am. For years I've carried this wound, never fully understanding how deep the deception went. Now I know, and strangely, that helps. Your sister surprised me, he observed. I didn't expect her to break ranks with your mother. Me neither, I admitted. Maybe there's hope for her yet. Daniel pulled me close. What happens now with your family? I rested my head against his chest, listening to the steady beat of his heart. I don't know exactly, but for the first time, I think there might be a path forward. At least with my father, and maybe eventually with Vanessa. My mother. That's more complicated. Whatever you decide, Daniel said, kissing my forehead. I'm with you every step of the way. As I drifted toward sleep, I realized that the confrontation had shifted something fundamental within me. The people who had once held such power over my happiness now seemed smaller, less significant. They hadn't determined my fate after all. I had. The morning after our confrontation brought a strange calm to the house. My father joined me for early coffee on the deck, watching the sunrise paint the lake in gold and pink. We sat in comfortable silence for a while before he spoke. "I had a long talk with your mother last night," he said, his thin hands cradling his mug. "One of many we should have had years ago. I told her things need to change if she wants any relationship with you going forward." "And how did that go?" I asked, already knowing the answer. He smiled ruefully. "About as well as you'd expect. She's not used to ultimatums, especially from me." "What about you, Dad? What do you want?" He looked out over the water, considering. "I want whatever time I have left, to be honest. No more pretending. No more enabling behavior that hurts the people I love." He turned to me. "And I want to know my daughter again, if she's willing." Over the next 3 days, our family dynamics shifted in ways I never anticipated. My father and I spent hours talking, filling in the gaps of our lost years. I showed him our company offices, introduced him to colleagues, shared the work that filled me with purpose. He listened with genuine interest, asking insightful questions that reminded me of the thoughtful man who had encouraged my early curiosity about computers. "I'm proud of you, Clara," he told me as we walked along the waterfront. "Not because of your success, though that's remarkable. I'm proud of the woman you've become. Strong, compassionate, resilient. You created this life despite us, not because of us." His cancer made our reconciliation bittersweet, a relationship rebuilt with an expiration date looming. Yet, there was grace in having this time, in clearing away the debris of the past before saying goodbye. With Vanessa, healing came more tentatively. The morning after the confrontation, she asked if I would walk with her around the neighborhood. "I don't even know where to start," she said as we strolled past waterfront mansions. "Sorry seems inadequate." "Why did you do it?" I asked. The question had haunted me for years. She was quiet for a long moment. "At first, it was just flattering to have someone like Ethan interested in me. Mom kept saying what a good match we'd be, how much more I deserved someone successful than you did." She glanced at me. "I know how awful that sounds now. And later, when you knew how much it hurt me." By then I was trapped in Mom's narrative. If what we'd done wasn't justified, then I was just terrible. It was easier to believe you'd be fine, that you didn't need Ethan like I did. She stopped walking. "The truth is, I was weak. I let Mom make my decisions because taking responsibility for my own life was scary." Her honesty surprised me. "When did that change?" "Watching you yesterday. Successful, confident, genuinely happy with Daniel. It made me see what taking control of your own life actually looks like." She sighed. "I'm 35, living in our parents' guest house, in a failing marriage, with no career or purpose. Mom still buys my clothes and tells me how to wear my hair." I felt an unexpected pang of empathy. While my mother had betrayed me, she had infantilized Vanessa, keeping her dependent and diminished. "It's not too late to change that," I said carefully. "How?" The desperation in her voice was palpable. I considered my response. "Start with something small but meaningful. Get a job. Any job that's yours alone. Open a bank account in only your name. Build from there." Over the following days, we had several similar conversations. I didn't offer forgiveness. That would take time. But I did offer perspective and practical advice. To my surprise, Vanessa listened. My relationship with my mother remained the most complicated. After the confrontation, she retreated into cool politeness, maintaining the fiction that she had acted in everyone's best interests. On their final evening with us, however, as Daniel and my father discussed baseball in the living room, and Vanessa helped our housekeeper with dishes, my mother found me alone on the deck. "You've done well for yourself," she said, an admission that clearly cost her. "Better than I expected." "Thank you," I replied, not taking the bait of her qualified praise. "I still believe I did what was necessary at the time," she continued. "But I recognize that my methods were perhaps overly controlling." Coming from my mother, this was the closest thing to an apology I was likely to receive. "I won't pretend what you did didn't hurt me deeply," I said. "But I've built a good life. A life that makes me happy." She nodded, looking out at the water rather than at me. "Your father wants us to seek counseling, family therapy, he calls it." I couldn't hide my surprise. "And you agreed?" "It's important to him." She smoothed her slacks, a nervous gesture I remembered from childhood. Would you consider joining us occasionally? Not regularly, of course. I know you're busy." The request, halting and uncomfortable, revealed vulnerability I'd never seen in her before. "I'll think about it," I promised, not ready to commit, but unwilling to refuse outright. She accepted this with a nod, and we stood in silence watching the sunset. Two women with a broken past and an uncertain future, but perhaps a sliver of possibility between us. The most surprising conversation came from Ethan, who asked to speak with me privately before their departure. Daniel raised an eyebrow when I mentioned the request. "Are you comfortable with that?" he asked. "Yes," I assured him. There's nothing he could say that would affect us. Ethan and I sat in the garden, the space between us filled with history and regret. "I wanted to thank you," he began, which was not what I expected. "For what?" "For not hating me," he said simply. "You would be justified. I considered this. Hate requires energy. I'd rather direct it elsewhere. Besides, I've come to understand how thoroughly you were manipulated." "That doesn't excuse my choices," he said, showing more self-awareness than I remembered. "I betrayed your trust. I let myself be convinced that what we had wasn't real or valuable." He hesitated. "Seeing you with Daniel, the way he looks at you, the respect between you, it's made me realize what I gave up." I tensed, worried this was heading toward an inappropriate confession. He noticed and quickly added, "I'm not saying this to disrupt your life or suggest anything inappropriate. I want you to know that I recognize what I lost, the person I hurt. My biggest regret isn't the failed startup or the career setbacks. It's that I let someone else define what should have mattered most to me." His sincerity seemed genuine, his regret palpable. "What will you do now?" I asked. He sighed. "Start over, I think. Vanessa and I have been pretending for years. Neither of us is happy." "I'm sorry to hear that," I said, and meant it. Despite everything, I didn't wish them misery. "Don't be. It's time for both of us to face reality and make better choices." He stood to leave, then paused. "You deserved better, Clara. I'm glad you found it." After they left, our house felt simultaneously emptier and lighter. The confrontation had been painful but necessary, clearing away festering wounds and replacing them with clear-eyed understanding. I couldn't change the past, but I could choose how it affected my future. In the months that followed, we established new patterns of connection. My father and I spoke weekly by phone and video chat as his condition deteriorated. I flew to Boston twice to spend time with him, difficult visits that nevertheless brought peace to both of us. When he passed away 8 months after our reunion, I stood beside my mother and sister at his funeral, united in grief if not in full reconciliation. After my father's death, Vanessa surprised everyone by following through on her promises to change. She filed for divorce from Ethan, moved into her own apartment, and found work as an administrative assistant at a community college. The position was modest, but represented independence she'd never known. We maintained cautious but increasingly warm contact, rebuilding a relationship that had been poisoned since childhood. My mother remained my mother, critical, controlling, resistant to change. But our confrontation had shifted the power dynamic permanently. She could no longer rewrite history or manipulate me. I engaged with her on my terms, or not at all. It wasn't a warm relationship, but it was an honest one. With my family receding to their appropriate place in my life rather than dominating it, Daniel and I focused on our future. Our company continued to thrive, expanding internationally and developing new security protocols that became industry standards. 2 years after the family confrontation, we welcomed our daughter, Emma, followed 18 months later by our son, Noah. Becoming parents ourselves cast my family history into sharper relief. As I held my children, I made silent promises never to play favorites, to see and celebrate them for exactly who they were, to let them chart their own courses with support rather than control. Watching Daniel with our children, patient, attentive, delighting in their uniqueness, I often reflected on how completely my life had transformed from what it might have been. Had my mother not orchestrated that betrayal, had Ethan and I married as once planned, would I have found this level of fulfillment? The painful truth was that their betrayal, while devastating, had ultimately freed me to build something far better than I might have otherwise. This wasn't about forgiving the unforgivable, or finding silver linings in trauma. It was about recognizing that our worst moments don't define us unless we let them. That sometimes the path forward requires leaving behind not just people who hurt us, but also dreams and expectations that no longer serve us. The ultimate victory wasn't financial success or professional recognition, though those were gratifying. It wasn't even the beautiful family Daniel and I created, precious as they were. The victory was internal. The knowledge that I had rebuilt myself from broken pieces into someone stronger, wiser, and more compassionate than before. On my daughter's 3rd birthday, as our home filled with friends and laughter, I caught sight of myself in a window reflection. The woman looking back bore little resemblance to the devastated girl who had once fled her family's betrayal. This woman stood tall, confident in her worth, surrounded by love she had chosen, and that had chosen her in return. I often think about the question of forgiveness. Have I forgiven my mother, my sister, Ethan? Not entirely. Some betrayals leave permanent marks, but I've released the anger that once threatened to define me. I've learned that the opposite of love isn't hate, it's indifference. And I've found peace in allowing those who hurt me to occupy an appropriate space in my heart and history, acknowledged, but no longer central. The journey from betrayal to this peaceful place wasn't linear or simple. It required confronting painful truths, setting boundaries, and most importantly, believing I deserved better. Perhaps that's the most valuable lesson of all, that our capacity for happiness expands when we truly believe we're worthy of it. So if you're facing betrayal or heartbreak right now, remember this. The people who hurt you don't get to decide your worth. They don't get to write the ending to your story. That power belongs to you alone. Sometimes life's greatest gifts come disguised as its cruelest blows, redirecting us toward paths we might never have chosen, but that lead to places far better than we imagined. What painful experience has ultimately led you to something better? Share your story in the comments below. Don't forget to like and subscribe if this resonated with you, and hit that notification bell to catch my next video. Remember, every ending is just the beginning of something new. Thank you for listening to my story. Take care. Good luck. My mother announced that my baby belonged to my infertile sister. When I refused, they started a ruthless campaign to take him from me. This morning, my sister was sitting outside our old house in her car, rocking a baby doll and staring at nothing. Did anyone ever try to take your baby? When I told my mother I was pregnant, she smiled and said, "Perfect timing. Your sister's infertility treatments just failed again, and I already promised her you'd have a baby for her." I'd been raised watching my mother give away everything I owned to my older sister. When I got toys for Christmas, Mom would let me play with them for a week before giving them to Rose because she needed them more. I thought it was just favoritism, until I realized Mom genuinely believed I existed to provide for Rose. She'd tell people I was Rose's little helper, and that God gave her 2 daughters so one could support the other. When Rose got married and couldn't conceive, Mom started dropping hints about other options. She'd stare at my stomach during family dinners and tell Rose not to worry, that solutions appeared when you had faith. I was too naive to understand what she meant. I thought she was talking about adoption, or egg donation, not that she'd already decided my future children belonged to my sister. My husband Lucas and I had been trying for a year when I finally got pregnant. I wanted to wait to tell my family, but Lucas insisted we share the joy. When I told Mom at Sunday dinner, she clasped her hands and turned to Rose. "See? I told you God would provide." Rose started crying with relief while Mom explained that I'd be giving the baby to my sister after birth. She'd already told Rose I'd agreed to this plan months ago. I stood up so fast I knocked over my chair. I told them they were insane if they thought I'd give away my baby. Mom's face went cold. She reminded me of all the sacrifices Rose had made, how she'd given up her career dreams to try for a baby, how her marriage was failing from the stress. "You can have more babies," Mom said. "This is Rose's only chance." Lucas grabbed my hand and we left, while Rose sobbed that I was stealing her baby. For the next few weeks, Mom called constantly. She'd leave voicemails about how Rose was wrecked, how I was unaliving my sister by keeping the baby. She sent photos of the nursery Rose had already decorated, the clothes she bought, the name she'd chosen. When I blocked her number, she started showing up at my work. Security had to escort her out when she tried to follow me into the bathroom to talk sense into me. We decided we needed to get as far away from them as possible before the baby was born. Lucas got a transfer to another state, and we left without telling anyone. I gave birth to our son in peaceful anonymity. For 6 months, we were a normal family. Then Lucas's mother accidentally mentioned the baby to someone from our hometown. Within days, Mom found us. She brought Rose, who'd lost weight and looked haunted. 6 months, Rose whispered. "I've been waiting 6 months for my son." She'd been living as if a baby was hers, telling everyone about her child who'd been temporarily placed with me. In her world, she was already his mother. Mom explained calmly that Rose's husband would leave if she didn't come home with a baby. Her marriage, her sanity, her life depended on getting her child. I tried to slam the door, but Rose put her foot in the way. "Please," she begged. "I'll let you visit. You can be his aunt. I'll even let you babysit sometimes. She genuinely thought she was being generous. When I still refused, Mom's expression hardened. She said, if I didn't hand over the baby voluntarily, they'd take him anyway. Rose had already filed paperwork claiming I'd agreed to be her surrogate. They had forged contracts, fake emails, an entire paper trail showing I'd promised her this baby. Lucas called the police, but Mom and Rose left before they arrived. The officers said without immediate threat, it was a civil matter. We hired a lawyer, who said the forged documents were obviously fake, but would still need to be disputed in court. While we waited for a hearing, Mom escalated. She called CPS, claiming we were substance dealers. She contacted Lucas's employer, saying he'd stolen money. She filed for emergency custody as the concerned grandmother of a child in danger. Each false report required investigation, draining our savings on legal fees. Meanwhile, Rose started showing up everywhere. The grocery store, the pediatrician, the park. She'd follow at a distance, taking photos, studying our routines. She'd mouth "my baby" whenever our eyes met. I couldn't sleep, constantly checking locks, afraid to leave the house. Lucas started missing work to guard us, which his boss didn't understand. Then came the letter from Rose's lawyer. She was suing for custody based on maternal alienation. The forged surrogacy agreement was attached, along with statements from family friends swearing I'd promised the baby to Rose. Mom had convinced half our hometown that I was a surrogate who'd stolen Rose's child. The lawyer said we could fight it, but it would take years and cost everything. Or we could settle out of court with a visitation agreement that started with weekends and expanded over time. We were sitting in our living room, exhausted and broke, when the doorbell rang. Through the peephole, I saw Rose holding a car seat. Behind her stood Mom and two men I didn't recognize. We're here for the baby's overnight visit, Rose called through the door. The court order is signed. My hands shook as I checked my phone. Our lawyer had sent an emergency text. The judge had granted temporary visitation pending the full hearing, starting immediately. Lucas was calling the police while I held our son, but I knew they'd have to enforce the court order. Rose knocked again, harder this time. Open up, she said sweetly. Mommy's here to take you home. Behind her, Mom smiled. They'd won this round, and we all knew once Rose had him for even one night, she'd never bring him back. I gripped my son tighter as Lucas's voice rose on the phone with 911. My legs felt weak, but I forced myself to stay standing. Through the door, I could hear Rose humming a lullaby, the same one Mom used to sing to us as children. The sound made my skin crawl. Lucas hung up and moved to my side. His jaw was clenched so tight I could see the muscle jumping. He reached for our son, and I let him take him, my arms trembling from holding him so tightly. Lucas's eyes met mine, and I saw the same fear reflected there, but also determination. The police arrived within minutes, though it felt like hours. 2 officers approached our door, while Rose stepped back, clutching the empty car seat like a prize. Mom stood behind her, one hand on Rose's shoulder, her expression serene as if this was all perfectly normal. I opened the door before they could knock again. The first officer, a woman with kind eyes, looked between us and the group on our lawn. She asked to see the court order. Rose practically thrust it at her, her hands shaking with excitement. The officer read it carefully, while her partner kept watch. I saw her frown deepen with each line. She handed it to her partner, then turned to us. She explained that the order appeared legitimate, but she had concerns about the circumstances. She asked if we had legal representation. Lucas gave her our lawyer's number. While she stepped aside to make the call, Rose inched closer to our door. I could see the desperation in her eyes, the way she kept looking past me, searching for her baby. Mom whispered something in her ear, and Rose nodded rapidly. The officer returned after what felt like an eternity. She informed us that our lawyer was on his way and had advised us not to comply with the order until he arrived. The judge who'd signed it was known for rubber-stamping emergency motions without proper review. Our lawyer suspected the order might not hold up under scrutiny. Rose's face crumpled. She started wailing about her baby, how she'd waited so long, how we were torturing her. Mom's mask finally slipped. Her voice turned sharp as she demanded the officers enforce the order immediately. She threatened to file complaints, to have their badges, to sue the entire department. The second officer stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. He explained that given the unusual circumstances and the allegations of forged documents, they would wait for legal counsel to arrive before taking any action. He suggested Rose and her party wait in their vehicle. Mom's face turned red. She grabbed Rose's arm and pulled her toward a black SUV parked at our curb. The 2 men I didn't recognize followed. One of them kept staring at our house as if memorizing every detail. I shuddered and stepped back inside. Our lawyer arrived 20 minutes later, looking harried but determined. He examined the court order and immediately spotted several irregularities. The judge's signature was stamped, not handwritten. The case number didn't match any in the system. Most damning, the order referenced a hearing that had supposedly taken place that morning, when court records showed the judge had been in a completely different county. He called the courthouse directly. After a tense conversation, he hung up with a grim smile. The order was fraudulent. Someone had used official-looking paperwork and a stolen stamp to create it. The real judge was furious and would be filing charges. The police officers took statements from everyone. Rose seemed genuinely confused, insisting her lawyer had given her the papers. Mom maintained her story that I'd agreed to be a surrogate, even when confronted with the evidence of forgery. The two men with them turned out to be process servers Rose had hired to witness the transfer. As the officers prepared to leave, they warned Rose and Mom about trespassing. Any further attempts to take our son would result in immediate arrest. Rose sobbed hysterically as Mom led her away, but not before Mom turned back to look at me. Her expression was calm, calculating. This wasn't over. Our lawyer stayed after everyone left. He laid out our options, none of them good. I wondered what's really driving the mother to go this far. Forging court papers isn't just favoritism anymore, that's criminal behavior that could land her in jail. There's something deeper here about why she needs Rose to have this baby so badly. The forged court order would help our case, but Rose's custody suit was still moving forward. The fake surrogacy documents, while clearly fraudulent, had been filed with multiple agencies. Untangling the mess would take months, maybe years. He advised us to document everything, every encounter, every phone call, every sighting. We needed to build an airtight case showing the pattern of harassment and deception. He also recommended we consider a restraining order, though he warned it might escalate things further. That night Lucas and I took shifts sleeping. One of us was always awake, watching the windows, checking the locks. Our son slept peacefully in his crib, unaware of the chaos surrounding him. I sat beside him during my watch, memorizing his face, terrified this might be one of our last nights together. The next morning brought a new horror. Lucas's boss called to say he was being placed on administrative leave pending an investigation into the theft allegations. Even though the claims were obviously false, the company had to follow protocol. We'd gone from 2 incomes to none overnight. I started calling daycares to warn them about Rose and Mom. Most were sympathetic, but said they couldn't refuse a family member without a court order. One director quietly suggested I might want to find a facility that didn't know our family history. The implication was clear: nowhere would be safe. Our savings were draining fast. Between lawyer fees, the lost income, and the security measures we'd installed, we were burning through money at an alarming rate. I started selling things online, anything we could spare. Lucas applied for jobs, but the pending investigation made employers hesitant. 3 days after the fake court order incident, I saw Rose at the grocery store. She was in the baby aisle, running her fingers over tiny onesies. When she spotted me, she didn't approach, just stood there staring. I abandoned my cart and left immediately. That afternoon our lawyer called with disturbing news. Rose had filed additional paperwork claiming I was mentally unstable and had threatened to harm the baby rather than give him up. She'd submitted statements from 3 witnesses who'd supposedly heard me make these threats. All 3 were Mom's church friends who'd do anything she asked. The allegations meant another CPS investigation. Even though we'd been cleared before, each new report created more paperwork, more scrutiny. The social worker who came seemed sympathetic, but warned that repeated reports, even false ones, created a pattern that courts noticed. Lucas's investigation cleared him within a week, but the damage was done. His boss said that while they believed he was innocent, the disruption to the workplace had been significant. They offered him a severance package if he resigned quietly. With no other choice, he took it. We were running out of options and money. Our lawyer suggested we might need to consider more drastic measures, maybe moving again, further away. Maybe changing our names. Maybe cutting all ties with both our families permanently. The thought of living and hiding from my own mother and sister made me sick, but what choice did we have? Then came the envelope slipped under our door. No postmark, hand-delivered. Inside were photos of our son, at the park, at the doctor's office, through our living room window. Each one was labeled in Rose's handwriting. My baby's first swing, my baby's checkup, my baby's bedtime. The last photo showed him sleeping in his crib, taken from outside his window. Lucas installed cameras that night. We moved our son's crib into our room. I stopped taking him anywhere unnecessary. We were prisoners in our own home, afraid to leave, afraid to stay. Every car that passed made my heart race. Every knock at the door sent us into panic mode. Our lawyer filed for the restraining order the next morning. He fast-tracked it based on the photos, which even he found disturbing. The hearing was set for the following week. He warned us to be prepared for Mom and Rose to escalate once they were served. He was right. The day after they received the papers, our mailbox was smashed. Our car tires were slashed. Someone spray-painted "Baby Thief" across our garage door. The cameras caught nothing but shadows. The police took reports, but said without clear evidence, there was little they could do. I found myself checking on our son constantly, needing to see him, touch him, confirm he was still there. Lucas started sleeping on the floor by his crib. We both knew we were falling apart, but we couldn't stop. The fear was consuming us. A week before the restraining order hearing, Mom did something we hadn't expected. She called Lucas's parents. She told them her version of events, how I'd promised Rose a baby, how we were destroying Rose's life by keeping what was rightfully hers. She painted herself as the concerned grandmother trying to keep the family together. Lucas's parents, who'd been supportive until then, started asking questions. Why hadn't we told them about the surrogacy agreement? Why were we being so cruel to Rose? Couldn't we at least let her visit? Mom had planted seeds of doubt, and they were growing. We spent hours on the phone explaining, sending them copies of the forged documents, sharing our lawyer's assessments. They believed us eventually, but the damage was done. The stress had spread to Lucas's family now too. Mom was systematically isolating us from everyone who might help. The restraining order hearing arrived. We sat in the courthouse hallway, our son in his carrier between us. I could see Rose and Mom at the other end with their lawyer. Rose kept craning her neck to see the baby. Mom sat perfectly still, her hands folded in her lap like she was at church. Our lawyer had prepared us for what would happen. We'd present evidence of harassment and stalking. They'd argue it was all a misunderstanding, that Rose was just a heartbroken woman trying to claim what was promised to her. The judge would decide if the threat was credible enough to warrant protection. What we hadn't prepared for was Rose's complete breakdown on the stand. When asked about the photos, she didn't deny taking them. Instead, she sobbed about how she just wanted to document her baby's milestones since we were keeping her away. She talked about the nursery waiting at home, the clothes getting too small, the bottles she sterilized every week just in case. She pulled out a baby book she'd been keeping. Every page was filled with notes about her son, his weight and length from the pediatrician visits. She'd stalked, descriptions of his expressions from the photos she'd taken, plans for his first birthday, his first day of school, his graduation. In her mind, his entire future was mapped out, and she was his mother in every scenario. Even Mom looked uncomfortable as Rose spiraled further into her delusion. The judge had to call a recess when Rose started hyperventilating about missing her baby's first smile, even though I'd seen him smile dozens of times. During the break, Mom approached us in the hallway. Lucas stepped between us, but she just looked tired. For the first time, I saw her mask completely gone. She admitted Rose wasn't well, the infertility had broken something in her. But instead of getting Rose help, Mom had fed the delusion, thinking if she could just get her the baby, everything would be fine. She actually asked, one mother to another, if we could find some compromise. Maybe supervised visits, maybe just photos, anything to keep Rose from completely shattering. I felt a moment of pity, until she added that if Rose had a breakdown, she'd make sure everyone knew it was our fault for being so selfish. The hearing resumed. The judge, a woman with grown children of her own, listened carefully to both sides. She reviewed the evidence, the forged documents, the photos, the harassment. Then she made her decision. The restraining order was granted. Rose and Mom were to stay 500 feet away from us, our home and our son. No contact through third parties, no photos, no surveillance, no attempts to circumvent the order. Violation would result in immediate arrest. Rose wailed so loudly they had to remove her from the courtroom. Mom followed, but not before locking eyes with me one last time. The look promised this wasn't over. They'd find another way. We left through a side exit. Our lawyer warned us to be extra vigilant in the coming days. People who'd lost in court often lashed out. He advised us to stay with friends or in a hotel for a few nights, just to be safe. But we had nowhere to go. Our families were either turned against us or too far away. We couldn't afford a hotel with our dwindling savings, so we went home to our house that no longer felt safe and waited for whatever would come next. That night, as I lay awake listening to every sound, I thought about how different life was supposed to be. We should have been enjoying our son's first months, not living in fear. We should have been planning his future, not wondering if we'd still have custody next week. Lucas reached over and took my hand. Neither of us spoke. We both knew the restraining order was just paper. It wouldn't stop Mom from plotting, or Rose from spiraling further into delusion. We'd won this battle, but the war was far from over. Our son stirred in his crib, making soft baby noises. I got up to check on him, as I did dozens of times each night now. He was fine, sleeping peacefully, unaware that two women were fighting to claim him as their own. I touched his soft cheek and made a promise. No matter what it took, no matter what we had to sacrifice, we would protect him. Mom and Rose had turned our life into a nightmare, but they wouldn't win. We were his parents, and we would fight for him until our last breath. The house creaked in the wind, and I tensed before recognizing the familiar sound. Every noise was a threat now. Every shadow, a potential danger. Rose's baby book for someone else's child hits a whole new level of scary. Documenting stolen moments like she's creating the world's creepiest scrapbook, while the judge watches this mess unfold in real time. This was no way to live, but it was our reality, at least for now. Tomorrow would bring new challenges, more legal battles, more harassment, more attempts to steal our son. But tonight he was safe in his crib, and we were together. For now. That had to be enough. I returned to bed, knowing sleep wouldn't come. Lucas pulled me close, and we lay there in the dark. Two parents united against a threat we'd never imagined would come from our own family. The battle for our son's future had only just begun. The restraining order should have given us peace, but Mom found ways around it. She couldn't come within 500 feet, but that didn't stop her from orchestrating her campaign through others. The first sign came through our mailbox. Legal notices from 3 different law firms, all representing concerned parties, filing reports about our fitness as parents. Each firm had been hired by different church members, all coincidentally from Mom's congregation. The coordination was obvious, but unprovable. Lucas spent his days responding to these allegations, while I stayed home with our son. We'd converted our dining room into a makeshift office, boxes of documentation covering every surface. Bank statements proving we weren't substance, employment records showing Lucas's clean history, medical records confirming our son's perfect health. Each response cost money we didn't have. Our lawyer warned us this was a war of attrition. Mom couldn't take our son directly, so she'd drain us financially until we couldn't fight anymore. He reduced his fees as much as possible, but court filings and responses still added up. I sold my grandmother's jewelry, the one thing Mom hadn't given away to Rose when we were kids. 2 weeks after the restraining order, I noticed a pattern. Every time I left the house, someone would be there. Not Rose or Mom, but strangers who seemed too interested in my son. A woman at the pharmacy who kept trying to touch his hand. A man at the gas station who asked too many questions about his age and routine. They never did anything illegal, just enough to make me paranoid. Lucas installed more cameras and started documenting everything. License plates of cars that lingered too long outside our house. Screenshots of new social media accounts that tried to friend us with no mutual connections. Photos of people who showed up repeatedly in different locations. Our paranoia notebook grew thicker each day. The breakthrough came from an unexpected source. Lucas's cousin, Sarah, who still lived in our hometown, called with disturbing news. Mom had started a support group at church for grandparents denied access to grandchildren. She'd been recruiting members, sharing her tragic story of a daughter who'd stolen her grandchild. The group met weekly to pray and plan interventions. Sarah had attended a meeting undercover, pretending her own son had cut her off. She recorded Mom explaining how documentation was key, how multiple reports from different sources carried more weight than a single complaint, how patience and persistence would eventually wear down even the most stubborn parents. Mom was teaching a masterclass in legal harassment. We gave the recording to our lawyer, but he shook his head. Nothing Mom said was technically illegal. She never explicitly told people to lie, just to share their concerns with authorities. She was careful with her words, a lifetime of manipulation making her an expert at walking the legal line. Our son turned one during this siege. We couldn't have a party, couldn't invite anyone who might accidentally share photos or information. Lucas baked a small cake, while I decorated our living room with balloons. We sang happy birthday in whispers, afraid of who might be listening outside. I cried when he smashed his tiny fist into the frosting, thinking of all the normal moments we were missing. That night, our security system alerted us to movement in the backyard. Lucas grabbed the baseball bat we now kept by the bed, while I rushed to our son's room. Through the camera feed, we saw a figure by the fence, but they disappeared before we could get a clear image. The police found footprints and a dropped phone, but it was a burner with no useful information. The next morning, we discovered what the intruder had been doing. They'd installed a small camera aimed at our son's window. The device was sophisticated, motion-activated, and broadcasting to somewhere we couldn't trace. Our lawyer said finding it actually helped our case, but I couldn't stop shaking. Someone had been watching my baby sleep. We moved his crib again, this time to our walk-in closet. No windows, one entrance, easier to defend. Lucas installed a lock on the inside. We were turning our home into a fortress, each room evaluated for its defensive potential. This wasn't how anyone should live. The financial pressure intensified. Lucas's severance was gone. My online sales barely covered groceries. We'd maxed out credit cards paying legal fees. Our lawyer connected us with a legal aid organization, but they were overwhelmed with cases. We got some help, but mostly we were on our own. Then Rose escalated in a way we hadn't expected. She published a blog called My Journey to Motherhood. In it, she documented her fertility struggles, her sister's promise to help, and her ongoing fight to bring her son home. She posted ultrasound photos I recognized as mine, newborn pictures she'd stolen from my social media before I'd locked everything down. In her narrative, she'd been in the delivery room, cut the umbilical cord, chosen his name. The blog went viral in certain circles. Infertility support groups shared it. Grandparent rights activists championed her cause. Soon, we were getting messages from strangers calling me a monster. Our address wasn't published, but it wasn't hard to find. Packages started arriving, some containing baby items for Rose to give her son, others containing less pleasant things. Lucas's job search became impossible. Every employer Googled him and found Rose's blog, the legal battles, the drama. One hiring manager actually asked if he was the father trying to steal a baby from an infertile woman. We realized Mom had poisoned the well so thoroughly that we'd never have a normal life in this state. We started researching other states, places where we could start fresh. But moving required money we didn't have, and our lawyer warned that leaving during an active custody battle would look like we were fleeing, which could hurt our case. We were trapped. The church support group Mom ran grew bolder. Members started showing up at places just outside the restraining order's range. They'd stand on the sidewalk during our son's doctor appointments, holding signs about grandparent rights. They'd form prayer circles in the parking lot of the grocery store. Always peaceful, always legal, always just close enough to let us know we were being watched. One member, an elderly woman named Dorothy, approached me at the gas station. She stayed the required distance away, but spoke loudly enough for everyone to hear. She talked about forgiveness, about family reconciliation, about the harm I was causing by keeping a grandmother from her grandchild. Other customers started staring, some nodding along with Dorothy's words. I left without filling my tank, hands shaking so badly I could barely buckle my son into his car seat. That night I found Dorothy's social media. She had 6 grandchildren of her own, all with normal relationships, but in Mom's support group, she'd found a cause, a way to feel righteous. Mom had weaponized an army of bored retirees. Our lawyer filed harassment charges, but they went nowhere. No individual had done anything illegal. The coordination was clear, but unprovable. Each person claimed they were acting on their own conscience, moved by Rose's story and Mom's pain. The system wasn't designed to handle distributed harassment. Lucas started having panic attacks. He'd wake up gasping, convinced someone was in the house. I wasn't much better, jumping at every sound, seeing threats everywhere. We took turns having breakdowns, one always staying strong for our son. But we were cracking. The custody hearing kept getting delayed. Rose's lawyer filed motion after motion, each requiring a response, each costing money. They questioned our mental health, our finances, our living situation. They submitted hundreds of pages of documentation, forcing us to respond to each claim, death by 1,000 paper cuts. During one particularly bad week, our car was vandalized 3 times. Nothing major, just enough damage to be expensive, slashed tires, broken windshield, sugar in the gas tank, always when the car was parked somewhere without cameras. The police suggested we were being targeted, but had no proof of who was responsible. I started keeping our son in a carrier strapped to my body at all times when we were out. Lucas walked behind us, watching for threats. We must have looked insane, but we didn't care. Every trip outside was a military operation. Plan the route, check for familiar faces, never stay anywhere too long, always have an escape plan. Our families began to fracture under the pressure. Lucas's parents, already doubting because of Mom's poison, grew frustrated with our paranoia. They suggested we were overreacting, that maybe some supervised visits would calm things down. When we refused, they pulled back, tired of the drama. My few remaining friends distanced themselves too. Who could blame them? Being associated with us meant possibly ending up on Mom's radar. One friend admitted she'd started getting strange calls after being seen with me. Another found her social media flooded with messages about enabling child abuse. Mom's network was vast and vindictive. Isolation was part of the strategy, our lawyer explained. Make us so toxic that no one would help, remove our support system, leave us nowhere to turn except surrender. The way everyone just happens to join Mom's cause feels really convenient. Dorothy has 6 grandkids of her own, but suddenly needs to harass strangers at gas stations. Makes me wonder what Mom's actually telling these church people to get them this worked up about someone else's family drama. It was working. The blog Rose maintained grew more elaborate. She posted about preparing for her son's return, photos of the room she'd decorated, the clothes she'd bought in increasing sizes, the toys arranged perfectly. She wrote letters to him explaining why Mommy had been kept away, but promising they'd be together soon. The comment section was full of encouragement and outrage on her behalf. Someone leaked our new address to the blog's followers, not published directly, but in code obvious enough for motivated people to figure out. The harassment increased: pizza deliveries we didn't order, service calls for problems we didn't have, anonymous reports to every agency imaginable. Each interruption was minor, but the cumulative effect was exhausting. Lucas suggested we go to the media ourselves, tell our side, but our lawyer advised against it. We'd look defensive, desperate, and any publicity would only amplify Rose's platform. Better to stay quiet, document everything, trust the system. But trusting the system felt impossible when the system seemed designed to enable this torture. One morning, I found Rose sitting in her car outside the restraining order boundary. She wasn't doing anything, just sitting there staring at our house. When she saw me looking, she held up a baby doll, cradling it like a real infant. She stayed there for hours, legally far enough away, psychologically much too close. The police came but couldn't do anything. She was on a public street, she wasn't making threats, she was just a sad woman with a doll. They suggested we invest in better curtains. That night, Lucas and I had our worst fight. He wanted to leave the state immediately, custody battle or not, take our son and run, start over somewhere Mom couldn't find us. I argued we'd lose everything we'd built legally, give them ammunition to paint us as kidnappers. We screamed at each other while our son cried, both of us too exhausted to be rational. We made up eventually, crying and apologizing, recognizing the stress was destroying us from within, but the cracks were showing. Mom's campaign was working exactly as designed. The next phase began subtly. People from the church group started getting jobs at places we frequented. The grocery store hired Dorothy as a greeter. The pharmacy got a new technician who'd been at Mom's support meetings. Our pediatrician's office added a receptionist whose social media showed connections to Rose's blog followers. None of them ever violated the restraining order or did anything overtly threatening, but knowing they were there watching, reporting back, made every errand feel like walking through enemy territory. We started driving to stores farther away, but gas cost money we didn't have. Our lawyer was running out of options. The custody case was moving at a glacial pace. The harassment was escalating, but staying just legal enough. Our evidence files were enormous, but somehow never quite enough. He suggested mediation, maybe finding some middle ground. The look on my face stopped him mid-sentence. Lucas's mental health deteriorated further. He stopped sleeping, convinced someone would break in the moment he closed his eyes. He'd patrol the house all night, checking locks, reviewing camera footage, making notes in our security journal. I begged him to see a doctor, but he refused. Medical records could be subpoenaed, used against us. The financial death spiral accelerated. We were behind on mortgage payments, credit cards maxed out, selling everything we could while trying to maintain some semblance of normal life for our son. He was walking now, talking in simple words, blissfully unaware his entire world was under siege. I applied for jobs, but the same poison that affected Lucas affected me. One interviewer actually printed out pages from Rose's blog, asking if I was the sister who'd stolen a baby. I walked out without answering. There was no point. Our lawyer connected us with a domestic violence advocate. Even though there had been no physical violence, she recognized the pattern of coercive control. She helped us apply for emergency assistance, connected us with resources, but she also warned us that cases like ours often escalated. The restraining order was just paper. If Rose and her mom decided to cross that line, paper wouldn't protect us. We installed more locks, more cameras, motion sensors, alarms on every window. Our home looked like a prison, but at least we controlled who got in. Lucas's parents saw it during a rare visit and were horrified. This paranoia, they said, wasn't healthy for a child, as if we had a choice. The custody hearing finally got a date. 6 months away. Our lawyer said it was actually fast for family court. 6 more months of this siege, 6 more months of drain and pressure and fear. I didn't know if we'd make it. Rose's behavior grew more erratic as the hearing approached. The car sitting increased. Sometimes Mom would be with her, both of them just watching. They started bringing others from the support group. A rotating shift of watchers, careful to stay legal distance away, making sure we knew we were never alone. One woman brought a camera with a telephoto lens, taking pictures of our house. When confronted by police, she claimed to be a bird watcher. The robin on our fence was particularly interesting, she said. The officer didn't believe her but couldn't prove otherwise. We stopped going outside unless absolutely necessary, groceries delivered, everything possible handled online. Our world shrank to the walls of our house. Our son pointed at the windows, wanting to go to the park, to play outside. We distracted him with indoor games, hating ourselves for making his world so small. The blog posts grew darker. Rose wrote about dreams where her son called for her, about the physical pain of empty arms, about justice coming soon. Her followers encouraged her, shared their own stories of children kept from them. The comment sections became echo chambers of grievance and rage. Someone started a fundraiser for Rose's legal fees, help a mother reunite with her stolen child. It raised thousands within days. Our lawyer said it was brilliant. Now Rose had resources while we were drowning. Mom's strategy of financial exhaustion was working perfectly. Lucas's breakdown came suddenly. I found him in our son's closet room at 3 a.m., holding our sleeping child and sobbing. He kept apologizing, saying he'd failed as a father, failed to protect his family. I held them both, trying to be strong, but I was just as broken. We made the decision that night. We'd leave, take what we could carry, and disappear. Let them win the legal battle if it meant our son could have a normal life somewhere else. The system had failed us. The law couldn't protect us from this death by 1,000 cuts. Running felt like our only option. We started planning carefully, researching states with strong privacy laws, looking for cash jobs, learning about changing identities legally. It felt surreal, like we were criminals planning a heist. But what else could we do? Our lawyer tried one last gambit. He filed an emergency motion detailing the pattern of harassment, the financial destruction, the coordinated campaign. He argued that Rose and Mom were using the legal system as a weapon, that this wasn't about custody but about control and punishment. The judge agreed to an emergency hearing. Not the full custody case, but a review of the harassment claims. It was scheduled for next week. Our lawyer was cautiously optimistic. This judge had a reputation for seeing through manipulation. Maybe finally someone would see what was really happening. The week before the hearing, everything intensified. The watchers increased. The phone calls and deliveries escalated. Rose's blog posts became daily, counting down to reunion day. Mom's church group held vigils outside the courthouse. The pressure was crushing, but we held on. We had to. This hearing was our last shot at a normal life. If the judge saw through Mom's manipulation, maybe we could finally have peace. If not, we had our escape plan ready. Lucas and I spent the nights reviewing our evidence. Hundreds of pages documenting months of harassment, photos, recordings, financial records showing the systematic destruction of our lives. It painted a clear picture. But would it be enough? Our son took his first real steps that week, toddling between Lucas and me in our living room. We cheered quietly, afraid of who might be listening. I took a mental picture, knowing we might be in a different state by next week, starting over with nothing but each other. The morning of the hearing arrived gray and drizzling. We dressed carefully, trying to look stable and responsible despite the exhaustion etched on our faces. Our son babbled happily in his car seat, unaware this day might change everything. As we drove to the courthouse, I saw Rose's car in the distance, maintaining the legal boundary but following us. Mom's SUV joined from another street. By the time we reached the courthouse, a parade of vehicles trailed behind. They couldn't enter the parking lot, but they lined the streets watching. Lucas carried our son while I hauled our evidence boxes. Our lawyer met us at the entrance, his face grim but determined. He'd spent all night preparing. He said this judge would hear the truth. Inside, Rose and Mom sat with their legal team. Rose clutched her baby doll, rocking it gently. Mom's church group filled the gallery. Our side was empty except for us. Lucas's cousin Sarah had wanted to come, but received threats. We told her to stay away. As we waited for the judge, I held my son tight, breathing in his baby smell, memorizing the weight of him in my arms. Whatever happened next, we'd face it together. We'd survived this long. We could survive whatever came next. The bailiff called us to rise. The judge entered, a stern-faced woman who'd seen too much family dysfunction. Rose's carrying a baby doll to court while the real baby's parents carry boxes of proof that she's lost it. Someone should tell her props don't help custody cases. She looked at the packed gallery, at Rose with her doll, at us with our exhaustion. Her expression revealed nothing. Our lawyer stood to begin. This was it. Our chance to show the truth. To prove that love wasn't about possession. That family wasn't about control. That a child deserved peace, not this war. The judge reviewed our evidence for what felt like hours. She examined each forged document, studied the photos Rose had taken through our windows, read through the harassment logs we'd compiled. Her face remained neutral as she flipped through pages documenting our systematic destruction. Rose's lawyer argued that his client was simply a heartbroken woman trying to maintain connection with a child she'd been promised. He presented Rose's baby book, her decorated nursery photos, testimonials from Mom's church group about my cruelty and denying a sister her only chance at motherhood. Rose rocked her doll throughout his presentation, occasionally whispering to it. When the judge asked Rose directly about the surveillance photos, Rose's response shocked everyone. She calmly explained that she needed to document her son's milestones since we were temporarily preventing visits. She pulled out a detailed schedule she'd created, showing when he napped, ate, played. She knew his routines better than some parents who lived with their children. The delusion was complete. Mom testified next, portraying herself as a peacemaker, trying to hold her family together. She spoke eloquently about the importance of family bonds, how children needed extended family, how my selfishness was destroying not just Rose, but our entire family structure. Several church members in the gallery nodded along, clearly moved by her performance. Our lawyer systematically dismantled their arguments. He showed how the forged surrogacy documents had been created, tracing the paper trail to a print shop near Mom's house. He presented evidence that Rose's lawyer had been disciplined previously for ethics violations. He demonstrated how Mom's support group was actually a coordination center for harassment. The judge asked pointed questions about the restraining order violations. How did Rose obtain photos from inside our home? Why were church members showing up at every location we visited? How did anonymous reports to CPS always coincide with important hearings? Mom deflected skillfully, but I saw the judge's eyes narrow with each evasion. During a break, I overheard two church members in the bathroom discussing their next moves. They mentioned something about a new strategy involving Lucas's workplace connections. I texted our lawyer immediately. He advised me to record if possible, but they left before I could get my phone ready. Back in session, our lawyer presented our financial records. The judge saw how we'd gone from comfortable middle class to near bankruptcy in months. Every legal response, every security measure, every lost job opportunity connected directly to Mom's campaign. The pattern was undeniable. Rose's composure finally cracked when the judge questioned her about the break-in attempt. She insisted she had a right to see her son, that we were the ones committing a crime by keeping him from her. She stood up, clutching her doll, and demanded the judge return her baby immediately. Her lawyer tried to calm her, but she was beyond reason. Mom tried damage control, explaining that Rose was just emotional, that she'd been under tremendous stress, but the mask had slipped. The judge saw what we'd been dealing with for months, a woman so deep in delusion she genuinely believed our son was hers. The judge called another recess to review everything. We waited in a small conference room, our son playing with toys on the floor, blissfully unaware his future was being decided. Lucas paced while I sat frozen, afraid to hope. Our lawyer returned with news. The judge wanted to interview our son's pediatrician and the CPS workers who'd investigated us. She was taking this seriously, not just rubber stamping like the previous judges. Court was adjourned until the following day. That night, we barely slept. Mom's network went into overdrive. Our doorbell rang constantly until we disconnected it. Cars drove by slowly, honking their horns. Someone set off fireworks in our backyard at 3 a.m. The police came twice but couldn't catch anyone in the act. The next morning, we arrived to find the courthouse steps packed with Mom's supporters. They held signs about grandparent rights and family values. Some had photos of Rose with her doll, portraying her as a grieving mother. We had to be escorted through a side entrance by security. The pediatrician testified first. She confirmed our son was healthy, well cared for, meeting all milestones. She also revealed that Rose had attempted to access his medical records multiple times, claiming to be his mother. The office had to implement special security protocols just for his file. The CPS workers testified next. They detailed how each investigation found no evidence of abuse or neglect, how the reports always came from the same IP addresses, how the allegations grew more outlandish with each filing. One worker admitted she'd never seen such a coordinated campaign of false reporting. Rose's lawyer made one last attempt, arguing that regardless of methods, Rose deserved some relationship with the child she'd been promised. He proposed a graduated visitation schedule, starting with supervised visits. Rose nodded eagerly, clutching her doll. The judge's expression turned stern. She asked Rose directly what she would call the child during these visits. Rose answered without hesitation. She'd call him by the name she'd chosen, not the name we'd given him. She'd tell him she was his real mother. She saw nothing wrong with this plan. Our lawyer didn't need to respond. Rose had made our case for us. The judge announced she'd render her decision after lunch. Those 3 hours felt like 3 years. When court reconvened, the gallery was even fuller. Mom had mobilized everyone she could, but the judge's decision was swift and decisive. Not only was the restraining order upheld, but it was expanded. Rose and Mom were barred from any contact, direct or indirect. Any third-party harassment would be considered a violation. More importantly, the judge dismissed Rose's custody petition with prejudice. She could never file again. The judge stated clearly that Rose's delusions and Mom's enabling posed a serious threat to our son's well-being. She recommended Rose seek psychiatric help. Rose's scream echoed through the courthouse. She threw her doll at the judge and had to be physically restrained by bailiffs. Mom tried to maintain composure, but her hands shook as she gathered her things. The church supporters filed out silently. Their righteous cause suddenly tainted by Rose's breakdown, but the judge wasn't finished. She'd reviewed our financial records and understood the deliberate destruction of our lives. She ordered Rose and Mom to pay our legal fees and damages. It wouldn't cover everything, but it was something. More importantly, it was vindication. Our lawyer warned us to be careful leaving. Emotions were high, but when we walked out, the crowd had dispersed. Only a few stragglers remained, looking confused and embarrassed. Without Mom's orchestration, the movement collapsed. Well folks, that's story time all wrapped up with a bow. Appreciate you letting me play the role of your smart aleck friend through it all. Catch you on the flip side. Like the video, it helps more than you think. My sister stole my credit card for a first-class trip to Tokyo. My dad defended her and thought I'd stay quiet, but made them both regret it. I awoke to the pale blue glow of my phone's screen lighting up the nightstand. I assumed it was simply another spam notification, but the buzzing didn't stop. Still partly sleeping, I reached over and squinted at the stream of messages from my bank app. 10, 11, and 12 transactions occurred between 3:07 and 3:28 a.m. At first, my brain was unable to process it. For $1,200 on an airplane, $2,800 at a luxury boutique in Tokyo, $3,100 at a high-end jewelry store, and a few of smaller charges, if you consider $600 small, at gift stores and restaurants I'd never heard of. My stomach twisted. I bolted awake, the cold reality washing over me like ice water. I retrieved my wallet from the desk drawer, which was empty. My credit card slot was bare. I lived with family, not strangers. My younger sister, Lena, had been visiting with me for a few weeks, which had somehow turned into 2 months. She was supposedly between jobs and just wanted a place to crash. I'd been paying for her groceries, utilities, and even Uber rides because public transportation freaked her out. And now my card was gone. I stumbled along the corridor, my heart thumping so hard that it felt like it was rattling my ribs. Her door was closed, and all she could hear was the low hum of her phone charger. I knocked once, twice, nothing. I pushed the door open just enough to glance inside. There is no Lena, just an empty bed. I examined the kitchen in the dark. The bathroom is vacant. The front door is slightly ajar. By the time the sun rose, I had my answer. Lena's Instagram story, timestamped at 4:02 a.m., showed her smiling at the airport with our cousin Maya, both holding boarding cards. The message said, "First class to Tokyo, baby. When life's too short, make it luxurious." My jaw tightened so fiercely it hurt. By lunchtime, my bank confirmed that the charges were slightly more than $11,000. I froze the card and filed the fraud report, but all the while, a deeper rage was seething, not just at Lena, but also at the fact that I knew exactly how this would turn out when she returned, and I was not wrong. A week later, she strolled through my front door, as if she had just returned from a weekend excursion, pulling 2 big luxury suitcases behind her. Maya was not with her. She appeared to be having a good time in Kyoto. Lena smelled like expensive perfume and duty-free champagne. Before I could answer, Dad, who had arrived to bring her up, moved forward and gave me that disappointed father look. "Stop pretending," he urged bluntly. "She would never touch your money. You've always been paranoid about her." I didn't fight. I simply smiled because of the card she used. To truly comprehend why my sister swiped my credit card in the middle of the night was not an isolated incident, you must first grasp the context. Lena has been the family's untouchable princess from the day she was born. I'm not exaggerating. If she wanted something, she got it, no matter how irresponsible or selfish. And if anyone ever called her out, she'd transform into a sensitive soul incapable of dealing with negativity. Meanwhile, I was the designated responsible one, the one who earned high grades without being asked, who obtained a job at 16 to pay for my own phone bill, and who avoided trouble because I knew it would fall entirely on my shoulders. Dad used to call me dependable, which sounds good until you realize it was really code for, we can take from you without worrying you'll complain. By the time I was 23, I had a solid career in IT and my own 2-bedroom apartment. Lena was 21 and on her third professional path. She'd completed 6 months of community college before taking a break to figure herself out, then tried cosmetology school before concluding beauty was too shallow, and finally resigned a cafe job because management didn't like her enthusiasm. Guess who paid her rent when she was between incomes? Guess who put groceries in her fridge when she mentioned her paycheck was delayed? Guess who co-signed for her last credit card since the bank was unfair to her credit history? Yeah, me. And here's the kicker. None of it ever qualified as generosity in her view. It was simply what family did, which, strangely enough, only appeared to apply when she required assistance. 2 months prior to the Tokyo stunt, Lena called me at midnight, crying. She had a quarrel with her roommate and needed a place to rest for a few nights. I said, fine. I had a spare room. Despite every red flag I'd learned to ignore, I persuaded myself it was just temporary. Night 1 went into night 5, then 2 weeks, and she began referring to my apartment as our home. When I saw her enter my fridge and drink the last of my oat milk without asking, I realized I'd made a mistake. But the true caution indicator came when I noticed pricey items arriving under her name. High-end beauty brands, expensive sneakers, things I knew she couldn't afford. When I inquired how she was going to pay for it, she chuckled. Oh, don't worry, I've got it handled. Translation: she was racking up debt on a new card or running a bill that she would later expect someone else, most likely me, to fix. Fast forward to the night before she stole my credit card. We hadn't spoken much all day because I had been working late on an assignment. Around midnight, I eventually turned down my laptop and went to bed. She was still up, splayed out on the couch, going through Instagram with Maya over FaceTime. Maya, our cousin, is Lena's companion in crime. She's the same type who seeks comfort, expects assistance, and avoids personal accountability. When you combine these factors, you have a perfect storm of terrible judgments. I overheard just enough of their conversation to know they were discussing getting away and living it up, but I assumed it was just their normal dream talk. Lena had less than $100, and she couldn't even pay her phone bill last month without borrowing from me. At 3 a.m., as I was sleeping in my bed, she strolled in, removed my wallet from my desk, and swiped my credit card as if it were a pin she needed. Security footage from the apartment hallway later captured her tiptoeing out with her suitcase, meeting Maya downstairs and walking straight for the rideshare that would take them to the airport. When Dad advised me to quit pretending she'd ever touch my money, it wasn't simply ignorance. It was the same pattern I'd been experiencing for years. When Lena smashed her father's car while texting and driving at the age of 19, he told her she was lucky to be alive and purchased her a newer one because the previous one had horrible memories. When she squandered $4,000 of her funds on a week in Miami, he replied, "You can't put a price on life experiences." When she was fired from her retail job for missing 3 shifts, he took her out to lunch to console her. What about me? When I overdrew my account by $40 in college due to a late paycheck, Dad gave me a 20-minute lecture on financial responsibility and adulthood. So, as I stood there, Dad glaring at me and Lena smirking just behind him, I realized there was no use in arguing or explaining that I had the bank records, timestamps, and Instagram postings. He would not hear it. To him, Lena was not just innocent, she was incapable of being guilty. And I was the worried elder sibling who had to learn to let go. But here's what no one in my family knew. That credit card she grabbed wasn't just any card. It was a business card linked directly to my IT consulting side business, which I'd been discreetly cultivating for 2 years. And it had security features that Lena couldn't fathom. The moment she tapped it for the first-class tickets, I received an alert. Not just from the bank, but from my own tracking system. And every subsequent transaction was logged, geotagged, and backed up with merchant data that made her head spin. In other words, I already had everything I needed, and I wasn't just going to get my money back. I was going to make sure she, or anyone in my family, never did anything like this again. A week after Lena returned from Japan, the air in my apartment was radioactive. She did not apologize. She did not explain. She pretended to be on a simple weekend excursion, rather than a two-country first-class trip paid for with unapproved charges. Dad still couldn't let it go. He stopped over every other day to check on her, which actually meant glaring at me like I was the bad guy for being cold to my poor sister. That Friday, I determined I was finished. I'm tired of being the family member that can always be counted on to assist out financially. I'm done biting my tongue while Lena and Maya lived on other people's money. I'm done with Dad's blind devotion to his tiny child. So I set the stage. I informed Lena that I had ordered takeout for all of us, her favorite sushi, the costly sort that makes you wonder if it's even allowed to charge that much for raw fish. I told her that we needed to clear the air, therefore her father should join us. They both arrived on time, Lena in her silk robe and $900 expensive slippers, the same ones she'd purchased in Ginza, Tokyo, and Dad in his normal jeans and polo, that disapproving look already loaded. We sat around my dining table with takeout containers steaming in the center. I waited a few minutes before leaning back in my chair and asking, "So, what about the $11,000 you spent on my business card?" Lena rolled her eyes so hard that I feared they would fall out. "Oh my God, you're still on that. I told you I didn't touch your money. Stop making up stories." Dad jumped in instantly. "Enough, Ethan. We're not going to entertain this nonsense again." I smiled. "Good. We're not going to entertain it, we're going to prove it." I reached beneath the table and pulled out my laptop. I'd already scheduled a report from my card's tracking system for each purchase she made, complete with merchant names, timestamps and CCTV stills from vendors who were more than willing to send them over once I stated it was part of an inquiry into fraudulent purchases. The first image on the screen showed Lena and Maya in the LAX first-class lounge, champagne flutes in hand and boarding passes clearly visible. Time, 3:58 a.m. Dad froze in mid-bite. Lena's chopsticks clattered on the table. The next slide shows Lena using my card at Haneda Airport's duty-free store, arms full of expensive bags. Time, 5:12 p.m., Japan time. Click another. Her purchasing the same $900 slippers she was presently wearing. "You want me to keep going?" I inquired, my voice calm but loud enough to startle Lena. Dad started talking, but I stopped him off. "No, you've been telling me to stop pretending all week, so let's get it all out in the open. I didn't just freeze the card. I filed a formal claim for unauthorized charges, which means the bank has already reversed the charges, and the police have a copy of this report." Lena's face was robbed of color. You called the cops?" "You made purchases without my permission," I stated plainly. "On a business account, which, by the way, carries serious legal consequences. You made purchases without permission and jeopardized my livelihood." Dad slapped his hand upon the table. "Ethan, this is family. We don't bring in the police over family disputes." I laughed sharply, bitterly. "Family? You mean the same family that has spent years placing a constant financial and emotional burden on me while defending her every screw-up? The same family that told me to stop pretending instead of believing me when I had evidence in my hand?" Lena's voice cracked, and her faux confidence slipped. "I can pay you back." I leaned forwards. "No, you can't because you don't have $11,000 and you won't, which is why you're going to pack your bags tonight and get out of my apartment. And you, Dad," I said as I glanced at him, "are not welcome here until you can admit what she did and apologize for siding against me." Dad's jaws tightened. "You're making a mistake. She's your sister." "No," I replied, getting up and raising my voice for the first time. "She's a grown adult who has been allowed to rely on others instead of managing her own responsibilities because you've never made her face consequences. Well, congratulations, she's about to." I passed an envelope across the table, including a printed copy of the police report, the official case number from the bank's inquiry, and a record of all transactions she had made. "If you think I'm bluffing, feel free to call the detective whose number is at the bottom. He's expecting your call." Lena's hands shook as she pushed away from the table. "You're ruining my life." I stepped aside and pointed to the door. "No, Lena. I'm simply making sure you don't interfere in my life again." She stormed into the spare room and started packing. Dad remained there for a moment, staring at the envelope as if it would burst. Then he rose up, said something about my being callous, and went after her. As the door closed behind them, I felt something I hadn't felt in years, complete, unwavering authority over my own life. And I knew it was only the beginning. My phone continued to vibrate for the first 24 hours after I kicked Lena and Dad out. Lena began with texts. You're overreacting. You've always been jealous of me. You'll regret this. When that didn't work, she moved on to voice messages, partly crying, half screaming. You've turned the whole family against me. Dad's so upset. He hasn't eaten all day. Good. Allow him to experience what it is like when someone else isn't providing for him. The next morning, Dad himself called. I ignored him. Then came the guilt trips from my mother, whom I hadn't seen in weeks. Can't you just drop the charges? It's tearing us apart. She's your only sister. You two should be supporting each other. Are you supporting her? I have been doing this since we were teenagers. Lena had only ever supported her own poor behaviors. 2 days later, the actual repercussions were apparent. Detective Harris from the department that handles financial cases called to confirm that they had formally contacted Lena. She had 2 options: repay the entire sum and sign an admission of guilt, or face charges. When I heard that, I expected another tidal wave of begging from her. Instead, I received quiet, which was nearly worse. It meant she was scurrying. Sure enough, Maya called me the next morning. Maya never phoned me unless she needed something. Ethan, she began, attempting to maintain a cheerful demeanor. Lena is terrified. If she goes down for this, she will never be able to work again. I waited a full minute for her to finish speaking before interrupting. Maybe she should have thought of that before carrying out that activity without permission. Oh, and Maya, if I were you, I'd delete that Tokyo photo dump before the police start asking how you paid for your ticket. The call went dead. That afternoon, Mom arrived at my door unexpectedly. She didn't knock, she simply strolled in as if she still had that right. Her opening words were not "hello" or "can we talk." "They're staying at a motel," she explained. "It's awful, you've humiliated your sister." I just leaned against the counter and watched her as if I had never seen her before. Humiliated? No, Mom. I corrected the situation. That's all. You could have handled it quietly, she remarked, her voice shaking with a rehearsed combination of guilt and disappointment. Family matters shouldn't be public. They're only public, I replied, because Lena made $11,000 worth of documented purchases made without authorization. She wanted first-class treatment. Now she's getting it. Mom's face stiffened. Your father thinks you've gone too far. I smiled. Your father isn't welcome here until he admits he was wrong. And if he keeps calling the detective to clear this up, he's going to find himself explaining why he was defending actions under legal investigation. That prevented her from continuing. Within a week, the family had separated into 2 camps. On one side were Dad, Mom, and the 2 cousins who had always been devoted to Lena's side. They painted me as the callous, resentful elder sibling who betrayed his own sister. On the opposite side, my aunt, uncle, and a few others who had been quietly observing this interaction for years. They contacted me personally to say they were proud of me for finally sticking up for myself. Uncle David said, "We all knew Lena was out of control, but no one wanted to be the first to say it." The real kicker arrived 2 weeks later. Lena arrived at my building, not to apologize, but to negotiate. She was wearing pants and a hoodie, with no designer labels visible, and she appeared little. "They're offering to drop everything if I pay you back in 6 months, she explained, avoiding eye contact. "But I need you to tell them you're okay with it." I did not even hesitate. "You can send the payments through my lawyer. I'm not speaking for you, and I'm not softening anything. You do this on the record, or you deal with the charges." Her jaw stiffened, and her eyes became blurry. "You're really done with me, aren't you?" I leaned against the doorframe, arms crossed. "Lena, I was done with you the second you took my card. This is just paperwork." She went without saying anything else. 3 months later, the matter was closed. She had pulled together the money by any means necessary, signed the acknowledgement, and the deception was now legally on her record. Dad hasn't looked into my eyes since, and my life became quieter, calmer, and richer, not only financially, but also in ways I had not realized I needed. No more surprise knocks. No more loans that are never paid back. No more avoiding someone else's entitlement in my own home. For the first time in years, I am solely responsible for my finances, space, and peace of mind. It has been 6 months since the night I slid the police report across the table. Lena hasn't visited my residence since. Dad still texts the occasional passive-aggressive message. "Hope you're proud of yourself." But the fact is, I am. For the first time in my life, I am not in damage control. I'm not waiting for the next emergency that only I can resolve. I am not budgeting for someone else's recklessness. Most significantly, I no longer feel bad about putting myself first. Looking back, it's almost hilarious how long I allowed that pattern continue. Years of persuading myself it was only once. Paying the money was easier than starting a quarrel. That family helps family, even if it puts a perpetual financial strain on you. But here's something they don't want you to know. If you don't set boundaries, they'll keep changing the goalposts until you're unrecognizable to yourself. They will not quit because you have been generous. They quit because you made it hard for them to continue taking. And the instant you draw that boundary, they'll accuse you of being selfish for cutting off their supply. A few weeks ago I ran into Maya in the grocery store. She froze, like if she had seen a ghost. I smiled, said hello and continued going. She undoubtedly expected me to inquire about Lena, indicating some remaining curiosity. I didn't because I honestly didn't care. Lena's record means she can't get certain jobs anymore, which I'm sure she finds unjust. She still posts on Instagram, but it's no longer about first-class lounges, but rather thrift store finds and inexpensive wine. Her captions are full of starting over quotes, but I already know the reality. This is not a reinvention. Reality is now catching up. I'm not satisfied with her challenges, but I'm also not stressed by them. Actions have consequences, and for once, they arrived where they belonged. A few days ago, I was sitting on my couch, feet up, with my laptop open to my next large client contract. My phone flashed with an email from the bank verifying that a $7,800 payment had been received, the final installment from Lena. I stared at that number for a bit before laughing. Not because I needed the money. I'm doing better than ever, but because it seemed like the final nail in a coffin I'd been working on for years. Not for Lena, for the previous version of myself. The version that went above and above to maintain order. That confused enabling and affection. That believed that saying no meant betraying family. That I believed my worth was determined by how much I could give before breaking. That person is no longer alive. Is this the new me? I keep my doors locked, bank alerts turned on, and my limits in place. I live in a space that is completely mine, financially, emotionally, and physically. I've stopped explaining my choices to folks who are simply upset because they can no longer profit from my services. And if Dad, Lena, or anybody else from that side of the family ever attempts to push those boundaries again, I won't need proof or a police report to shut them down. It will only take one word: no. Because I have learnt the most liberating truth there is. I'm not their safety net. I'm not their backup plan. I'm not their last resort. I'll never be their ATM. My sister sabotaged, spat on me, and kissed my husband in our wedding. My parents blamed me. So I had her arrested, fired, and erased from my life. I am Amelia, a 28-year-old female, and I was about to marry my amazing fiancé, Marcus, a 30-year-old male. Clara, my 25-year-old sister, has always been the shining star in our family. Everything I accomplished, she had to surpass. Everything I desired, she had to possess. But this time, she took it too far. Allow me to paint you a picture of Clara. She's lovely, I'll give her that. Blonde hair, blue eyes, the type of person who never had to work for attention since it was always readily available. Our parents revered the land she walked upon. When Chloe received a C in college, people praised her efforts. When I graduated summa cum laude, many asked why I wasn't more well-rounded like Chloe. When Chloe was arrested for drunk driving at age 22, they blamed the system and hired the best counsel money could buy. When I was promoted to senior manager at my marketing agency, they asked whether I was confident I could handle the stress, and suggested I focus on finding a husband instead. You get the picture. Marcus and I have been together 4 years. He proposed on a beach in Hawaii during our spring vacation last year, and it was wonderful. He's nice, humorous, and accomplished, but most importantly, he sees me for who I am. Not as Chloe's older sister, not as the responsible one, just me. When we announced our engagement, my family's first query was not, "Congratulations," but, "Does Clara approve of him?" I should have noticed the red signals. The wedding planning process was a nightmare. Chloe involved herself in every choice. She obviously wanted to be maid of honor, despite the fact that Sophie, my best friend since high school, had been my closest confidant. She requested clearance on the color scheme because, what if it clashes with my complexion? She even suggested we alter the location because the original one was not elegant enough for our family's standards. But the real kicker came 2 months before the wedding, when Clara began making remarks about Marcus. "He's so funny, Amelia. You're lucky to have him. Marcus really gets my sense of humor. We have so much in common." She began popping up unannounced at our place, always when Marcus was present. She'd wear low-cut tops and short skirts. laugh too loudly at his jokes, and make reasons to touch his arm or shoulder. Marcus told me about it right away. Your sister's being really weird, he commented one evening after Chloe had spent 3 hours at our house, ostensibly assisting with wedding invites but actually monopolizing his time. She keeps making these comments about how we'd make a good couple, and today she asked me what I'd do if I'd met her first. I confronted Clara about it. Big mistake, Amelia, you're being paranoid, she remarked, with that innocent smile that had always kept her out of trouble. I'm just trying to bond with my future brother-in-law. Isn't that what families do? When I brought it up with our parents, they dismissed me completely. Clara's just excited about the wedding, she remarked. You're being jealous and possessive. It's not a good look on a bride. Dad was worse. Your sister is young and social, stop reading into everything. Marcus chose you, didn't he? The rehearsal dinner was held the night before the wedding at a lovely downtown restaurant. Clara delivered a maid of honor speech that was supposed to be about me, but became entirely about her. She discussed her own marital hopes and love concepts before concluding, I just hope Marcus knows how lucky he is to be joining our family. No, Amelia, our family. Marcus held my hand under the table and said, tomorrow we'll be married, and this will all be behind us. If only we'd known. The wedding day began well. It was October 15th, and the Willowbrook Country Club had the finest autumn weather. I'd been dreaming of this day since I was a child, and everything was going as planned. My grandmother's exquisite vintage-inspired lace gown served as my attire. The flowers were perfect, white roses and eucalyptus. The space was decorated just how I had imagined. Clara was acting unusual all morning, which I attributed to anxiety. She continued giggling and saying bizarre things like, this is going to be such an interesting day, and some people are going to be so surprised. I was too preoccupied with my own enjoyment to pay any attention. The ceremony was amazing. Marcus looked stunning in his navy suit, and as I walked down the aisle, the love in his eyes made me feel like the only woman in the world. We exchanged vows we'd written ourselves, and there wasn't a dry eye in the house, except for Clara, who appeared to be scheming something. After the ceremony, we were snapping photos with the wedding party when it happened. I was posing with my new spouse, both of us beaming with joy, when Clara approached us. At first I assumed she wanted to congratulate us or take a photo. Instead, she stared me dead in the eye and spat right in my face. The photographer's camera caught my shock, saliva trickling down my cheek, my immaculate makeup damaged. But Chloe wasn't finished. Before I could grasp what had happened, she pounced at Marcus, grabbing his face and slamming her lips against his in an intense, possessive kiss. She clutched on firmly. Marcus was surprised for a time and couldn't react. When he finally pushed her away, she smirked. Congratulations, brother-in-law, she murmured softly, as if nothing had occurred. The entire bridal party froze in disbelief. Sophie gave me a tissue and asked, what the hell just happened? Marcus looked terrified, wiping his lips and taking a protective step in front of me. Clara, what is wrong with you? I managed to cry, my voice quivering with wrath and embarrassment. My parents rushed over, but not to console me or discuss Chloe's behavior. No, they went straight into damage control mode for their lovely daughter. She's drunk, Mom exclaimed, grasping Chloe's arm. Chloe's had too much champagne, Dad said, nodding excitedly. Clara, it was a mistake, right? You didn't mean anything by it? They were both looking at Clara with concern and care, completely ignoring the fact that I was standing there with spit on my wedding dress and my sister's lipstick in my husband's mouth. I tried to explain, I responded, my voice rising. She just spat on me and kissed my husband, on my wedding day. Mom turned on me with a ferocity I'd never seen before. How dare you say anything to Clara, she exclaimed. She made a basic error. I looked at her in bewilderment. Is this a mistake? She purposely spat in my face. Dad stepped forward, his face red with rage, but not at Clara, at me. Stop seeking attention, Amelia. We're already at your wedding. Leave your sister alone. My brother Derek, 26, decided to add his own brilliant observation. Some brides just can't handle a little fun. Uncle Trevor, Dad's brother, nodded wisely. Some people just ruin their own special days. And Aunt Celeste, Mom's sister, put the final nail in the coffin. Finally, someone's being honest about her drama. Chloe simply stood there, grinning gleefully at my humiliation. She wasn't intoxicated. Her eyes were clear, and her movements were organized. She knew precisely what she was doing, and she was loving every moment of my agony. The wedding guests were beginning to whisper and point. Some people used their phones to take images and videos. My special day was transformed into a circus, with my own family serving as the ringleader. But there's one thing about me that my family never understood. I never break. I bend, adapt, and plan. And something clicked into place as I looked at their expressions, seeing their blatant disregard for my sentiments and their shielding of Chloe's reprehensible behavior. I remained calm. I wiped the spit off my face with all the dignity I could summon. I fixed my dress. I looked each of them in the eye and smiled. "You're absolutely right," I answered gently. "Clara is drunk, and people make mistakes when they are drunk, so I forgive her." My family appeared relieved. Chloe seemed perplexed, but remained smug. Marcus grabbed my hand, unsure of my plans but entirely trusting me. "In fact," I went on, "I think we should make sure Chloe gets the help she needs. Sophie, could you please call the police and report a drunk and disorderly person at our wedding? I'm concerned for Chloe's safety." Sophie, bless her heart, understood immediately and took out her phone. "No, wait," Mom replied hurriedly. "That's not necessary, she's fine." "Oh, but you just said she's drunk," I responded pleasantly. "And drunk people who assault others and make unwanted sexual advances need help, don't they? I mean, she did just spit on the bride and forcibly kiss the groom. That's assault and sexual harassment. If she's drunk, then she clearly needs medical attention, and possibly detox." Dad stepped forward. "Amelia, don't be ridiculous." "Ridiculous?" I inquired, my voice remaining calm but becoming louder so our guests could hear. "My sister just assaulted me and sexually harassed my husband at my wedding, and you're calling me ridiculous for wanting to help her with her obvious drinking problem." Chloe's smirk was fading quickly. "I'm not drunk," she replied immediately. "Oh?" I asked, turning to her with furrowed brows. "So you deliberately spat on me and kissed my husband without being impaired? Well, that's even worse, isn't it?" The crowd was growing now, and I could see several of Marcus's family members looking horrified by the situation. His mother, Paula, was filming everything with her phone. "Clara, honey, just say you're sorry and that you were confused," Mom said urgently. But I wasn't finished, not even close. "Actually, you know what? I think we need to address this properly. Marcus, darling, do you want to press charges for sexual assault?" Marcus, who had been silently enraged the entire time, stepped forwards. "Yes," he said forcefully. "Yes, I do. I did not consent to that kiss, and I want it on record." "Amelia," Dad hissed, "stop this nonsense." "Nonsense?" I laughed, and it wasn't a pleasant sound. "Let me tell you what's nonsense, Dad. Nonsense is spending $30,000 on a wedding only to have my sister assault me and my husband while my family defends her. Nonsense is being told I'm attention-seeking on my own wedding day. Nonsense is being told to leave my sister alone after she just publicly humiliated me." I turned to face the assembled guests, who were watching things develop like the world's most awkward reality show. "Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for this disruption. As you can see, my family believes that spitting on the bride and kissing the groom without consent is just fun, and that I'm being dramatic for objecting to it. I want to thank you all for being here on what should have been the happiest day of my life." The crowd's noise grew louder. People were plainly uncomfortable and began to side with me. Several of Marcus's relatives were shaking their heads in disgust at my family's actions. Sophie had called the police, and I could see 2 cops approaching the area. Chloe spotted them as well and began to fear. "Amelia, please," she pleaded, losing her assertive tone. "I was just joking around." "Joking?" I inquired. "So, you're not drunk. You're just someone who thinks assault is funny." Cop Morales, the lead cop, approached us and inquired as to the nature of the matter. "My sister assaulted me by spitting on me during my wedding ceremony, and then she sexually assaulted my husband by kissing him without consent," I quietly whispered. "My family is claiming she's drunk, and that it was a mistake, but she just admitted she was joking around, which means she was sober, and did it deliberately." Officer Morales examined my soiled garment before turning to Marcus, who nodded grimly. "I did not consent to that kiss, and I want to press charges," Marcus stated unequivocally. "This is ridiculous," Mom exclaimed. "Officers, this is just a family misunderstanding." "Ma'am," Officer Morales answered respectfully. "Assault is assault, whether it's family or not, and if alcohol is involved, that doesn't excuse the behavior, it makes it worse." They questioned multiple witnesses, including the photographer, who showed them photos of the entire affair. The proof was pretty damning, but I wasn't finished yet. Definitely not. While the authorities were dealing with Chloe, who was now crying and claiming everything was a misunderstanding, I approached the DJ booth and requested the microphone. "Ladies and gentlemen, I continued, my voice clear over the sound system. I want to thank you all for being here today. However, I need to address what just happened. The entire reception went silent. Even the catering workers paused to listen. My sister Chloe just spat on me and kissed my husband without his consent. When I objected to this treatment, my parents defended her actions and told me I was being dramatic and attention-seeking. They said I was ruining my own special day by objecting to being assaulted. I could see my parents' faces become red with shame and anger, but I persisted. I want everyone here to understand something. I have spent my entire life being told that Chloe's feelings, Chloe's needs, and Chloe's behavior are more important than mine. I have been told to be understanding, to be forgiving, to be the bigger person. Well, today, on my wedding day, I'm done. The crowd had gone utterly silent. You could have heard a pin drop. Clara, Mom, Dad, Derek, Uncle Trevor, Aunt Celeste, you are no longer welcome at my wedding. Security will escort you out. Furthermore, you are no longer welcome in my life. Security guards, whom I had quietly requested Sophie to summon, appeared at the borders of the gathering. Amelia, you can't be serious, Mom cried, her voice breaking. I'm dead serious, I responded. I've spent 28 years watching you prioritize Chloe over everything else, including basic human decency. Today was the last straw. Officer Morales was now handcuffing Chloe. She was crying and imploring. All traces of her former smugness were vanished. This isn't over, she screamed as she was dragged away. You'll regret this. No, I responded, staring her in the eyes. I really won't. Dad attempted to approach me, but Marcus stood between us. You heard my wife, he replied forcefully. You need to leave. This is insane, Dad exclaimed. Over a little mistake. Mistake? I chuckled bitterly. Dad, your daughter spat on me and sexually assaulted my husband at my wedding. The only mistake here is that I ever expected you to act like actual parents instead of Chloe's personal PR team. Security pulled them all out, and I could hear Mom crying and Dad screaming about how I was ruining the family as they were dragged away. Derek yelled at me for overreacting, and Uncle Trevor called me vindictive. Aunt Celeste was loudly stating that I had always been envious of Chloe. Once they were gone, something spectacular happened. The wedding was just amazing. Our remaining guests, Marcus's relatives and actual friends, rallied around us and showed us amazing support. His mother, Paula, gave me her lipstick to do my makeup. His father, Raymond, gave a toast about how delighted he was to welcome me into a family that valued me. Sophie arranged for the photographer to retake our wedding party images without my toxic family members. The greatest part, 3 of my cousins, who had been watching this spectacle unfold with rising disgust, approached me during the reception. Amelia, my cousin Leah said, we've been wanting to say this for years. Your parents' treatment of you compared to Chloe is absolutely disgusting. We're proud of you for finally standing up for yourself. Miles, my cousin, continued. We've all talked about it behind closed doors. Chloe is a spoiled brat, and your parents enable her constantly. What she did today was unforgivable. Even my grandma, my father's mother, who is 89 and had been silently observing everything, approached me during the father-daughter dance that Marcus's father performed with me. I'm proud of you, sweetheart, she said quietly in my ear. I've been watching this family dynamic for decades, and it needed to stop. You did the right thing. However, the real vengeance had only just begun. You see, while Chloe was detained and my parents were being led away, I wanted Sophie to do something extremely particular. I gave her a list of phone numbers and instructed her to make several calls. Trent, Chloe's 2-year boyfriend, had to leave town for work and was unable to attend the wedding. Sophie called to inform him that his girlfriend had just been arrested for assault and sexual harassment during my wedding. Trent, who had clearly had his own suspicions about Chloe's behavior, promptly broke up with her over the phone and informed Sophie that he would be taking up his belongings from her apartment the next day. Sophie also contacted Chloe's employment. Chloe worked in a high-end boutique that took pleasure in its reputation and class. They were disappointed to learn that one of their staff had been arrested for assault at a family wedding. Sophie was sure to add that there was photographic and video proof, which may show up on social media. Sophie called the local newspaper Society reporter, who was already planned to cover our wedding because Marcus's family is well known in the neighborhood. Jenna Sharp, a reporter, was highly interested in the tale of a maid of honor who was arrested for assaulting the bride. The next morning, while Marcus and I were enjoying our first day as a married couple in our hotel suite, my phone began ringing nonstop. Clara made the first call from jail. Amelia, you have to help me, she pleaded. They're saying I might be charged with assault and sexual harassment. I could go to jail. I could lose my job. Trent broke up with me. Please, you have to drop the charges. Clara, I said. You made your choice when you decided to assault me and my husband at my wedding. Now you get to live with the consequences. But I'm your sister, she cried. Sisters don't spit on each other's faces, I told her. Sisters don't sexually assault each other's husbands. You stopped being my sister the moment you chose to humiliate me on the most important day of my life. I answered the phone. The second call came from Mom. Amelia, how could you do this to your own family? She was weeping. Clara is in jail. Do you know how embarrassing this is? Do I know how embarrassing this is? I asked incredulously. Mom, your daughter spat on me at my wedding, on camera, in front of 200 people, and you're worried about embarrassment? She made a mistake. People make mistakes. No, Mom, mistakes are forgetting to RSVP to a party or wearing the wrong color shoes. Assault is a choice. And your choice to defend her instead of me tells me everything I need to know about what I mean to this family. I responded by hanging up. Dad called next, and he was furious. Amelia, I don't know what's gotten into you, but this vindictive behavior needs to stop. Your sister needs help, not jail time. You're right, Dad. She does need help. Professional help. And maybe some time to think about her actions will provide that. This is going too far. Dad, let me ask you something. If Chloe had spat on and sexually assaulted a stranger at their wedding, would you be defending her behavior? There is silence. The only difference is that I'm your daughter too, but apparently that means less than Chloe's comfort. I'm done enabling this family's dysfunction. I called him back and hung up. But the calls kept coming. Derek called to inform me that I was wrecking Chloe's life for nothing. Uncle Trevor called to report that I was pulling the family apart. Aunt Celeste called to tell me I was selfish and hateful. I blocked all of their numbers. The big shock came 3 days later, when Jenna Sharp's story appeared in the Willowbrook Gazette. The title read, Local Wedding Turns Ugly When Maid of Honor Assaults Bride and Groom. The newspaper contained images of the incident, which clearly showed Chloe spitting on me and kissing Marcus. It cited numerous anonymous wedding attendees who described the family's reaction and my parents' defense of Chloe's actions. The article described a troubled family dynamic and a bride who eventually stood up for herself. Within hours, many regional news sites took up the story and it was trending on local social media. Chloe's employer dismissed her that afternoon. Her landlord, who had watched the news, declined to renew her lease. Several of her acquaintances have publicly distanced themselves from her on social media. However, the actual ramifications had only barely begun. Chloe was charged with 2 charges of assault and 1 count of sexual harassment. Her court hearing was scheduled for December 15th, exactly 2 months after my wedding. She had hired a lawyer, but the photo and video evidence made her case seem hopeless. My parents attempted to pressure me to dismiss the accusations, including showing up at my office. I had them hauled out by security and sought a restraining order. The restraining order hearing was especially satisfying. After analyzing the evidence and hearing testimony from many witnesses, the judge awarded a 1-year restraining order against both Chloe and my parents for harassment. Mrs. Prescott, Watson began to me. I want you to know that the court finds your family's behavior completely inappropriate. No one should have to endure assault and then be told they're overreacting for objecting to it. Marcus and I traveled on our honeymoon to Italy, and it was simply wonderful. There was no family drama, no Clara attempting to insert herself into every moment, just us peacefully celebrating our marriage. When we returned, we discovered that Chloe had been posting more disturbing things about me on social media. Concerned pals submitted screenshots to me. She claimed that I was envious, had set her up, and that she was the true victim in all of this. So I did what any sensible person would do. I collated all of her posts, added them to the evidence file, and forwarded them to her lawyer as proof that she was clearly not sorry and was still openly harassing me. Her lawyer was not happy. Chloe's trial was a huge disaster. The prosecution, Amelia Cole, was quite thorough. She offered photo and video evidence, statements from many witnesses, and evidence of Chloe's ongoing harassment on social media. Chloe's case was essentially, it was just a joke, and she's always been jealous of me. Her lawyer attempted to portray me as vengeful, and Chloe as a young woman who made a mistake while drinking. But then something lovely occurred. Derek King, the photographer, had documented more than just the assault. He had been capturing candid photographs throughout the day and had observed Chloe's conduct prior to the event. The photographs showed her clearly sober, grinning, and preparing something. One photo even shows her conversing with a guest, appearing to suggest, "Watch this," while pointing at me. Marcus's testimony was really strong. He recalled Chloe's months of inappropriate behavior leading up to the wedding, her attempts to seduce him, and how he felt violated when she pushed herself on him. "Your Honor," he replied, "this wasn't a drunken mistake. This was a calculated attack on my wife and on our marriage by someone who has spent years trying to undermine Amelia's happiness." My testimony focused on the pattern of family dysfunction and how this incident was the culmination of decades of being reminded that my feelings were less important than Chloe's. "I'm not here for vengeance," I informed the judge. "I'm here because actions have consequences, and my family taught me that Chloe's actions never did. Someone needed to teach her that lesson." Chloe was found guilty of all charges. Despite her claim that she was not drunk, she was sentenced to 6 months in jail, suspended, 2 years probation, 200 hours of community service, mandatory anger management counseling, and alcohol counseling. She was also ordered to pay restitution for the expense of replacing my outfit and the photographer's time spent retaking our images. The best thing, however, is that the judge added a specific condition to her probation: no communication with me or Marcus, and no social media posts mentioning us. Any transgression would result in the entire 6-month sentence being activated. The aftermath was everything I had hoped for, and more. Chloe's life had completely fallen apart. She couldn't get another work in retail since the story followed her around. She had to move back in with our parents, which was ironic given that they were dealing with the consequences of their enabling for the first time. Trent had not only broken up with her, but he had also told their entire buddy circle about it. Chloe found herself absolutely isolated socially. Her Instagram followers decreased from 3,000 to around 200, largely family members who felt forced to stay in touch. My parents' reputation within their social circle was ruined. Country club friends were asking embarrassing questions. Dad lost a potential business relationship because the prospective partner's wife had attended the wedding and observed everything. Mom was requested to step down from her position on the charity board, something she had been quite proud of. Derek, Uncle Trevor, and Aunt Celeste all attempted to reconcile months later, but I remained steadfast. I emailed them all the identical message. "You made your choice when you defended assault and blamed the victim. I'm making mine by choosing not to have people in my life who think that's acceptable." But here's the real kicker, the bit that makes me happy every time I think about it. 6 months after the wedding, Chloe broke her probation by making a false Instagram account and publishing a lengthy diatribe about me. She called me insane and claimed that I had ruined her life for nothing, and that I was a bitter, jealous sister who couldn't stand the fact that she was prettier than her. Someone screenshotted it and gave it to me. I forwarded it to the prosecutor's office. Chloe served 3 months in actual jail. When she came out, she was a different person. The arrogance had vanished, replaced by a downtrodden expression that I almost felt sorry for. Almost. She attempted to contact me once more, sending a letter through my grandmother. "Amelia," the message read. "I know I messed up. I know I hurt you. I was jealous and stupid. And I made terrible choices. I've lost everything, and I know it's my fault. I'm not asking for forgiveness, because I don't deserve it. I just want you to know that I finally understand how much pain I caused you. Not just that day, but our whole lives. I hope you're happy." I read the letter once before throwing it away. Marcus and I have been married for 8 months, and our life is amazing. We purchased a nice house across town, away from my parents' area. We've gained new pals who truly respect and support us. We plan to start a family next year. My grandmother, who was appalled by the entire affair, amended her will to leave her house to me rather than dividing it between Chloe and me as planned. Chloe definitely does not understand the importance of family, but I do. 3 of my relatives have entirely stopped communicating with my parents and Chloe. They've become like siblings to me, the family I always wanted but never had. Marcus's family has absolutely embraced me. His mother tells people she has the daughter she has always wanted, and his father quips that he is relieved he no longer has to cope with my eccentric in-laws. Last month, I was promoted at work to regional manager. When I called to tell someone the wonderful news, I discovered I had called Marcus's mother, rather than my own. That's when I realized how much better my life was without my poisonous family. I heard through the grapevine that Chloe eventually got a work at a grocery shop 2 towns away. She lives in a studio apartment and, according to my cousin Leah, has acquired a lot of weight. She rarely leaves her apartment, except for work. My parents are supposedly visiting a marriage counselor because the stress of the situation has produced huge problems for them. Dad accuses Mom of raising Chloe incorrectly, while Mom accuses Dad of failing to support the family when it was most needed. They are both correct in certain ways. The funny part, Around 4 months after the wedding, Mom attempted to send me a Christmas card as if nothing had occurred. Inside was what she'd written. "We miss you. Clara is doing much better now. Maybe it's time to put this behind us. Love, Mom and Dad." I returned the package with the following comment. "You missed my point entirely. The problem was never Chloe's behavior alone. The problem was your response to it. You taught me that my feelings don't matter, and that I should accept mistreatment for the sake of family peace. I finally learned that lesson. Just not the way you intended." I never heard back, but the consequences of that day continued to spread in ways I hadn't expected. Word of what happened spread across our area, and people began to come forward with their own stories about Chloe's behavior over time. Apparently, I wasn't the only one she had targeted. Sophie told me that 3 other women from high school had contacted her after viewing the television coverage. One student, Anna, informed Sophie that Chloe had purposefully damaged her senior year relationship with her boyfriend by circulating false information about Anna's adultery. Another girl, Renee, said Chloe stole her scholarship essay and presented it as her own, costing Renee a full ride to college. Monica, a third person, said that Chloe had keyed her car after Monica was voted as prom queen over her. The pattern was evident, and it had been ongoing for decades. Chloe was a predator who preyed on anyone she perceived as competition or who possessed what she desired. The difference this time was that she targeted someone who actually fought back. Caleb, Marcus's best man, also said something that made my blood boil. Chloe apparently showed up uninvited to the bachelor party 2 weeks before the wedding. She confronted Marcus in the bathroom, telling him that I was not the proper woman for him and that she could make him much happier. Marcus had told her to leave, Caleb answered, and had mentioned it to me, but hadn't wanted to upset you before the wedding. "I should have told you," Marcus replied when Caleb eventually disclosed the truth. "But I thought if I just ignored her, she'd get the hint." "It's not your fault," I told him. "Clara is a master manipulator. She spent years learning how to push boundaries and get away with it because everyone always makes excuses for her." This revelation gave me even greater confidence that I had made the right decision. Clara had not assaulted us on a whim. She had planned to undermine my marriage for weeks, if not months. Some people have asked me if I regret how I handled things, if I believe I went too far, and if I miss my family. The response is no, and occasionally, I do not regret standing up for myself. I don't regret refusing to accept that attack is simply enjoyable. I don't regret prioritizing my dignity over my family's comfort. Do I ever miss the idea of having a loving and supportive family? Of course. But I can't miss something I've never had. What I had was a bunch of people who regularly opted to put one person's comfort ahead of everyone else's fundamental human rights. Clara taught me a crucial lesson that day, but not the one she meant. She taught me that certain people will push the boundaries until someone says no. She taught me that enablers are just as harmful as the people they support. She also taught me that if you stop picking up trash, it will occasionally take care of itself. Marcus and I are thriving. We are arranging a vow renewal for our first anniversary, and we will only invite people who truly love and respect us. My guest list is shorter now, but it is much better. As for Clara, I last heard she was still working at that grocery shop, living alone, and dealing with the consequences of her decisions. My parents supposedly visit her every Sunday, and according to my cousin Leah, these trips usually finish with Clara wailing about how terrible her life is, and my parents agreeing that I am horrible for not letting this go. They still don't understand it. They probably never will. But I do. I finally understand that I deserve to be treated with fundamental human dignity, and that I don't have to accept anything less simply because we share DNA. The finest retribution isn't getting even. It's becoming free, and I'm finally, completely, and delightfully free. Some may argue that I should have simply let it go, that family is family, and that I could have dealt with it quietly. To such folks I say this. When someone spits in your face and sexually assaults your spouse at your wedding, and your entire family supports and attacks you, you've already exhausted all sensible options. Sometimes quitting the game is the only way to win. I selected myself for the first time in my life, and it was the best decision I'd ever made. Update. 3 months later, several individuals have asked for an update. So here goes. Chloe fulfilled her community service, but then broke her probation by attempting to contact Marcus at his office. She was sentenced to 6 months in jail and only got out last week. The erstwhile golden kid did not seem to fare well in jail. My parents have attempted to reach out via flying monkeys multiple times, but I have made it clear to everyone that I am not interested in reconciliation. They even attempted to disrupt my cousin Leah's birthday party, where they knew I would be. I just left, and Leah kicked them out. Leah later informed me that they spent the entire time begging others to talk sense into Amelia. The most satisfying update. Chloe attempted to set up a GoFundMe for legal expenses and getting back on my feet, and it raised exactly $0. Even her enabling parents avoided public donations because they knew it would be embarrassing. Marcus and I are looking for a bigger house because we are expecting our first kid in the spring. When people ask if we're going to contact my family about the baby, I just smile and say, our child will only know family members who know how to treat others with respect. Some bridges are worth burning if they lead to toxic places. Anyway, to anyone reading this who is in a similar circumstance, you deserve better. You do not have to tolerate mistreatment simply because it comes from relatives. Choose yourself. Choose your peace. Choose your dignity. It's the best retaliation. My sister tried to steal half my home with a fake will. She didn't expect I'd have my husband's journal, medical records, and a lawyer waiting. My name is Andrew, and at 34 years old, I never anticipated to be a widow. Andrew, my spouse of 11 years, died of a sudden aneurysm 3 months ago. Just days after his passing, I dragged myself to my nephew Logan's first birthday party, where my sister Chloe threw a bomb. She revealed that Logan was Andrew's son, displaying a will that claimed half of my $800,000 home. What she didn't realize was why I could not contain my laughing. If you're watching from somewhere where family drama hits close to home, please like and subscribe. Trust me, you'll want to know how I handled what happened next. Andrew and I met 12 years ago at a charity auction for children with cancer. I was volunteering, assisting with the silent auction items, when he outbid everyone else on a painting I had been admiring all evening. It was a painting of the Boston skyline at sunset with bright oranges and purples pouring into the harbor. After winning, he walked right up to me and handed it up. I noticed you looking at this all night, he remarked, smiling, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners. I believe it belongs to you. That was Andrew, attentive, observant, and kind to the extreme. I fell hard and quickly. We went on our first date the next evening, and it felt like we'd known each other forever. He was a bright but humble business attorney who recalled waiters' names and asked sincere questions about their lives. 8 months after we met, he proposed on the bay, with the actual skyline echoing the image that had drawn us together. We purchased our Victorian home on Beacon Hill shortly after our first anniversary. It was a financial stretch at $800,000, but Andrew had recently been promoted to partner at his firm, and I was establishing a strong reputation as an interior designer. The house required renovation, but it had solid foundations, high ceilings, and a tiny yard out back where I imagined future children playing. Despite their best efforts, those children never arrived. For years, we mapped, planned, and hoped. Then followed the doctors, the exams, the procedures, and 4 rounds of IVF, which depleted our savings and spirits. I still recall the last failed effort, the peaceful drive home from the clinic. Andrew stretched over the console to take my hand, and neither of us spoke because we both knew it was the end of the journey. We can still have a beautiful life, Andrew said one night as we sat on our porch swing. You and I. That is enough. He meant it. We gradually rebuilt our dreams. We traveled. We devoted ourselves to our careers. We refurbished the house room by room until it was the showpiece that I had always envisioned. Andrew encouraged my decision to start my own interior design firm. Our lives were full, if not exactly as anticipated. My younger sister Chloe was always on the edge of our enjoyment. She was 4 years younger than me and at 30 had always been the family's wild child. While I was studying design and starting a business, she was changing jobs and relationships. Our parents were continually concerned about her, which led to them making excuses for her actions and bailing her out of financial difficulty on multiple occasions. Chloe and I had a complex relationship from childhood. She was obviously gorgeous, with an effortless charisma that drew others to her, but there was always a sense of competitiveness on her side. If I accomplished something, she needed to outperform me. When I started dating Andrew, she became quite interested in law students. When we acquired our house, she whined about her apartment for months, hoping that our parents would assist her improve. It was exhausting, but Andrew urged me to continue the connection. She is your only sister, he would tell me. Family is important. 2 years ago, Chloe began dating Travis, a bartender she met while out with friends. He was ruggedly gorgeous, with tattoos on his arms and a motorcycle that our parents didn't approve of. Their relationship appeared tumultuous on the outside, with dramatic breakups and passionate reconciliations. The pregnancy announcement came at Thanksgiving dinner the year before Andrew died. It was surprising, to say the least. I was living up to societal expectations. Yet there she was, announcing her pregnancy with dramatic tears and affirmations of the miracle of life. I felt a familiar twinge of jealousy. After all of our hardships and suffering, Chloe had unintentionally accomplished what we had desperately desired. But I shoved those emotions down. I was sincerely pleased for her, and I was determined to be the best aunt possible to her child. Logan weighed a healthy 8 pounds and 4 ounces at birth. I arrived at the hospital carrying flowers and a homemade blanket that I had spent months making. Chloe was overwhelmed by motherhood from the beginning, frequently contacting me in tears about Logan's colic or her weariness. I stepped in as much as I could, even watching Logan overnight so she could sleep. Andrew was less involved in Logan than I was. In retrospect, I suspected it was due to our own infertility issues, and that bonding with a baby who was not ours would be terrible for him. He was always nice when Chloe brought Logan here, but he kept a certain distance that I never questioned at the time. Then came the dreadful Tuesday morning. Andrew complained about a headache before heading for work. I advised he stay at home, but he had an important client appointment. It was just a migraine, he insisted, kissing me goodbye. I will call you after the meeting. That call never arrived. Instead, I received one from the hospital. When I arrived, he had already left. Brain aneurysm. They claimed nothing could have been done. He was 36 years old. The next days were a haze of arrangements and anguish. Chloe was curiously missing for the majority of it, sending text messages stating Logan was sick or that she couldn't get a babysitter. When she did attend the funeral, she only stayed short, keeping to herself and leaving before the reception. I was too numb from grief to think about it at the moment. Logan's first birthday came just 1 week after we laid Andrew to rest. Andrew would want you to go, my mother urged, during one of her regular check-in calls, despite the fact that I had no desire to attend a children's birthday celebration. He always said, family comes first. So I found myself driving to Chloe's little rental house in a less attractive area of town, with a wrapped gift on the passenger seat, and black bags under my eyes that no concealer could conceal. I had rarely slept since Andrew died, spending evenings staring at his vacant side of the bed, searching for comfort that no longer there. I parked behind a line of cars and took a few long breaths before snatching the gift and entering. Nobody should have to pretend happiness so soon after losing their husband, I reasoned, but I put on a smile and knocked on the door. Jenna, Chloe's friend, opened it, her eyes widening slightly at seeing me. "Oh Andrew, you made it," she murmured, her tone strangely strained. She took a quick check over her shoulder before stepping aside. "Come in, everyone is in the backyard." The modest house was decorated with blue balloons and streamers, and a banner reading, "Happy First Birthday Logan," hung on the living room wall. I spotted a group of strangers whispering in the kit carter. They grew silent as I passed, their gazes following me. In the backyard, more visitors gathered in small groups, holding plastic drinks. I noticed my parents seated awkwardly at a picnic table, visibly uncomfortable. My father got up when he saw me, relief on his face. "Andrew," he hugged me, "we were not sure you would come." "Of course I came," I responded, placing the gift on the specified table. "Where is the birthday boy?" "With Chloe," my mother replied, not quite addressing my gaze. "They should be out soon for the cake." I mingled awkwardly, receiving condolences and avoiding questions about how I was doing. Everyone felt on edge, and discussions came to an abrupt halt when I approached. I attributed it to people not understanding how to behave around a newlywed widow. After 30 awkward minutes, Chloe emerged from the home with Logan on her hip. She was wearing a new clothing that I had never seen before, and her hair was newly highlighted. Logan looked darling in a small button-up shirt and bow tie, his chubby legs kicking in delight at all the attention. Chloe hardly acknowledged me as she sat Logan in his high chair. She appeared energetic, almost exuberant, and moved around the yard with surprising assurance. Then a guest tapped a spoon against her cup, drawing everyone's attention. "Thank you all for coming to celebrate Logan's special day," she said, her voice echoing around the yard. "This past year has been full of surprises and challenges, as many of you know." Guests exchanged eyes. My mother grew quite interested in her shoes. "I have been keeping a secret," Chloe began, resting a hand on Logan's head, "one that I can no longer hide, especially after recent events." A shiver went down my spine. Something was extremely wrong. "Logan is not Travis's son," she said, looking across the yard at me. "He is Andrew's." The world seems to pause. I heard gasps around me and felt my father stiffen behind me, but they were only background noise to the rushing in my ears. "Andrew's husband and I had a brief affair 2 years ago," Chloe explained, her voice firm and practiced. "It was a mistake, A moment of weakness for both of us. We never meant to hurt anyone, but these things happen. I stood motionless, unable to grasp what I had heard. My sister claimed she had slept with my husband, and that her son, the nephew I had lovingly cared for, was Andrew's child. It was so ludicrous that I nearly laughed out loud. Chloe wasn't done. She dug inside her purse and retrieved a folded sheet. Andrew knew the truth about Logan. Before he died, he updated his will, she continued, bringing up the paper. He wanted his son to be provided for. This will states that half of the house Andrew and Andrew owned should go to Logan as his biological child. Every eye in the yard shifted to me. I could see pity, morbid interest and discomfort. My parents appeared stunned, with my father half standing, as if undecided whether to assist. And suddenly, to everyone's surprise, including mine, I felt a smile pulling at my lips. Not a joyful smile, but one that occurs when something is so grossly false that it is almost amusing. I pushed my lips together, attempting to control the inappropriate laughter that was building up inside me. "Oh, I see," I finally said, my voice calm and even. I took a sip of water to buy time and resist the impulse to laugh in my sister's face. "May I see this will, Chloe?" Her confident expression wavered slightly. She certainly didn't expect this reaction. She approached slowly and handed me the document, which was a typed page with what appeared to be Andrew's signature at the bottom. I quickly scanned it and immediately noticed inconsistencies. The official language was completely incorrect, nothing like the legal documents I had seen Andrew bring home. And while the signature looked similar to Andrew's, it was plainly fabricated. The connecting stroke between A and D was incorrect, and the concluding flourish was excessively pronounced. I carefully folded the paper and returned it to her. "Thank you for sharing this with me. I think I need to go now." "That is it?" Chloe inquired, her voice betraying her confusion. "You are not going to say anything else?" "Not right now," I explained gently, retrieving my handbag. "This is Logan's day, we can discuss this privately later." I bid farewell to my astonished parents and promised to call them shortly. As I walked to my car, I could hear muttering behind me, and the party atmosphere was shattered. Once inside my car, safe and out of sight, I finally let out the laugh that had been trying to escape. It started small and increased until tears streamed down my cheeks. Not tears of joy, but a bizarre mix of anguish, rage and disbelief at my sister's audacity. Because Chloe didn't know something Andrew and I had never told anyone, making her intricate falsehood not only upsetting, but also impossible. The truth about Andrew and Chloe emerged 3 years ago, before Logan was even conceived. We had brought my sister home for dinner to celebrate her new work at a marketing agency, which was her longest employment to date. Andrew had made his renowned lasagna, and we'd opened a nice bottle of wine. It was a wonderful evening until I excused myself to answer a work call from a customer with a design emergency. The call ran longer than intended, with nearly 20 minutes spent walking a wealthy client through displaying artwork. When I returned to the dining room, the atmosphere had shifted. Andrew was uncomfortable, and Chloe was seated much closer to him than when I left, her hand on his arm, laughing at something I hadn't heard. I didn't think much of it at the time. Chloe had always been affectionate, and the wine was flowing freely. But later that night, as we were getting ready for bed, Andrew appeared worried. "There is something I need to tell you," he continued, sitting on the edge of our bed. "And I do not want it to cause problems between you and your sister, but I also do not want to keep secrets from you." He stated that while I was on the phone, Chloe made a pass at him. Nothing major, just inappropriate remarks about how fortunate I was to have him, followed by the implication that he needed someone who could properly appreciate him. When he rebuffed her, she shrugged it off as a joke, claiming that I was overly sensitive if he took her seriously. I was wounded, but not completely surprised. Chloe has always pushed boundaries. We opted to dismiss it as an odd incident resulting from wine and her regular competitive nature, but it was not. Over the next 4 months, Chloe sought ways to touch Andrew when I wasn't looking, sent text messages that were both pleasant and seductive, and once showed up uninvited to his workplace, asking him to lunch. Andrew always maintained boundaries in a gentle but firm manner and informed me soon thereafter. Following the office incident, we addressed my parents about Chloe's actions. It didn't go well. They suggested Andrew was misinterpreting friendly gestures and Chloe simply looked up to him as a brother. My mother even suggested, with good intentions but poor judgment, that Andrew was being pleased by the attention and exaggerating the situation. That night, Andrew and I made a decision. We would remove ourselves from Chloe without causing a wedge in the family. We avoided invitations that included her, made sure we were never alone with her, And Andrew disabled her phone number after she sent a particularly suggestive late-night text message. Then came the medical issue, which changed everything. Andrew had been in discomfort for weeks before visiting a urologist. The diagnosis was a varicocele, an expansion of veins within the scrotum that necessitated surgery. The procedure went well, but there was one complication. The doctor advised a vasectomy during the same surgery due to the wide size of the varicocele and the possibility of recurrence. It was a difficult decision, especially given our previous fertility issues, but we both decided it was the best option for Andrew's health. Logan's vasectomy was performed 2 years before to his conception. We kept the medical information secret. Even our parents didn't know. After years of persistent questioning about our childless status, we had learned to safeguard our reproductive privacy. The only ones who knew were Andrew, me, and Andrew's doctors. Andrew made a paranoid forecast while recovering from surgery. "Chloe is not done," he replied, sitting in our garden with an ice pack strategically placed. "I have a feeling she might try something more drastic one day." I laughed it off, but Andrew was serious. The following week, he made an appointment with Jacob Warren, our family attorney. I accompanied him, listening as Andrew described Chloe's conduct and his recent medical operation. Jacob suggested documenting everything, including unwelcome advances, medical paperwork verifying the vasectomy, and even text messages and emails from Chloe. "You never know what might become relevant," Jacob advised. "Better to have documentation and never need it than wish you had it later." We took his advice and created a file containing everything pertaining to the case. Andrew also revised his will correctly, through formal means, ensuring that everything would pass to me in the case of his death. Jacob kept copies of all paperwork, while we stored the originals in a safe deposit box at our bank. Andrew had said, "just in case," as we locked the box. Though I planned to be around to deal with any of Chloe's drama for at least another 50 years. The morning after Logan's birthday, I headed straight to the bank. The manager, who had known Andrew and me for years, offered his condolences as he took me to the vault. I sat alone in the small viewing room, opening the box Andrew and I had loaded with what he jokingly referred to as our disaster preparation kit. Andrew's legitimate will, notarized and properly executed, leaving everything to me. Medical records detailing his vasectomy 2 years before Logan's conception, making it biologically impossible for him to be the father. A journal Andrew had kept documenting every inappropriate interaction with Chloe, including dates, times, and exact quotes. Printed copies of text messages she had sent him, and a letter from our attorney confirming that. And in the bottom of the box was a sealed envelope with my name written in Andrew's familiar handwriting. With shaky fingers, I opened it and started reading. "My darling Andrew, if you're reading this, something happened to me, and you needed to see these records. I hope it is many years from now, when we are old and gray, and Chloe's antics are nothing more than a distant memory to giggle about. But if not, if the worst happens and she tries to hurt you while I'm away, please know that I tried to plan for everything. Use these documents to defend yourself. I understand how important family is to you, and how loyal you are to those you care about. But you deserve to be safe from those who would take advantage of your wonderful heart. I love you beyond words and time. Be aware of everything that occurs. Andrew." Tears ran down my cheeks as I read his words, feeling his love and protection reach out to me even in death. My realistic, thoughtful husband had foreseen this, perhaps not the particular situation, but the likelihood that Chloe would try to take advantage of his death. I carefully returned everything to the box except what I needed: copies of the medical documents, the valid will, and a few diary entries. Then I phoned Jacob Warren and set up an appointment for that afternoon. Jacob Warren's law office was in a converted brownstone in downtown Boston, which radiated old money and discretion. I'd only been there a few times with Andrew, but the receptionist remembered me immediately, her countenance softening with sorrow. "Mrs. Preston," she began, rose to welcome me. "Mr. Warren is expecting you. Please accept my condolences for your loss." Jacob was in his 60s, with silver hair and reading glasses perched at the tip of his nose. He had been Andrew's mentor when he initially joined the firm, and they remained close even when Andrew transferred to another practice. When I walked in, he stood and came around his desk to briefly embrace me. "Andrew," he murmured, motioning for me to sit. I was devastated to hear about Andrew. He was one of the good ones. "He was," I agreed, my voice breaking slightly. "And it seems he was also right about preparing for the worst with my sister." I recounted what had happened at the birthday celebration and showed him the fake will that Chloe had submitted. Jacob examined it, his expression becoming more anxious. "This is an amateurish forgery," he concluded. "The language is all wrong, and the signature, while similar, would never stand up to expert analysis. But the fact that she created this at all is deeply troubling. I showed him the paperwork from the safety deposit box, medical records verifying Andrew's vasectomy, a valid will, and Andrew's journal recording Chloe's conduct throughout time. Andrew was nothing if not thorough, Jacob said, looking over the materials. These medical records alone disprove her claim about Logan's paternity. The vasectomy was performed 2 years before the child's conception. Andrew cannot be the father due to biological reasons. What should I do? I inquired. I do not want to humiliate her publicly, but I cannot let her take half of our home based on a lie. Jacob slumped back in his chair. Considering first, we need more information. I recommend hiring a private investigator to look into Chloe's current situation. There is likely a motivation beyond simple cruelty here. People rarely attempt fraud of this nature without financial pressure. He recommended Felix Dawson, a former police officer who now works as a private investigator and frequently handles cases for the firm. I agreed, and Jacob called immediately, outlining the problem in broad strokes. Felix came an hour later, a stocky man with a Boston accent and a no-nonsense demeanor. He made copious notes as I outlined the scenario, asking probing questions about Chloe's relationship, past, career, and finances. I realized how little I knew about my sister's current situation. We had grown apart since Logan's birth, with my attempts to be active as an aunt sometimes ignored or overlooked. I will need a few days, Felix replied after I was finished. My preliminary focus will be on her financial situation and relationship with the child's actual father. Is there anything else you can tell me about him? I told Chloe what little I knew about Travis, the bartender she had been dating when she became pregnant. I had only met him a few times, and he appeared uninterested in family events. They were still together, as far as I knew, but she rarely addressed him. I said that he did not attend the birthday party yesterday, which I felt was unusual for the birthday boy's father. Felix nodded and made another note. That is a good starting point. I will be in touch soon. 3 days later, Felix called to schedule a meeting at Jacob's office. When I arrived, both men were reading documents on the conference table. Mrs. Preston, Felix began after we were seated, I have uncovered some concerning information about your sister's situation. According to his findings, Chloe was in grave financial problems. She owed more than $75,000 on credit cards, personal loans, and medical bills for Logan, who needed surgery for a heart issue soon after birth. Her credit score was terrible, and she'd been turned down for 3 more loans in the last month alone. She was also facing eviction. Felix continued by sliding a document across the table. This is a copy of the notice her landlord filed last week. She has until the end of the month to pay 4 months of back rent or vacate the property. Travis presumably abandoned Chloe and Logan shortly after their birth, traveling to Seattle with a new partner. He was paying very little child support, around $200 every month, and even that infrequently. I also found these, Felix added, displaying printouts of text messages. She had been telling acquaintances about her ambitions to take over a portion of your house for weeks. These were communications sent between her and a buddy named Jenna. I knew the name from the woman who had opened the door at the party. The messages were devastating. Andrew's death is terrible, but maybe it's finally my chance to get what I deserve. That house is worth at least 800 Kelvin now. If I play this right, I'll have a nice nest egg for Logan and me. The will is almost ready. My friend Dave is good with Photoshop and found a sample of Andrew's signature online from some charity auction. It looks totally legit. Andrew has always been the golden child. Time for me to get my share. She got 11 years with a great guy. I felt physically unwell after reading my sister's icy words. This was more than simply opportunism, it was intentional deceit intended to exploit my grief. There is more, Felix stated kindly. I ran a background check on Travis Martin, the actual father. He has a history of domestic violence charges from a previous relationship, and currently has a warrant out for unpaid child support for another child in New Hampshire. He is not someone you would want around your nephew. I sat in startled silence, attempting to digest everything. My sister was not only desperate, but she was willing to destroy Andrew's reputation and our marriage to address her financial issues. And her choice of partners had put Logan in jeopardy. What do I do with all of this? I inquired, gazing between Jacob and Felix. I cannot just expose all of this publicly. Logan is innocent in all of this. He is still my nephew. Jacob removed his glasses and rubbed the bridge of his nose. You have several options, Andrew. We could file charges against Chloe for attempted fraud and forgery. That would likely result in criminal penalties for her. Possibly even jail time given the amount of money involved. Or, he said, recognizing my feelings, we could handle this privately. Confront her with the evidence, require her to retract her claims, and potentially work out an arrangement that protects both you and the child. I left the conference with a heavy heart and a folder filled with evidence. That evening, I called my therapist, Dr. Leah Carter, whom I had been seeing since Andrew's death, to set up an emergency session. In her serene plant-filled office, I unloaded the entire story. I am so angry I can barely see straight, I said. But Logan is just a baby. None of this is his fault. And despite everything, Chloe is still my sister. Dr. Carter listened carefully, occasionally inquiring about my relationship with Chloe throughout our lives. It sounds like this pattern of competition and manipulation has existed since childhood, she told me. The current situation is an escalation, not an anomaly. What would you do? I asked, desperate. I cannot tell you what decision to make, she said. But I will say that compassion does not mean allowing yourself to be victimized. You can be kind while still establishing firm boundaries and consequences. After much thought, I made a decision. I would address Chloe individually with all of the information, giving her the option of facing probable legal repercussions for her fraud, or accepting a compromise that would provide for Logan while holding her accountable. The following morning, I called Chloe with newfound determination. We need to talk about the will, I replied when she responded. Can you come to my house tomorrow afternoon? Just you, no Logan. I knew you would come around, she said, smugly satisfied. I will be there at 2. I spent the morning getting ready for Chloe's arrival, sorting documents in a logical sequence and setting up recording devices per Jacob's advice. Massachusetts is a 2-party consent state, he told me. So you cannot record her secretly, but you can ask for her permission at the start of your conversation, framing it as a way to ensure you both have a record of any agreement reached. The doorbell rang precisely at 2 o'clock. I took a long breath to compose myself before opening the door. Chloe stood on the porch, dressed sharply in a new costume, her confidence clear in her posture. Come in, I said, taking her to the living room, where I had set up 2 seats facing each other, with a coffee table between them, holding a recorder, water glasses, and a folder of paperwork. I hope you do not mind if we record our conversation. It seems prudent, given the legal nature of what we are discussing. Chloe hesitated briefly before nodding. Sure, whatever makes you comfortable, though I think this can be pretty straightforward. The will is clear. I put on the recorder, entered the date and time, and confirmed Chloe's approval to be recorded. Then I sat back and studied my sister's face. Before we discuss the will, I would like to understand exactly what you are claiming happened between you and Andrew. Chloe started into a well-rehearsed narrative about a rumored affair 2 years prior. According to her story, she and Andrew met during a time when he and I were having issues. She stated they met multiple times at a downtown hotel. Andrew voiced his dissatisfaction with our marriage, and Logan was conceived during these meetings. He always meant to tell you, she explained, her eyes wide with rehearsed earnestness. But then Logan was born with the heart condition, and he did not want to add stress to the situation. He promised he would provide for his son, though. I listened without interrupting, noting the anomalies in her timetable and the specifics that contradicted my knowledge of Andrew's itinerary at the time. After she finished, I started asking questions. I said, "Which hotel did you meet at?" "The Mandarin Oriental," she answered promptly. "And what room? Do you remember?" She faltered somewhat. "It was on a high floor, I do not recall the exact number." "What days of the week did you usually meet?" "Tuesdays, sometimes Thursdays." "When he told you he was working late," I continued, my questioning becoming more precise. "What did Andrew typically order from room service? Which side of the bed did he prefer? Did he shower before or after?" Only Andrew's close partner would be privy to such details, right? Chloe became increasingly embarrassed, her responses becoming ambiguous or conflicting. "Why does any of this matter?" she eventually exclaimed. "The point is that Logan is Andrew's son, and the will proves Andrew wanted to provide for him." "Actually," I explained calmly, opening my folder, "both of those claims are demonstrably false." I put the medical records on the table between us. 2 years before Logan was conceived, Andrew had a vasectomy following surgery for a varicocele. It was completely successful, confirmed by follow-up tests. It was physically impossible for him to father a child after that procedure. Chloe's face had lost its color. She grabbed the medical paperwork with shaky hands, studying the clinical language and dates. "These could be faked. she replied softly. They are not, I told you, and Andrew's doctor is prepared to testify to their authenticity if necessary, but that is just the beginning. Next I produced the actual will, which had been notarized and duly filed with the court. This is Andrew's actual will, prepared by Jacob Warren and witnessed by 2 partners at his firm. As you can see, it leaves everything to me, with no mention of Logan. Chloe's confidence was plainly eroding, but she tried to recover. He must have changed it after this was drawn up. The will I have is more recent. The will you have, I replied softly, is a forgery. A poor one, I might add. Jacob has already identified multiple legal inconsistencies in the language, and the signature is clearly fake. Creating a fraudulent will is a felony in Massachusetts, punishable by up to 5 years in prison. I continued to present evidence methodically, including Andrew's notebook showing her unwanted approaches, text conversations between her and Jenna outlining the plan, and, lastly, Felix's investigative report detailing her financial problems, eviction notice, and Travis's abandonment. We know everything, Chloe, I continued as she sat astonished. The question now is what happens next? She remained silent for quite some time. Then, to my amazement, she started crying. Deep, body-racking sobs, not the theatrical tears I'd seen her employ to manipulate our parents before. I did not know what else to do, she finally answered between gasps. I'm going to be homeless. Logan and I will be out on the street in 2 weeks. Travis left us with nothing. The medical bills just keep coming. I thought if I could just get some money from the house. So you decided to destroy Andrew's reputation, I inquired, my voice tightening. To tell everyone he cheated on me. To forge legal documents? I was desperate, she exclaimed, her despair turning to rage. You have everything. This big house, a successful business, everyone's respect. What do I have? A baby with a heart condition, $75,000 in debt, and an eviction notice. You try making good decisions in that situation. Her outburst lingered in the air between us. The basic honesty of it, stripped of manipulation and deceit, touched something in me. Not forgiveness, yet, but perhaps understanding. Logan is Travis's son, isn't he? I inquired. She nodded and wiped her eyes. Yes, Andrew never touched me, not like that. I did try with him years ago. He always shut me down immediately. He was annoyingly loyal to you. And the will? My friend Dave helped me create it. He does graphic design and thought it would be easy to fake a signature. I was going to use it to pressure you into giving me money. I never thought you would actually look into it so thoroughly. I turned off the recorder and sat back to evaluate my next move. Chloe looked at me uncomfortably, apparently expecting the worst. I could press charges, I finally responded. What you did was illegal, not to mention cruel and calculated. She nodded miserably. I know, but that would hurt Logan, I said. And despite everything, he is my nephew. I love him. I leaned forward to ensure she was staring squarely at me. So, here is what is going to happen. You are going to tell everyone the truth, that you lied about the affair, that Logan is not Andrew's son, and that you forged the will. You will apologize publicly to me and to Andrew's memory. And then, she inquired, her voice soft. We will still be evicted. I am not finished, I said. In exchange for your full confession and a legal agreement never to attempt anything like this again, I will help you and Logan, not by giving you half my house, but by setting up a trust fund for Logan's education and medical needs, and helping you find stable housing. Her eyes expanded. Why would you do that after what I did? Not for you, I replied honestly. For Logan, and because Andrew would want me to help his nephew. Even if that nephew's mother tried to destroy his reputation. There will be conditions, I told myself. You will enter therapy and financial counseling. You will maintain steady employment, and you will allow me to be part of Logan's life to ensure he is being properly cared for. If you violate any of these conditions, the support stops immediately. Chloe was quiet for a long time, digesting everything. I do not deserve your help, she finally said. No, she replied, you do not. But Logan deserves a stable home and medical care, and I deserve to have my husband's memory untarnished. This solution gives us both what we need. After additional conversation, Chloe agreed to my requirements. We'd meet with Jacob the next day to finalize the arrangement, and she'd make her public confession at a family dinner the following weekend. As I escorted her out, she halted at the door. I really am sorry, Andrew. I have been jealous of you my whole life. Everything always seemed to come so easily to you. Nothing about my life has been easy, I said. You just never bothered to look past the surface. Maybe it is time you started. The family supper I planned on Saturday evening was stressful from the beginning. My parents arrived early, and my mother brought her homemade lasagna as a peace offering. I do not know what this is about, she began as she laid the dish on my counter, but Chloe has been calling us in tears, saying you are forcing her to come to some sort of family meeting. Just wait until everyone is here, I said, pouring her a glass of wine. This needs to be addressed once, with everyone present. By 7 p.m., my parents, Chloe, minus Logan, who was with a babysitter, and I were sitting around my dining room table. Jacob had urged me to record the chat as well, and a little recorder was placed in the center of the table. Thank you all for coming, I said after explaining the recording. I have asked Chloe to share some important information with you. Chloe was pale and uncomfortable, with none of her normal confidence. She spoke while staring down at her plate. I lied about Logan being Andrew's son, she admitted, her voice barely above a whisper. Andrew and I never had an affair. Logan is Travis's child, and I forged the will I showed at the birthday party. My parents looked at her in disbelief. But why would you do such a thing? My father insisted. Do you have any idea what that claim did to your sister? To Andrew's reputation? Chloe outlined her precarious financial predicament, her voice growing stronger as she described the rising bills, Travis's abandonment, and the eviction notice. As she spoke, I noticed my mother's look change from shock to sympathy. Oh honey, she remarked once Chloe finished. Why did you not just come to us for help? You did not need to make up such terrible lies. Would you have given me $400,000? Chloe inquired plainly. Because that is what I would have gotten if my plan had worked. Half the value of Andrew's house. Of course we could not give you that kind of money, replied my dad. But we could have helped with the rent, at least temporarily. Instead, you chose to try to defraud your own sister while she was grieving her husband. I know it was wrong, Chloe said. Andrew has already made that abundantly clear. She has the evidence to press charges against me if she wanted to. My mother looked to me, alarmed. You would not do that to your own sister, would you, Andrew? I felt annoyed by her quick defense of Chloe. Even now I could, I stated firmly. What she did was not just immoral, but illegal. Forgery and fraud are felonies. But she's family, my mother said. And she has Logan to think about. I am family too, I said, my voice rising slightly. Your daughter too, the one who just lost her husband and then had to defend his memory against false accusations of infidelity. Where was your concern for me in all this? My father appeared uneasy, shifting in his seat. Of course we care about you, Andrew, but Chloe has always needed more help, more guidance. And whose fault is that? I inquired. You have been bailing her out of her poor decisions her entire life. Maybe if you had let her face consequences occasionally, she would not have escalated to criminal behavior. My mother gave a gasp. That is hardly fair, Andrew. We have always treated you girls equally. Chloe unexpectedly shook her head. No, Mom, you have not. Andrew is right. You always made excuses for me. Always found ways to fix my mistakes. It did not help me. It just made me think I could do whatever I wanted without consequences. My parents were astonished by this statement. For arguably the first time, Chloe accepted responsibility rather than avoiding blame. So what happens now? My father inquired, glancing between us. Is Chloe going to jail? No, I replied. I have decided not to press charges under certain conditions. I described the agreement Chloe and I had formed with Jacob's assistants, Logan's trust money, treatment and financial counseling requirements, and a solid employment situation. That is very generous, my father remarked, relieved. Especially after what she did. It is more than generous, Chloe replied gently. It is more than I deserve. Well, my mom remarked with a smile, this is all working out for the best. Then Chloe has apologized, Andrew is helping with Logan, and we can put this ugly business behind us. It is not that simple, Mom, I stated firmly. Trust has been broken here. The healing will take time, if it happens at all. And there need to be boundaries going forward. What kind of boundaries? She inquired, looking concerned. For one thing, I need you both to stop enabling Chloe's behavior. No more bailouts, no more excuses. She needs to stand on her own feet, with appropriate support that does not perpetuate dependency. My father nodded slowly. That seems reasonable. And I need you to respect that my relationship with Chloe will be different now. I am involved in Logan's life because I love him and want the best for him, But Chloe and I will not be close the way we once were. At least not for a long time. My mother appeared disturbed. But we are family. We need to stick together, especially now. Being a family does not imply tolerating abuse, Mom, I added gently. What Chloe did was abusive. She tried to use my grief to manipulate me, to take advantage of me at my most vulnerable. That has consequences, even within a family. The rest of the supper was quiet, as my parents processed this new reality. When they went, my father grabbed me tight and whispered, "I am proud of you, Andrew. Andrew would be too." My mother held me as well, but her eyes were already melancholy, lamenting the perfect family dynamic she had always assumed we had. Chloe was the last to depart. At the door she paused. "I really am sorry," she repeated again. "Not just for the will and the lies, but for everything. For the years of competition and jealousy, for not being the sister you deserved." "I know," I said. "And I hope the therapy helps you understand why you made these choices. Logan deserves a mother who is emotionally healthy and honest." "Do you think you will ever forgive me?" I thought about the question thoroughly. "I don't know," I replied genuinely. "But I am willing to see where this new path takes us, for Logan's sake, and maybe someday for ours too." My parents and I drove home in silence, each engrossed in our own thoughts. I knew one thing for certain: our family will never be the same. However, in the long run, it may evolve into something healthier, based on honesty rather than deception. 1 year after Andrew died, I stood in our garden, watching the spring bulbs emerge from the dirt. The daffodils Andrew had planted the previous fall were blossoming, creating a riot of yellow against the newly green lawn. I felt a bittersweet sorrow viewing them, knowing he had planted them in the ground with the intention of watching them bloom. There had been so much upheaval in that year. Logan's trust fund has been established and is already helping to meet his ongoing medical needs. His cardiac issue, while requiring monitoring, was responding positively to medication, and he was developing into a joyful, inquisitive toddler. Chloe had astonished everyone by fully accepting the terms of our arrangement. 6 months of treatment had helped her realize early patterns of behavior, such as the persistent urge to compete with me and the self-sabotage that had defined many of her decisions. She had obtained consistent employment as an office manager at a dental clinic, which offered stability and benefits. Our relationship remained official, but friendly. I saw Logan on a daily basis and took him to the park or the children's museum. Chloe and I didn't pretend to be close, but we'd found a way to live together amicably for Logan's sake. My parents had initially struggled with the new boundaries that I had set. My mother in particular struggled to accept that her daughters would not have the close relationship she had hoped for. However, they had also evolved over time, learning to help Chloe without fostering her dependency. For me, the grief support group I joined immediately after Andrew's death had been a lifeline. 12 strangers brought together by grief had become friends, understanding each other in ways that well-meaning family and friends could not. We met weekly to share our grieving experiences, celebrate little accomplishments, and encourage one another through inevitable disappointments. 3 months after the encounter with Chloe, I founded the Andrew Preston Foundation for Legal Education, which awards scholarships to students from poor backgrounds interested in corporate law. It gave me hope to see Andrew's legacy live on in the careers of young, idealistic lawyers who might not otherwise have had the opportunity to enter the profession. Old friends had stepped up in ways I could never have expected. Andrew's law partners checked in on me on a regular basis, asking me to meals and gatherings to ensure that I was not alone in my grief. Sophie, my college roommate, flew in from Chicago every month solely to spend weekends with me, sometimes doing nothing but watching movies and eating takeout. And then there was Mark. I met him at a foundation fundraising event 6 months after Andrew's death. He was an ethics professor at Boston University, thoughtful and gentle, with a quiet sense of humor that reminded me of Andrew in some respects. We began as buddies, sharing coffee after foundation meetings, and gradually progressed to occasional meals. It was different from my experience with Andrew, as it should be. Mark knew that Andrew would always be a part of my life, and that loving again did not imply replacing what had come before. We were taking things carefully, both cautious and hopeful. Standing in the yard that spring morning, I reflected on what Andrew had taught me, not only during our time together, but even after he had left. His thoughtfulness in compiling those documents had kept me safe when I was most vulnerable. His journal notes confirmed my encounters with Chloe while my own parents sought to deny them. His love protected me even when he was not present. This ordeal taught me difficult lessons: that family relationships require clear boundaries to be healthy, that documentation is not only a legal precaution, but also an emotional necessity. That forgiveness does not have to imply forgetting or allowing harmful patterns to continue. And that sometimes the people we expect to protect us are the ones we need to protect ourselves from. But I had also discovered my own strength. I had dealt with Chloe's betrayal, managed legal complications, and made difficult decisions about how to proceed, all while grieving the loss of my husband. I had discovered a way to honor Andrew's memory while starting a new life for myself. The daffodils waved in the spring breeze, proving resilient after a long winter. I thought of how sorrow is similar to that, not a straight line, but a sequence of seasons, each with its own set of problems and surprising beauty. I was not the same person I was before Andrew's death or Chloe's betrayal. I was stronger in certain areas, more careful in others, but overall more real in my approach to relationships and limits. Sometimes the most terrible betrayals force us to discover strength we didn't know we possessed. I softly murmured to the garden Andrew had loved. You could not have known what would happen after you were gone, but somehow you prepared me to face it, and in that way, your love protects me even now. As I turned to return inside, I felt a sense of calm that had been missing for so long, not because the grief had vanished, it never would, but because I had discovered a way to carry it alongside hope for the future. Andrew had given me that gift, teaching me that love lasts even after the individual is gone, and that preparation and honesty are acts of genuine compassion. If there is one piece of advice I would give to anyone dealing with treachery in their family, it is to protect themselves through documentation and limits. People who truly love you will respect your limits, while those who do not were never safe for you to begin with. Have you ever had to set harsh limits with family members? Thank you for watching. Take care. Good luck.